Chapter 21-26. When Zishan said, Elder Gao, these words have always been said by a man to a woman, and in a special atmosphere and environment, and with ulterior motives and intentions. If this little brother had said these words to you, this king could still understand, but if you took the initiative to say these words, there seems to be something wrong. Shut up! Gao Shueting shouted. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Qin Chaoyang was also dumbfounded and looked at Gao Shueting with a strange expression. Although Gao Shueting was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, she was just an elder in Azure Sun Temple, while Wen Zishan was the Temple Master. As an elder, she dared to ask the Temple Master to shut up? Wasn't this disgraceful and heinous? What shocked Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang even more was that Wen Zishan really did shut up. Looking around, the others didn't seem to be surprised by this scene, and didn't blame Gao Shueting at all. Instead, a few people cast disdainful looks at Wen Zishan. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. The first thought that popped up in his mind was that the Wen Zishan sitting on top was an imposter. That was why Gao Shueting didn't give him any face, and even the others could stare at him. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't very likely. When Wen Zishan waved his hand just now, he clearly felt the fluctuations of power in his body. This guy was definitely a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, he was the only Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he wasn't Wen Zishan, who else could he be? Yang Kai was confused. He felt that there was something wrong with the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple. You haven't answered my question yet. Have I seen you somewhere before? Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai again. She asked relentlessly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. I am from Maplewood City. Elder Gao went to Maplewood City last time to help Master Xiao Yuyang open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. At that time, I was also present and even entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Perhaps this is why Elder Gao finds me familiar. I see. Gao Shueting muttered. She felt that what he said made sense, so she nodded and said, maybe. After saying that, he then ignored him. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. If Gao Shueting were to recognize him as the demon cultivator she had fought with before in this situation, Yang Kai reckoned that his end would be very miserable. Everyone waited quietly in the hall for a moment, and Chen Qian's communication compass suddenly fluctuated with divine thought. After checking for a while, she raised her head and shook her head at Wen Zishan. Temple Master, there is no such thing as a tribulation fruit in our treasury. How disappointing! Wen Zishan murmured. Qin Chaoyang also showed a disappointed expression. After all, it would be best if they could get a ready-made tribulation fruit. So Yang Kai wouldn't have to take the risk of entering the Four Seasons realm. But now, Azure Sun Temple didn't have such a thing, so they didn't know what the group of Emperor Realm Masters would do next. Since there is no such thing, Wen Zishan said, then you can go in and look for it yourself. As for whether you can find it or not, it will depend on your own luck. He said this to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Gao Shueting frowned slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but since Wen Zishan had already spoken, she did not want to interrupt. Many thanks, Temple Master One. Qin Chaoyang bowed to the ground. However, this Qin has another request. Wen Zishan smiled slightly. Let's hear it. If it is not too much. Qin Chaoyang said. This Qin requests that Temple Master give me the quota to enter the Four Seasons realm. Give it to Brother Yang. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sure all of you can see that this Qin is already very old, and although his cultivation is only at the First-Order Dao Source realm, I am well aware of my own strength. Just now, Elder Gao said that if I enter with my current strength, I may not be able to come out alive, so my death is a small matter. However, if I can't get the tribulation fruit, you mean to say that if he goes in, he can come out alive? Wen Zishan asked with interest. Qin Chaoyang said, Brother Yang is much more powerful than this Qin. At least you have some self-awareness. Wen Zishan smiled gently. Since you have made such a request, then this king will grant it. Anyway, the master only said that he would give you a quota. As for who the quota will be used on, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Temple Master One. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed and thanked him. Wen Zishan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, "This king doesn't know what relationship you have with this old man, but this king has to remind you that the Four Seasons realm is not safe. Although you are considered an elite with the richness of the source chi in your body, which one of those who enter that place isn't an elite? Be careful that you don't fall in there." Yang Kai grinned. "I was just about to meet the elite disciples of the great sects." "Young man, you are so arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The first order Tao source realm is only at the bottom of the Four Seasons realm." The masters of the Emperor realm in the hall began to talk. Wen Zishan smiled and said, "It's good to have such an imposing manner. And I hope you can maintain it when you enter. Alright, you two can leave now. When the day of departure arrives, someone will come to greet you." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and before Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang could react, they were already outside the hall. They stood outside and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, a stream of light shot over from a distance. When it came close, they saw that it was Deacon Tao Ming whom they had met before. However, at this moment, Tao Ming was no longer as aggressive as before. He was sweating profusely and rushed forward in a panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Please follow me." Saying so, he led the way, and Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang followed closely behind. Inside the hall, after Wen Zishan sent off Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, he turned his head and looked to the side, saying, "Little Xueting, do you still have something to say?" Gao Xueting frowned and said, "Temple Master, if you do this you will make it very difficult for me." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "Isn't it just a quota? Just squeeze one out." Gao Xueting snorted coldly and said, "Okay, I will pass the order later and say that the Temple Master will draw a quota. This matter has nothing to do with me." "Okay." Wen Zishan nodded and said, "If anyone disagrees, tell them to come to this king." He was so straightforward that Gao Xueting was taken aback. Chen Qian said, "Actually, this subordinate thinks that we don't have to give them a quota. At worst, we can ask the disciples to help us look for the tribulation fruit when we enter. If it really doesn't work, let Sister Gao stay at the entrance of the secret territory and wait until the secret territory closes to find those who come out to buy it. Maybe we can get something. You should know that our Azure Sun Temple is not the only one who has entered the secret territory. Maybe someone has obtained that kind of spirit fruit." Wen Zishan said, "Little Qian is right, but this is the master's request. This king really can't refuse. This matter ends here. Give them a quota." At this point he smiled evilly. "As for whether they can keep it or not, it will depend on their ability. If they can't even keep a quota, then it's fine if they don't go. They will just die anyway. At that time, this king won't be considered to have gone against the master's wishes." Hearing this, Gao Xueting's eyes lit up and she nodded. This subordinate knows what to do. After Wen Zishan nodded slightly, his figure flickered and he disappeared. The others also gradually dispersed. In the end, only Chen Qian and Gao Xueting were left. "Sister Gao, who do you want to make a move?" Chen Qian asked. Gao Xueting thought for a while and said, "What do you think of Shui?" Shui? Chen Qian didn't seem to have much of an impression of this person. Hearing this, she thought for a while and said, "He is a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator. Can that young guy deal with him?" Among the 20 people, Shui's strength is considered to be below average. If that young guy can't even deal with Shui, what's the point of going in? The Four Seasons realm is not a place to play, and the tribulation fruit is not easy to find. I'm doing this for his own good. Sister Gao's words make sense. Chen Qian nodded, but she still felt that something was wrong. Tao Ming brought Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang to a solitary mountain peak that was 1,000 kilometers away from the main hall. He then left alone after settling Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang in a palace on the mountain peak. Yang Kai checked a little and found that there was no one on this lonely peak. In other words, only he and Qin Zhaoyang were here. It was quite leisurely. After the two chatted for a while, they each found a room. Along the way, Qin Zhaoyang had also consumed a lot of energy. Naturally, he wanted to quickly recover his strength and return to Maplewood City. Yang Kai, on the other hand, needed to take this opportunity to refine the flight-type artifact given to him by Auntie Feng. and the Myriad Sword Emperor artifact. The grade of the Myriad Sword was too high, so there was no need to think about how thoroughly he could refine it. He could only slightly strengthen his connection with it. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the refining experience left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, so he could avoid some detours. There wasn't much time left. After all, according to Gao Shueting's previous statement, the Four Seasons realm would open in a month, and considering the travel time, Yang Kai estimated that at most half a month later, someone would call him to set off. So he was racing against time. 5 days later, Qin Chaoyang recovered. After telling Yang Kai some things, he said goodbye and set off. Given the current situation, it was useless for him to continue staying. Since it had been decided that Yang Kai would enter the Four Seasons realm, it would be a waste of time for him to continue staying here, so he might as well return home. After Yang Kai sent him away, he was the only one left in the palace. On this day, he was in seclusion in his room when he suddenly felt two tyrannical auras coming from afar. They were rapidly approaching him. The newcomers had no intention of hiding themselves. One of them exuded the aura of the third-order Dao Source realm, while the other was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Setting off so soon? Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. He thought that they were sent by Azure Sun Temple to call him to gather. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly got up, walked out of the room, and waited outside the hall. Chapter 21-27. After a short while, two rays of light flashed and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, revealing two figures. The person on the left was dressed in snow-white robes, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. He had an extraordinary temperament, exuding a sharp aura from head to toe, like an unsheathed sword. This person had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, causing Yang Kai to involuntarily take a few more glances at him. The aura of the other party gave him a faint pressure, as if the sharp aura could cut through his skin, causing him to be slightly shocked. As expected of an elite disciple of a great sect, just the aura he exudes, intentionally or unintentionally, is not something an ordinary third-order Dao Source realm cultivator can achieve. The man on the right had a wide mouth and a chipped nose. He was burly and wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Black hair covered his thick calves and arms. At first glance, this person looked like an upright gorilla, giving off a strong visual impact. This person had a second-order Dao Source realm cultivation. After the two landed, they both cast their gazes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai from Maplewood City greets the two of you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "How should I address the two of you?" The white-clothed man's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Kai Yang's words. Instead, it was the gorilla-like burly man who suddenly shouted, "Hey, you are that Kai Yang?" Yang Kai was stunned, but still nodded solemnly and said, "If there is no one else in the temple with this name, then it is me." "Very good." Seeing this, the burly man grinned. He looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was examining a prey. He said in a booming voice, "Boy, you stole this uncle's spot to enter the sealed world. I think you're tired of living." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that these two were not companions who came to welcome him to the sealed world. They were probably here to cause trouble. He frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand. It's a bit complicated for me to explain it unilaterally. Why don't you ask Elder Gao? I think she will give you a satisfactory answer." There's no need to ask." The burly man snorted coldly. "Elder Gao has already told me that he wants to cancel my spot and transfer it to you. I refuse to accept this. Sir System's spot was obtained through the sect's martial arts exhibition, where he fought hard and fought for it. What right do you have to snatch it away?" "Sect martial arts exhibition?" Yang Kai frowned. At this time, the man in white who had not spoken until now suddenly said, 3 months ago, there was an internal competition among the disciples of my temple. Only the top 20 disciples in the competition were qualified to enter the Four Seasons realm. Shui was ranked 15th. So it's Brother Shui. Yang Kai finally knew the burly man's name. He curiously looked at the white-clothed man and asked, "How should I address you?" "This is Brother Xiao Bai Yi." Shui coldly snorted. "I'm curious." Brother Zhao's ranking in the sex martial arts exhibition was? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Brother Xiao was ranked second. Shui spoke with a complacent expression. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly shouted sternly, "Bastard kid, don't even think about changing the topic. I asked senior brother Xiao to accompany me here today to tell you that if you want to snatch the quota from me, then you have to ask me first. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with Elder Gao's support. Be careful, or I'll crush your head." As he spoke, he opened his big fan-like hand. He fiercely clenched it and threatened Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then what will it take for Brother Shui to agree to give up this spot?" "It's very simple," Xiao Baiyi said lightly. "Our spots are all obtained through the sex martial arts exhibition. In other words, the strong will get it. If you can kill Junior Brother Shui, then your spot will naturally be deserved. I don't think the others will say anything." "Yes." Shui nodded fiercely. "Kill me, or be killed by me. The person who lives will have the spot." "That's not good." Yang Kai showed hesitation. These two guys spoke so crudely that it made him feel uneasy. If he was killed by Shui, nothing would happen, but if he killed Shui, he was afraid that he would make a big mess. "There's nothing wrong with it." Xiao Baiyi's expression was still indifferent. "Or are you afraid? Why is Brother Xiao trying to provoke me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Haha, if you are really afraid, it's not too late to leave Azure Sun Mountain Range now. With your weak First Order Dao Source Realm cultivation, this sir is really worried that he will accidentally kill you." Shui laughed arrogantly. "AI." Yang Kai sighed and said, "I understand why you two are here." He didn't expect that just asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm would cause such trouble. If possible, he naturally didn't want to fight with the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple. But seeing Shui so aggressive, he couldn't solve this matter even if he tolerated it. After all, he had promised Qin Chaoyang and used the Jade Beggar token left by that master. So he had to go to the Four Seasons realm. "Since you two are so kind, then this Yang will accept. Brother Xiao, please be a witness to the outcome of this matter. Don't worry." Xiao Baiyi was a little surprised to see Yang Kai agree. He thought that if he and Shui came in person and threatened the other party, wouldn't they be scared witless and run away? But the result of this matter was not like that. He said lightly, "I agreed with Junior Brother Shui to come here this time to witness this matter. No matter how you two win or lose, or if you are in danger, I will not intervene. Brother Xiao seems to be a trustworthy person." Yang Kai grinned. "Then I'll have to trouble you. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't die too easily. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will not be good for the temple's reputation." Xiao Baiyi narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void, two beautiful figures were hiding, quietly watching the situation below. Chen Qian said, "This young guy, he's got guts." Facing Shui, who is one realm higher than him, he didn't even flinch. "Guts have nothing to do with strength," Gao Shueting said lightly. While speaking, she suddenly looked up at the void, curled her lips and snorted. "You're not doing your job. Coming to watch the show for such a trivial matter. What a scandal." Chen Qian heard this and also looked in that direction, pursing her lips and smiling. "Temple Master, I'm afraid you're bored." At this moment, when Zishan's voice sounded in the ears of the two women, "Are the two beauties interested in drinking with this Temple Master? This Temple Master has specially prepared." "Not interested. We don't want to go." The two women didn't wait for him to finish his words and simply refused, leaving no room for discussion. When Zishan was stunned for a moment, looking heartbroken and sighed deeply. "Drinking without a companion. Life is not going to go your way. Be serious, or I'll go over and flip your table." Gao Shueting looked over there coldly. One Zishan slapped his face and said in despair, "How did I raise you to have such a cold personality? You're not like me at all." Gao Shueting snorted. "Are you my father or something? Why should I be like you?" When Zishan was speechless, the corner of Gao Shueting's mouth raised, revealing a subtle smile. "Brother Xiao, he agreed to fight me, right?" Shui turned his head and asked. "He agreed." Xiao Baiyi nodded. "Then can I make my move?" Shui asked again. He didn't wait for Xiao Baiyi to answer at all. As soon as he said this, he rushed directly in front of Yang Kai and threw a punch at Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was fast, he didn't expect this simple-minded gorilla-like man to be so cunning. In a moment of carelessness, the other party's fist had already arrived in front of him. The fist was raging, and a strong destructive force lingered on it, condensing at one point and blooming with a cold light. Startled, Yang Kai could only step back a few steps and retreat. Shui Yi's huge body showed an unnatural agility, like a maggot attached to a bone. He maintained a very close distance with Yang Kai and sneered, "Boy, if you can survive, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist slammed into Yang Kai's face. Accompanied by an explosive sound, a violent force raged out, and Yang Kai's body flew back uncontrollably, crashing directly into the wall of the palace, creating a big hole in the solid wall. Hong long long. A series of noises came from inside the palace, as if Yang Kai had been smashed into several walls. After a while, the noise gradually disappeared. Boring. Shui Yi swung his big fist and snorted coldly, not even looking in the direction of Yang Kai. "Brother Xiao, let's go." Xiao Bai didn't move, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward, his gaze so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Suddenly his expression changed and he shouted, "It's not over yet." Shui Yi heard this and turned his head sharply. From the hole in the wall, a person slowly walked out. As he walked, he swung his two arms, grimacing in pain as if he was complaining about his pain. "You blocked it in the nick of time." Wen Zishan squinted and looked down, praising, "Good reaction." At that moment, Wen Zishan clearly saw Yang Kai suddenly cross his arms and block in front of him. Shui Yi's earth-shattering blow directly hit his arms and did not hit his head. Otherwise, with his brutal strength, Yang Kai would have fainted even if his head was not blown off. "His physique is very strong, this young brat." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes also narrowed. Chen Qian said, "I remember that Shui Yi cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body, right?" Gao Shueting nodded. "He started cultivating it when he was in the Origin King realm. If I'm not wrong, he should have cultivated it to the 6th stage. In terms of physical strength, he is the best among all the Dao Source Realm disciples, except for that person." He took Shui Yi's blow head-on and didn't seem to be injured. This young brat should have also cultivated a body-tempering secret art. Chen Qian said thoughtfully. Chapter 21-28. Little Shueting, how about we make a bet? At this moment, Wen Zishan suddenly transmitted his voiceover. "What bet?" Gao Shueting turned her head and looked over. "Let's bet on who will win." Wen Zishan smiled slightly and pointed below. "What's the bet?" Gao Shueting asked coldly. Let me think." Wen Zishan showed a thoughtful look. "Oh right, little Shueting, haven't you always wanted to enter the door of life and death? If you win, this king will allow you to enter." "Are you serious?" Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes narrowed as she shouted. On the side, Chen Qian, who heard the words door of life and death, also had a change in expression. "When has this king ever lied to you?" Wen Zishan showed a harmless smile as he spoke. Gao Shueting stared at Wen Zishan as if she wanted to see into his heart, but the other party still maintained that warm and dazzling smile. After a while, Gao Shueting finally moved her gaze away and said, "Indeed, although you are always sloppy and don't do proper work, you don't have the temperament and demeanor of a sect master." Wen Zishan's face darkened as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "After hearing your evaluation, this king feels useless." Gao Shueting changed the topic and said, "But you really haven't lied to anyone. Is this the only good thing about this king?" Wen Zishan looked dejected. "Then what do you want if you win?" Gao Shueting asked coldly. Wen Zishan chuckled as his bright eyes swept over Gao Shueting a few times. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and her face was slightly red. She snorted. "Quickly put away your dirty thoughts. Be careful, or I'll gouge your eyes out." "What are you thinking?" Wen Zishan laughed. "Well, how about this? If I win, you promise me a small request that is not against your principles and is not too excessive." "A small request? What kind of request?" Gao Shueting asked warily. "Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it, okay?" Wen Zishan laughed. Sister Gao, don't be fooled. We don't know what the temple master is trying to do. Chen Qian kindly reminded her, afraid that Gao Shueting would be rash and fall into Wen Zishan's trap. I know. Gao Shueting nodded. As he spoke, he turned his head to look down and continued. But he has to win this bet first. Otherwise, there's no point in saying anything. While speaking, she nodded at Wen Zishan. Okay, I agree. It's a deal. Wen Zishan chuckled. Don't go back on your word. You'd better prepare the pass to enter the gate of life and death for me first. Chen Qian sighed with a helpless look. She didn't think that Yang Kai could defeat Xue Yi, who was ranked 15th in the Dao Source realm in the entire Azure Sun Temple. However, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. Although the temple master was not serious in all kinds of ways, he was still very reliable at critical moments. Chen Qian did not think that Wen Zishan would really let Gao Shueting enter the door of life and death, so he should have a lot of confidence in this bet. Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked down. Below, Xue Yi looked at Yang Kai, who was walking over step by step, with a slight surprise and grinned. Why can't you just lie there obediently? Why do you have to come out? You're courting death. Friend, you're quite insidious. I've learned my lesson. Yang Kai snorted. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Boy, do a good job and beat your opponent down. This king can promise you a request that is not too excessive. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was stunned, because this voice was clearly the voice of the Azure Sun Temple Master Wen Zishan. He had just seen this man a few days ago, so he was naturally familiar with his voice. Moreover, in this Azure Sun Temple headquarters, no one would dare to impersonate Wen Zishan and send him a message. In other words, the one who sent him the message was Wen Zishan himself? What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense. He glanced around but did not find any trace of Wen Zishan. A sect master actually secretly sent a message to an outsider, asking him to work hard and beat the elite disciple of his own sect. If such a funny thing did not happen to Yang Kai himself, he would not believe it. Moreover, Wen Zishan actually said that he could promise him a request that was not too excessive. What did this mean? Even though Yang Kai was shrewd, he could not understand the whole story. And just at the moment when he was absent-minded, a fierce attack had already arrived in front of him. What are you thinking? You dare to be distracted in front of a great enemy. Don't look down on people. Xue Yi's words came along with the attack. It was still the same rough punch. The fist was wrapped in a strong wind vortex, as if it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. Great enemy? Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at Xue Yi with cold eyes, revealing a kind of disdain. In the face of the earth-shattering blow, he did not dodge and met it with a punch of his own. Boom! A loud noise came out and the sky trembled. The ground where the two of them were standing suddenly caved in, forming a huge circular crater. The ground was torn apart, and spider web-like cracks crisscrossed the ground. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk above the fists. The source chi of the two collided, making a harsh sound. The surrounding gravel and dirt were affected and slowly floated into the air as if weightless. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the space was distorted several times. You've got some skill. Xue Yi's thick eyebrows rose slightly as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him. Just now he sent Yang Kai flying with a punch, so he thought that his opponent was just SOSO, but now that they really fought, he found that his opponent was very strong. Although he was a minor realm lower than himself, it seemed that he would not be so easy to defeat. Not far away, Xiao Baiyi also showed a look of astonishment, his expression changing slightly. You also have some skills. Yang Kai replied, the corners of his mouth rising as he sneered. Mouth! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his other fist. It swung in an arc. It blasted toward Xue Yi's cheek. Xue Yi was not afraid. He just snorted coldly and raised his arm to block the attack. He did not stop at all. His arm flicked leisurely, taking advantage of the gap between Yang Kai's attack. He launched another attack. Yang Kai's reaction was naturally not slow. He retracted his fist into a palm and placed it in front of his neck. When Xue Yi's attack arrived, he clenched his fist fiercely, as if he wanted to crush his opponent's fist. Naive. Xue Yi sneered. His body leaned back slightly, and his foot shot out like a cannonball, kicking Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai's elbow slammed down. Before his attack arrived, it was dissolved. The two of them fought like a flash of lightning, directly in close combat, quickly probing, attacking, and counterattacking. Their movements were smooth and without any pattern. It was dazzling. It was breathtaking. A trace of solemnity finally appeared in Xiao Baiyi's eyes. Although he was ranked second in the sex martial arts exhibition, if he were to fight Xue Yi in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But that Kai Yang was able to fight evenly with Xue Yi, evenly matched. In other words, in terms of close combat in the territory, his level was the same as Xue Yi's. What made it difficult for Xiao Baiyi to accept was that Yang Kai was only at the level of the first order Dao Source realm. 1 minor realm lower than Xue Yi, 2 minor realms lower than him. Which corner did this guy pop out from? He and Xue Yi were the elites of Azure Sun Temple. Asterisk prung pung pung. Asterisk in front of the palace, 2 figures crisscrossed, moving back and forth. They did not use any artifacts or secret techniques. Only the collision of their flesh and source chi. The rough fighting style bloomed with a wild beauty, dazzling people who watched. Deep pits appeared on the ground one after another, and the void collapsed due to the violent power. The battlefield shifted several times, and the entire lonely peak was a mess. Sister Gao. Chen Qian was stunned. Although she was shocked that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability, she was more worried about the bet between Gao Shueting and the unscrupulous temple master. If this guy surnamed Yang really won, who knew what kind of shameful things he would ask Gao Shueting to do with his bad taste? Damn it, I misjudged him. Gao Shueting also gritted her teeth and glared fiercely in the direction of Wen Zishan, only to see him leisurely drinking wine and eating spirit fruits with an expression of victory on his face. This made her sullen mood even worse. Do you think you've won? Gao Shueting said coldly. In that case, don't blame me for using my trump card. Having said that, she stared down again and moved her divine sense slightly. Down below, Xue Yi, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Kai, suddenly showed a look of horror and shouted, "No!" At this moment, he seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and his whole person showed a frightened expression. Yang Kai did not care what happened to him, and directly punched him in the face. Xue Yi screamed and his body flew high like a kite with a broken string. Blood flowed out of his nostrils in midair, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ha! Xiao Baiyi looked at this scene in amazement. He really did not understand what had happened to Xue Yi just now. How could he be hit by Yang Kai in a situation where they were evenly matched? It seems like he's more of a hindrance than a help. Wen Zishan smiled at Gao Shueting gloatingly in the void. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, "Don't talk nonsense, just wait and see." Wen Zishan was rebuffed, but he did not care. After all, he had always been shameless. On the other side, Xue Yi, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. He stretched out his hand and wiped the bottom of his nose. He grinned and said, "I don't want to be locked up for half a year. Ancient Black Peak is not a place for people to stay." "What nonsense are you talking about? Did you get beaten, silly?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "I just want to say you're finished." Xue Yi's eyes suddenly burst with an extremely dangerous light, and his whole body bloomed with a faint light. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now, I might accidentally kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the light on his body suddenly became brighter, accompanied by a shocking roar. His exposed skin and flesh suddenly became as hard as steel, glowing with a metallic luster. Chapter 21-29. At the same time, Xue Yi's aura was rising steadily. He was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but he was exuding a tyrannical aura comparable to a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xue Yi, who had changed greatly, and smiled slightly. Body tempering technique. While speaking, he shot out 2 source chi bursts toward Xue Yi. This was just a test. Xue Yi obviously saw it and did not dodge. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk 2 sounds rang out. When the attack landed on Xue Yi, it was as if it had hit steel, making a crisp sound. Not only that, but sparks also sputtered. "It's useless. In front of my Vajra Heavenly King physique, All your attacks are futile. Shui raised his head slightly and said to Yang Kai in a condescending manner, whether it's futile or not, you will know soon. Yang Kai did not want to waste time with him. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shui Yi's eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. At that moment he lost track of Yang Kai. The other party's speed was beyond his imagination. But as an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not panic. He instinctively stretched out a big fan-like hand and grabbed behind him. Over there, Yang Kai's figure appeared as expected. It was as if he had walked into a trap and slammed into his big hand. A smirk appeared at the corner of Shui Yi's mouth as he stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled. Accompanied by a muffled roar, an earth dragon suddenly shot out from the ground and shot towards Yang Kai, intending to kill him. Above the earth dragon, the power of principle lingered. Obviously, it was a secret technique that Shui Yi cultivated. The earth dragon was extremely fast. In a breath, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. At this time, Yang Kai was standing in the air and was about to launch a sneak attack on Shui Yi, so there was no time or space to dodge. The earth dragon opened its mouth and bit Yang Kai, then exerted force. Yang Kai's body was directly broken in two. Shui Yi didn't feel happy or relaxed after he succeeded. Instead, he looked startled. In that instant, he didn't feel like he had been attacked. As he looked over, sure enough, the body that had been bitten in half had turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. It was just an afterimage. Not good. Shui shouted in a low voice as he hurriedly looked ahead. He didn't know when Kai Yang had appeared in front of him, lowering his body. His gaze was sharp and firm as he aimed at his lower abdomen. With a slight shake of his fists, he turned into countless afterimages. Bang bang bang. Shui Yi's tall body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he kept retreating. Halos of power kept bursting out from his lower abdomen. A violent sound rang out. Vajra. Barrier. Shui Yi suddenly roared. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared around him, wrapping around him like a cylinder. After using this defensive secret technique, Yang Kai clasped his fists together and smashed downwards. Boom! Dust splashed and a huge crater appeared on the ground. But Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. More than 100 feet away, Yang Kai stood quietly with a thoughtful look on his face. After refining the true dragon's blood, dragon bone and dragon pearl, my strength and reflexes seem to have increased a lot. Perhaps, it is also the effect of the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup. After all, although I drank it at that time, it was not completely refined and was only stored in my flesh and blood, he secretly thought. In the past he would never be able to cause harm to an enemy like Shui Yi in such a way. But now, on the opposite side, Shui Yi seemed to be unscathed, but his aura seemed to be a little chaotic. There was even a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Xiao Baiyi's heart was in turmoil. In the sex martial arts exhibition 3 months ago, he had faced Shui Yi head-on, so he naturally knew the power of the Vajra Heavenly King body. Even if he wanted to break through that impregnable defense, it would not be easy. That battle was still fresh in his memory. He had spent a full 2 hours and used all his means to defeat Shui Yi. But now Yang Kai was able to injure Shui Yi just by relying on brute force. So did he still have some strength left in the previous battle? When this thought came to his mind, Xiao Baiyi was almost confused. This person was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. He either hid his true cultivation, or had an extraordinary background. Xiao Baiyi secretly guessed in his heart. Brother Shui, not bad. You've cultivated a good ability to take a beating. Yang Kai stood not far away and smiled at Shui Yi. Shui Yi had long lost his previous arrogance and carelessness. Since he was injured, he realized that the situation was not right. He had cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body to the 6th level, and even those in the Emperor realm in the sect praised his physical strength. Now he was injured by an unknown first-order Dao source realm. If someone had told him that this would happen before, he would probably have just laughed it off. But the truth was right in front of him. However, Yang Kai said, his eyes sharpening again, you can only take a beating, but you can't win against me. Don't boast so shamelessly. Shui Yi became angry, the corners of his eyes twitching fiercely, and his expression suddenly became ferocious as he shouted. If you really die later, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious force burst out from his body, and his already burly figure suddenly grew taller. The muscles on his body bulged, and the metallic luster became more dazzling, blooming a dazzling white light. He stomped his feet and a light flashed on his fists. He summoned a knuckle-like artifact, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, and rushed towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the white light on his body spread out layer by layer, lingering around the peak, turning the whole world into a white world. Not good, he's really going all out. Zishan narrowed his eyes and looked down, secretly preparing to intervene if the situation went wrong. After all, Shui was an elite disciple of the sect, and Yang Kai was a guest. No matter who died in this battle, it was not something he wanted to see. It's a bit surprising that this kid surnamed Yang could force Shui to this extent. Chen Qian was slightly surprised. He's also a talent. I wonder if Temple Master has any plans to accept him into the sect. It's not impossible to accept him into the sect. It's just that. Just what? It's just that I have a feeling that I've seen this kid surnamed Yang somewhere before, and he's very dangerous. Chen Qian looked at Gao Shueting in amazement, not understanding what she was talking about. At this moment, in the white world, a 5-colored light suddenly bloomed. The 5-colored light was dazzling. It was like a sharp blade that cut a hole in the white world. The power of the 5 elements. Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows, a look of surprise on her face. She felt the power of the 5 elements from the 5-colored light, which countered and reinforced each other, circulating endlessly. The whole world seemed to be left with only the battle between the 5-colored light and the white world. The hole that was cut expanded for a while, and from it came Shui's unwilling roar and Yang Kai's continuous groan. The battle between the two had obviously entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Baiyi, who was watching the battle from below, he had to use his secret technique to resist the impact of the terrifying power. He grew to this extent in 3 months. Xiao Baiyi was shocked. It seems that Shui is working very hard. He was sure that the current Shui was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. If he had such strength 3 months ago, it was possible for him to rush into the top 10. But even so, that kid named Yang Kai could still compete with him. Leisurely, a low voice sounded. Million sword waves. Moon swallowing wolf chasing moon. As soon as these words fell, countless dazzling sword waves suddenly shot out from the sky. They were all 5-colored and full of the power of the 5 elements, sharp and unstoppable. At the same time, an extraordinary energy fluctuation spread out leisurely. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the white world was suddenly destroyed, leaving behind only a ball of 5-colored light, standing quietly in mid-air. Shui's body was full of wounds. He fell from the sky with a look of unwillingness and helplessness. His face was extremely pale, and his originally metallic body had lost its previous luster. The brass knuckles artifact on his hands were also dim. Seeing that Shui was about to fall heavily to the ground, Xiao Baiyi hurriedly swayed, and came under him to catch him. He checked Shui's injuries and found that he was fine. He had just consumed too much energy, so he was relieved. Raising his head again, Xiao Baiyi stared coldly at Yang Kai in the air, his eyes fixed on the broad long sword in his hand as he coldly snorted. An emperor artifact? Yang Kai grinned. Relying on the suppression of an emperor artifact, what kind of skill is that? Xiao Baiyi said with a look of contempt. Yang Kai asked curiously, he can use an artifact, but I can't? If you have the ability, then fight junior brother Shui on equal footing. Xiao Baiyi's disdain deepened. In his opinion, the reason why Yang Kai could suddenly win was entirely because of the power of an emperor artifact. If he really relied on his own ability, he might not be able to defeat Shui. If you have the ability, then ask him to find an emperor artifact to fight me, Yang Kai said with a proud look on his face. Very good. Xiao Baiyi seemed to be quite angry as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, you win this battle. I hope you can come back from the 4 Seasons realm alive. After saying so, he no longer bothered to pay attention to Yang Kai, carried Shui on his back and flew off. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at the void and said, is this enough? In the void, a figure flashed and Wen Zishan appeared, staring curiously at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand and asked, "Boy, where did you get that emperor artifact? It's not something you can find on the streets." "None of your business." Wen Zishan choked on his words and couldn't help rolling his eyes, but soon his expression changed and he said solemnly, "You've put a lot of thought into this. You actually saw that the longer Shui was in this state, the more dangerous it would be. Perhaps he would lose his mind and directly use an emperor artifact to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, you were misunderstood. I just enjoyed the pleasure of being suppressed by an emperor artifact." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Hehe, Xiao Bai is not as easy to deal with as Shui. The words he said before he left are very concerning. Perhaps he will attack you in the Four Seasons realm. Do you want this king to explain to him?" Chapter 2130. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Wen Zishan smiled and did not get angry. After thinking for a while he said, "Then, do you want this king to help you refine this emperor artifact? I see that your compatibility with this emperor artifact is very low. You can't even unleash its power. You don't have much time left. If this king helps, I guarantee that you will be able to unleash 1/10 of its power after entering the Four Seasons realm. You will be invincible in the sealed world. What do you think?" He had an earnest expression on his face, as if he was going to give Yang Kai a huge benefit. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at him mockingly. "Temple Master One, are you so eager for me to make a request?" Wen Zishan heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you saw through me." Yang Kai laughed. "This junior will consider your request carefully. When the time comes, I will come to Temple Master One to fulfill it." He understood that Wen Zishan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Although this person gave him a somewhat unreliable feeling, such a master always kept his promises. He promised that he could make a request that was not too excessive after defeating Shui, so he would definitely fulfill it. Yang Kai did not have anything to ask for at the moment, so it was better not to mention it and save it for later use. Who knows, it might be of great help at a critical moment. This brat is too insidious and cunning. Wen Zishan said hatefully, but soon he showed an indifferent expression and waved his hand. "Forget it. You deserve it. Come to Fallen Flower Peak in 7 days. When the time comes, someone will take you along." "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists and bowed. "See you off, Temple Master One." Wen Zishan smiled slightly and his body gradually faded. After a few breaths, he completely disappeared. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the void on the other side. He had a blank look on his face. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding there, but he couldn't find out who it was. However, if the other party was from the Emperor realm, then everything made sense. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to show up, he was probably just here to watch the show. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. He turned around and walked towards the ruined palace. This kid surnamed Yang seems to have discovered us? Chen Qian stared at Yang Kai's back with some surprise and said softly, "It's probably just a suspicion." Gao Shueting said, "His senses are also unusually sharp. This person is very interesting. Sister Gao, do you think he came from that place?" Gao Shueting turned to look at her. Chen Qian said, "If he didn't come from that place, how could he have such strength? He even has an emperor artifact. He's only in the first order Dao source realm." Gao Shueting shook her head. "If it really came from there, there's no way we wouldn't know. However, they were the rising stars of this generation. There are really many capable people." Chen Qian heard this and nodded. "Yes. Princess Lan Sun perfectly inherited the bright moon phantom of the great emperors. I heard that she also advanced to the Dao source realm more than a year ago. This time, she will definitely go to the Four Seasons realm. In Heavenly Martial Holy Land, there seems to be a yin-yang dual body. Although Zhuangbu Fan of Orthodoxy Temple doesn't have a special physique, he is talented and intelligent. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he has seen fighting above his realm as a common occurrence. He has made a name for himself at a young age. and is now in the third-order Tao source realm. Although the two chambers of commerce are mainly businessmen, they have also recruited many outstanding talents in recent years. I suddenly feel that the Southern Territory is already their Southern Territory. I'm already old. Gao Shueting was silent. Obviously, she felt the same way. Yang Kai returned to his room, and naturally sped up the refining of the Emperor artifact. Wen Zishan had already made it clear that they would gather at Luoying Peak in 7 days, so there wasn't much time left for him. While comprehending the insights left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, he strengthened the connection between himself and the myriad sword. Wen Zishan was right about one thing. Right now, he couldn't even display the slightest power of the myriad sword. Being able to severely injure Shui Yi in one move was mostly due to his own strength, and only a small part of it was due to the power of the Emperor artifact. Time passed slowly, and a few days passed by. On this day, Yang Kai was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly, his expression changed and he opened his eyes. At the same time, an unusual tidal force surged between heaven and earth. This force was so powerful and mysterious that it was unpredictable. Listening carefully, he could vaguely hear some strange sounds. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he arrived outside the hall in a flash. The sky was dim, and the earth was hazy. A huge shadow covered the sky, as if a behemoth was flying above. Yang Kai looked up, and was immediately stunned. In the sky, a huge white bird was flying slowly. The white bird's appearance was ordinary. At first glance, it looked like a pigeon that had been magnified countless times, but the pressure coming from its body was as heavy as a mountain. What is this? A divine spirit? Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. Looking at the direction the giant pigeon was flying, it seemed to be flying towards the main peak of Azure Sun Mountain Range. Xiao xiao xiao. One figure after another appeared from all directions. Clearly, they were all alarmed by this power. On the main peak, Wen Zishan's figure flashed and appeared strangely. He stared at the giant pigeon flying towards him, and a rare solemn expression appeared on his usually frivolous face. After a short while, the giant pigeon flew above Wen Zishan. With a flash of brilliance, the giant pigeon suddenly became the size of an ordinary pigeon, and the astonishing pressure and power fluctuations disappeared in an instant. The white pigeon did not stop and flew straight towards Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had no intention of stopping or moving, and just stood in place. When it was only about 10 feet away from Wen Zishan, the white pigeon suddenly burst into pieces, turning into spots of fluorescent light that wrapped around Wen Zishan's body. The fluorescent light slowly seeped into Wen Zishan's skin and gradually disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The people who followed the white pigeon appeared one after another beside Wen Zishan. They were the masters of the Emperor realm of Azure Sun Temple. Qiu Ran frowned as he stared at the changes in Wen Zishan's expression without saying a word. Chun Qian and Gao Shueting stood side by side, waiting quietly as if they knew something. One of the middle-aged men frowned and whispered to Gao Shueting, "Elder Gao, that thing just now, was it a message from the master?" Gao Shueting nodded. "It should be, but I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes." The middle-aged man looked shocked. The master actually sent a message. It seems there's a great change in this world. Everyone was indifferent and uneasy. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm. And if it were an ordinary matter, it would not be worth their worry, but the current situation was different. A message from the master had appeared in Azure Sun Temple. If there was no major event, the master would not have mobilized so many people. And now, the only one who could know the accurate news was Wen Zishan himself. So they all looked at Wen Zishan, wanting to know what had happened. But from the changes in Wen Zishan's expression, they could not see any clues at all. They were anxious but helpless. After a while, Wen Zishan let out a sigh and whispered, "There's such a thing." Temple Master. Qiu Ran was the first to speak up, but when he was about to ask, Wen Zishan interrupted him and explained, "The Master of Heaven's Revelations sent a message. This time, the situation in the Four Seasons realm has changed." Heaven's Revelations. Great Emperors. The middle-aged man who spoke before could not help but exclaim in excitement, "It's really Heaven's Revelations, Great Emperors." Among the 10 great emperors, except for a few who had founded sects and were in charge of their sects, most of them were elusive. For example, the great emperors of the secular world could transform into thousands of incarnations and play around in the world. Maybe a sloppy beggar on the side of the road in the cold wind was the incarnation of the great emperors of the secular world. If someone could gain their favor, they would have a great fortune. Heaven's revelations, great emperors of the secular world were also unpredictable. Since he was called Heaven's revelations, he naturally had skills that other great emperors did not have. Heaven's revelations, great emperors, could see the past and see the future. Among all the great emperors, he was the most mysterious in terms of divine technique. Although many people in the world knew that he lived in the Heaven's secret valley, very few people knew where it was located. Even the territory of Heaven's secret valley in the star boundary was unknown. The Four Seasons realm. Why would the master of Heaven's revelations come out? Xiao looked confused. Although the Four Seasons realm's secret territory was relatively famous in the Southern Territory, it did not involve the entire star territory. According to the nature of Heaven's revelations, great emperors should not care about the opening of such a mid-level secret territory. So the situation has changed. When Zishan frowned. This time, the Four Seasons realm has a connection with the Shattered Star Sea. What? Qiu Ran exclaimed. Shattered Star Sea. Gao Shueting's pretty face also changed slightly. The Shattered Star Sea was also a top-secret place. Few people knew its specific location. Only the masters of the Emperor realm knew that the Shattered Star Sea flowed in the space crevice of the star boundary and had no fixed location. The Shattered Star Sea was the burial place of the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. It could even be said that it was because of the death of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor that the Shattered Star Sea was born. It was rumored that the Shattered Star Sea contained the mysteries of becoming great emperors, as well as many secrets and divine technique of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Such a place was very attractive to the people of the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, the Emperor realm cultivator could not enter the Shattered Star Sea at all. It seemed that the masters of the Emperor realm were repelled by the world principles there. So only Dao Source realm cultivators could enter. Every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, the entire star boundary would become active. The great sects would send their disciples to enter in an attempt to find the mysteries and opportunities left behind by the great emperors, eager to achieve unprecedented achievements. The Shattered Star Sea was a secret territory that was much more important than the Four Seasons realm. Chapter 2131. With Wen Zishan's explanation, everyone immediately understood why the mere opening of the Four Seasons realm could alarm the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was annihilated, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations were also involved. It was thanks to his divine technique that he was able to calculate the whereabouts of the great emperors of Heaven-devouring Great Emperor and see through his end. Otherwise, who would dare to act rashly in the face of the number one master of the star boundary? Wasn't that courting death? What did the master of Heaven's revelations say? Gao Shueting asked nervously. When Zishan said, "It's actually not that serious. It's just that the appearance of a star seal in the Four Seasons realm is a bit unpredictable." Star seal? Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows. The voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. But I know what you want to say. Wen Zishan waved his hand. Over the years, the star seal has appeared randomly before the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, so we didn't expect that the star seal would appear in a certain sealed world. But this time, it's probably a coincidence that the opening of the Four Seasons realm happened. Anyway, it's something that appears randomly. Since we received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, let the disciples work hard to find it. The number of star seals is related to the number of disciples who can enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future, so we can't be careless. Now that you mention it, Lord Temple Master, it does make sense. Qiu Ran thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, pass down the order and let the disciples work harder. By the way, Master, since our Azure Sun Temple received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, other forces Those with a little strength will definitely get it, Wen Zishan said. In that case, in order to compete for the Star Seal, the Four Seasons realm will be in danger. This time, it's an experience for the Four Seasons realm. I'm afraid it will be several times more dangerous than in previous years. Qiu Ran couldn't help but show a worried look. Wen Zishan smiled and said, young sprouts will always have to go through trials and tribulations. They won't be able to grow if we give them too much care. Temple Master is right, Qiu Ran said respectfully. All right, since things have changed, let's set off earlier. Pass down the order. Everyone will gather and depart tomorrow morning. Wen Zishan turned to look at Gao Shueting. He said. Yes, Gao Shueting replied. Wen Zishan grinned again and said, Elder Gao, don't forget what you promised me. Gao Shueting's pretty face changed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, do you really have to do this? Wen Zishan chuckled. What? Do you want to go back on your word? That's not good, a man can't live without his word. Gao Shueting said bitterly, I understand. I definitely won't call you master of the palace hall. I'm just disappointed. At the end of her speech, she looked like she was gnashing her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with accusations of blood and tears. I'll wait and see. Wen Zishan laughed, seeming to be in a good mood, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone cast puzzled glances at Gao Shueting, not knowing what happened between her and the temple master. Sister Gao, Chen Qian said worriedly. You don't have to say anything. We'll know tomorrow. Gao Shueting's mood was extremely bad, and her emotions were somewhat abnormal. Her chest was heaving violently, and she had no desire to explain herself. All right then. At night, Yang Kai received the news that they were to gather at Luoying Peak the next day. To his surprise, the person who brought him the news was actually Xiao Baiyi. After the other party left a cold sentence, he left immediately. He didn't even have the intention to talk to him. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this, but he vaguely guessed that the early gathering had something to do with what happened during the day. The next day he woke up early and went straight in the direction of Luoying Peak. After a while, he arrived at the square on the peak. Many people had already gathered here, including Dao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. Qiu Ran and Chen Qian, whom Yang Kai met last time, were among them. Seeing him arrive, they just glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention to him. Those Dao Source Realm disciples, on the other hand, were looking at Yang Kai curiously. It seemed that the news of the battle between Yang Kai and Shui had already spread, so everyone was very interested in him. After realizing that he was really only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, a few people couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Xiao Baiyi also stood in the crowd, not even looking at Yang Kai. Having never met these people before, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't ask for a snub, so he casually found a corner where no one was around and stood there quietly waiting. Speaking of which, since coming to the Star Boundary, it was the first time he had seen a gathering of disciples from a large sect, but he boasted that he was not weaker than others, so he didn't feel inferior. Just as he was waiting quietly, he suddenly noticed that someone was walking towards him. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, looking at him with a smile. Not only was this young man ordinary in appearance, but he was also dressed very casually, without any temperament. If such a person was thrown into a crowd, no one would pay much attention to him. But when he walked towards them, the disciples who were originally gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other, suddenly became completely silent, and all of them turned their gazes towards this direction. Even several masters from the Emperor Realm paid attention to this scene, and the girl named Chen Qian even showed a worried expression. The young man came to a stop not far from Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and showed a bright and gentle smile. Are you the outsider who defeated Shui? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, and as he introduced himself, his divine sense swept over this person without leaving a trace. But what made Yang Kai's expression change slightly was that he couldn't detect the strength of this person's cultivation. After his divine sense swept over him, it was as if this guy didn't exist. If it weren't for the fact that he could see him with the naked eye, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that there was no one in front of him. This guy was definitely not as ordinary as he looked on the surface. Combining the reactions of those disciples and the people from the emperor realm, Yang Kai secretly deduced. The young man smiled slightly. So it's Brother Yang. And my name is Xiaosheng. Brother Xia, are you looking for me? Yang Kai skipped the greetings and went straight to the point, secretly vigilant in his heart. Nothing, just casually chatting. Xiaosheng still maintained his bright smile. I heard that Shui was in your hands, so I'm a little interested in you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Brother Xia, are you planning to avenge your fellow disciple? Huh? Xiaosheng laughed loudly, as if there was no one around, and waved his hand. Brother Yang, it's not good for you to think that way. I don't have such intentions, but, although Shui is a bit of trash, to be able to defeat him with a cultivation level lower than his, Brother Yang should have some real ability. At this point, Xiaosheng's expression suddenly froze, and his entire temperament and demeanor underwent a great change, becoming arrogant and confident. People like you and me are destined to dominate this world in the future, and become the overlords of this world. Let those old fellows eat shit. Yang Kai's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth kept twitching, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Sure enough, an explosive shout came from the side. Bastard! Qiu Ran looked like he was bristling with anger as he yelled at Xiaosheng. If you dare to talk nonsense again, see if this seat doesn't tear your mouth. Vice Temple Master, Master. Xiaosheng once again returned to his ordinary appearance and panicked. Disciple didn't mean you. And that's not what I meant. Please calm down. Qiu Ran seemed to know this guy's nature, so he didn't really mean to teach him a lesson. He just cried inside. The upper beam is not upright, the lower beam is crooked. Who was this upper beam he was talking about? Xiaosheng looked at Yang Kai again and smiled. Let me introduce myself again. Hello Brother Yang, my name is Xiaosheng, first place in this sex martial arts exhibition. I guessed it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Bai, whom he met last time, was second place in the sex martial arts exhibition. And Yang Kai felt that Xiaosheng was stronger than Xiao Bai, so naturally he was first. You and I should have many opportunities to meet in the future, so let's work hard together. Xiaosheng said. Good. I hope Brother Xia won't fall too far behind. Yang Kai smiled evilly. The smile on Xiaosheng's face faded slightly, but soon, it returned to its original appearance and grinned. Interesting, interesting. Brother Yang is really a wonderful person, much more interesting than Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, who was not far away, suddenly said angrily. Who are you calling Xiao Bai? Do you believe that I won't duel with you right now? Xiaosheng shrugged with a helpless expression. At this moment, a purple light flashed. One Zishan appeared in front of everyone. He raised his eyes and glanced around, then asked curiously, the leader, Elder Gao, hasn't arrived yet. Chen Qian stepped forward and replied, Sister Gao should be here soon. Women are so troublesome. One Zishan muttered to himself. After that he suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled. She's here. He didn't know why, but at this moment he revealed a look of great anticipation, and his eyes shone brightly. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a white light shooting from there at an extremely fast speed. After a short while, the white light landed in front of everyone, and when the brilliance dissipated, Gao Shueting's beautiful figure was revealed. Elder Gao, all the disciples have gathered, you see. Qiu Ran stepped forward and said to Gao Shueting. After all, Gao Shueting was fully in charge of this trip to the Four Seasons Realm sealed world, and she would also be the one to lead the disciples to the entrance. However, due to some accidents, there were still some things to inform everyone before they left, especially about the star seal. But before Qiu Ran could finish speaking, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Gao Shueting in a daze, and wailed in his heart. This woman is definitely not Elder Gao. The visual impact was so great that he almost blurted out. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be an elder of our temple? Quickly show your true form. Fortunately, he swallowed his words at the critical moment, but the expression on his face was very interesting. Chapter 2132. Not only Qiu Ran, but Chen Qian's beautiful eyes also widened. She covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. The disciples of the Emperor Realm were the same. They were all dumbfounded. Even the disciples of the Emperor Realm, who could remain calm in the face of a landslide, were shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Shueting. Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Gao Shueting asked lightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile, but her beautiful eyes were full of coldness. An inexplicable chill descended, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Asterisk gudong. Asterisk, the sound of saliva swallowing could be heard one after another. Am I seeing things? Elder Gao, she's actually smiling? A voice suddenly sounded. She's really smiling. Heavens, this disciple has been in the temple for dozens of years, but I've never seen Elder Gao smile. Now that I've finally seen it, I can die without regrets. This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real. This is an illusion, an illusion, an illusion. The group of Dao Source Realm disciples was in a mess. None of them could believe what they were seeing. The reason was actually Gao Shueting's smile. You all seem to have a lot of opinions about this queen. Gao Shueting's smile remained on her face, but for some reason, it seemed very stiff. Hearing the disciples' discussion, she suddenly turned her head to look at them. None of the disciples dared to look at her, and they all looked away. They were afraid of being stared at by her. Sister Gao. Chen Qian took a step forward. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "What's wrong with me?" Gao Shueting smiled sweetly and gritted her teeth. When she replied, her eyes were fixed on Wen Zishan. She said, "I'm very good." Oh, Chen Qian didn't know what to say. Her heart was in a mess. Not to mention the Dao Source Realm disciples. Even she, an elder of the sect who was often with Gao Shueting, saw Gao Shueting smile for the first time today. And that smile didn't seem to disappear, which made her feel strange and terrifying. She couldn't help but shudder. Elder Gao. Qiu Ren couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although Gao Shueting's rare smile made him feel gratified, this frightening expression wasn't as cold as her usual expression. As the Vice Hall Master, he felt that it was necessary for him to step forward and advise her. After some consideration, he said, "Don't force yourself too much." Gao Shueting turned to look at him. His face was still full of smiles as he said, "Forcing myself? I didn't. What, does Master Qiu think that this consort smile is ugly?" "That's not true." Qiu Ren jumped in fright and hurriedly denied it. He quickly changed the topic and said, "The disciples have all gathered. Elder Gao asked to see if there was anything that needed to be said. Tell them about it." "What else do you want to say?" Gao Shueting swept her gaze over the 20 Dao Source Realm cultivator and said straightforwardly, "We'll talk to them on the way. Now let's go." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a mini ship. Her hands formed a seal, and the ship suddenly expanded until it was over 100 feet long before it slowly came to a stop. The ship's design was smooth and exquisite. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the ship, and it was obviously much better than the ship that Yang Kai had obtained before. After all, it was an artifact from the Emperor Realm, so this ship should be a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact. "Everyone get on," Gao Shueting said. The Dao Source Realm cultivator did not dare to hesitate. They all used their movement skills and leaped onto the ship. Yang Kai also mixed in with the crowd and casually found a place to sit cross-legged on the ship. Gao Shueting waited until everyone was in position before her delicate body swayed and came to the deck. Then she slowly turned around with a gloomy and terrifying grin on her face. She stared at Wen Zishan, who had been hiding in the crowd, and said through gritted teeth, "Wait for me to come back. I'll deal with you properly." She looked like she had suffered a great humiliation. She was just short of saying that she would not be human if she did not take revenge. "Bon voyage." Wen Zishan waved his hand, and his body inexplicably trembled slightly. "Humph." Gao Shueting coldly snorted and pushed her source chi. The ship immediately accelerated and flew out of the Azure Sun Mountain range. When the ship gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, a continuous burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Wen Zishan laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He clutched his stomach with both hands and wanted to roll on the ground to relieve his discomfort. He laughed and said, You saw little Shueting, right? Ha 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 ha. It was so interesting. AI, what a scandal. Qiu Ran looked speechless and shook his head sadly. He flicked his sleeve and flew away. Temple Master, please have some self-respect. Another cultivator from the Emperor realm could not stand it anymore and felt ashamed to be associated with this person. You're dead meat. Chen Qian looked at Wen Zishan contemptuously and said, Wait for Sister Gao to come back from the Four Seasons realm. Let's see how she will deal with you. After that, everyone left one after another, leaving Wen Zishan alone to hang on by himself. As he laughed, he also felt quite bored. His expression became solemn as he straightened his body and said to himself sadly, It seems that I haven't seen little Shueting's smile for many years. I really miss it. She was such a playful and clingy child when she was young. How did she suddenly become so independent and cold when she grew up? And, a girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. On the ship, everyone was silent. The 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators all had to silently push their source chi to resist the coldness coming from the front. Gao Shueting had been standing at the front of the deck the entire time. However, she had been exuding a bone-chilling coldness since they set off. It was a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. From time to time, Gao Shueting would let out a nervous chuckle, which made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, who would dare to provoke Gao Shueting? Therefore, no one dared to speak, not even whisper. All of them were holding their breaths and looking down. Azure Sun Temple had 20 slots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Originally, the top 20 Dao Source Realm disciples in the Sex Martial Arts exhibition were the only ones who could enter the Four Seasons realm, but after Shui was defeated by Yang Kai, there was an outsider like Yang Kai. Among these 20 people, 7 were women, and the rest were men. Yang Kai only knew Xiao Bai Yi and Xiaosheng, but he didn't know the names of the others. However, he was too lazy to inquire. His main purpose for this trip to the Four Seasons realm was to find the tribulation fruit. As long as he could find this spirit fruit, it wouldn't be Qin Chaoyang's request. The ship was indeed a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, and it flew very quickly. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. After all, there was a master from the Emperor realm overseeing the Emperor realm, who was in an extremely bad mood. The fierce murderous intent she exuded made any cultivator who sensed it retreat, lest a disaster befall them. This situation lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Gao Shueting, who had been standing at the front of the deck with her back to the crowd, suddenly turned around. Noticing this, everyone's expression froze, and they quickly opened their eyes to look at her, feeling uneasy in the depths of their hearts. But after seeing Gao Shueting's state, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because at this moment, Gao Shueting seemed to have returned to her usual indifferent and cold appearance, and the strange smile on her face had disappeared. Yang Kai heard many people secretly exhaling. Sure enough, this elder Gao is the most reassuring. Xiaosheng patted his chest and said with lingering fear, The previous elder Gao was like a completely different person. It really scared me to death. As soon as he said this, Xiao Baiyi secretly cursed and slapped him in the face. Xiaosheng was stunned and glared at Xiao Baiyi. Xiao Baiyi sneak attacked me? Despicable and shameless. Do you believe that? Before he finished speaking, Xiaosheng couldn't help but shudder. He raised his head stiffly and looked at Gao Shueting, who had strangely appeared in front of him, and was looking down at him condescendingly. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said weakly, Elder Gao, did this disciple say something wrong? Of course not. Gao Shueting replied indifferently. Immediately, she pursed her lips and smiled. This queen who scared you to death. Is this what this queen looks like? Xiaosheng's face turned green. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand and caught Xiaosheng off guard, then threw him out as if he was trash. Her movements were natural and unrestrained, like moving clouds and flowing water. Elder Gao. Xiaosheng's shout came from afar, but his whole body had turned into a small black dot. All right, the annoying guy is no longer here. Gao Shueting clapped her hands casually, glanced at everyone, and said indifferently, But all the disciples she saw lowered their heads and avoided eye contact with her. That idiot! Xiao Bai secretly cursed in his heart. At the same time, he glanced back and saw Xiaosheng chasing after them. As the champion of the sect's martial exhibition, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated, and he quickly caught up with the ship. However, there was a light curtain around the ship, so if Gao Shueting didn't open it, Xiaosheng wouldn't be able to enter no matter what. So he could only stick to the light curtain and keep begging for mercy. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Irritated by his pleas, she waved her hand and cut off the sound. Many people looked at Xiaosheng sympathetically, their hearts filled with sorrow. There is something I need to tell you, Gao Shueting suddenly said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at her intently. This time, the Four Seasons realm is a little different from previous years. Gao Shueting continued. You should have obtained the information about the Four Seasons realm before you set off, so I don't need to say much about it. However, this time, a star seal will appear in the Four Seasons realm. Star seal? Xiao Baiyi's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and said in surprise, a star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea. Gao Shueting glanced at him approvingly and said, yes, it is a star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea. A star seal is a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Those who have a star seal can enter the Shattered Star Sea when it opens. So, this queen needs you to work hard to find a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. This is your primary and only task. Chapter 2133. However, because of the appearance of the star seal, the Four Seasons realm will be much more dangerous than in previous years. So in addition to looking for the star seal, the most important thing for all of you to remember is to ensure your own safety. You are all the future of the sect, and the death of any one of you is a loss to the sect, so this queen wants all of you to retreat safely. Yes, many thanks for Elder Gao's concern. All the disciples responded in unison. Elder Gao, what does the star seal look like? Xiao Baiyi asked. The star seal. Its shape is not fixed, but if you obtain it, it will brand a certain part of your body and turn into a pattern. If you really have the opportunity to obtain it, you will naturally know. Disciple understands. Xiao Baiyi nodded. In addition, the star seal can be transferred. After you bring it out, you can hand it over to the sect. Of course, in return, if any of you obtain a star seal, you will be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future. Everyone heard this and could not help but hold their breath, looking very excited. Then, what if this disciple is lucky enough to obtain 2 or more? Xiao Baiyi asked again. Gao Shueting said. Keep one for yourself and hand the rest to the sect. The sect will give you a corresponding reward. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and said, You too. Me? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yes. Gao Shueting gently nodded. Although you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, since you have occupied a spot in my temple, you naturally have to abide by the rules. All right. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. He could not win against Gao Shueting. It was estimated that when he came out of the Four Seasons realm, Azure Sun Temple would examine his body in detail to see if he had obtained a star seal. That's all I want to say. As for the rest, there is nothing to say. You can do as you please. Gao Shueting did not say anything. After she finished speaking, she returned to the bow of the ship and stood there quietly. She was like a statue, motionless. Outside the ship, Xiaosheng still maintained the same speed as the ship, showing a pitiful look as he opened his mouth and shouted. It looked like he was begging for mercy, but Gao Shueting did not even look at him. Xiaosheng was helpless and could only turn his eyes to Xiao Baiyi, seemingly hoping that Xiao Baiyi would put in a good word for him. Xiao Baiyi decisively turned his head in another direction. On the ship, Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered. He was considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for information on the Four Seasons realm. However, this woman seemed to be a bit temperamental, and because of the previous encounter, Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with her. He didn't want her to see through him. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt someone quietly poke him. He looked back. He noticed a woman sitting not far from him. She was looking at him with pursed red lips. This woman looked to be around 20 years old. but her real age was definitely higher than that. Her figure should be very tall. Her skin was white, her appearance was delicate, and her hair was elegant and moving. "Miss, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "You don't have this, right? This is for you." As the woman spoke, she handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. He scanned it with his divine sense and checked the contents of the jade slip. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, "This is..." What was recorded in this jade slip was information on the Four Seasons realm. Every time the Four Seasons realm opened, Azure Sun Temple would send disciples to enter it, so they were quite familiar with the situation inside. The information recorded in this jade slip not only included the dangerous barriers of the Four Seasons realm, but also the names of various monster beast species, the general division of strength, and even an outline map. He was just considering whether to ask Gao Shueting for such information, but he was a little hesitant. He didn't expect someone to take the initiative to give it to him. Icing on the cake was always better than timely help, so Yang Kai had a good impression of this woman. She probably guessed that he didn't have such a thing, so she quietly gave him a copy. From this point, it was not difficult to see that this woman had a good heart. "Many thanks, young lady. May I ask young lady's name?" Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. The other party had done him a favor, so he had to know her name. Morong Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something more when Xiao Bai suddenly said, "Xiao Xiao, why are you talking nonsense with an outsider?" Morong Xiao Xiao heard this and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai, but she couldn't disobey Xiao Bai, so she could only keep quiet. Yang Kai said, "This Yang will remember young lady's kindness. Small matter." Morong Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and didn't care. "Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai turned to look at Xiao Bai again. "Who are you calling?" Xiao Bai's face suddenly turned cold. "Brother Xiao." Yang Kai changed his words. "Although I am not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, since we are going to enter the Four Seasons realm together, we can be considered companions." "Who is your companion?" Xiao Bai looked disdainful. "You stole Shui Yi's slot. I will settle this with you sooner or later." "Brother Xiao, why are you doing this?" Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. "Maybe you will need my help in the Four Seasons realm." "You?" Xiao Bai coldly snorted. "If there is something this Xiao can't handle, it's useless to ask for your help. If you think so, then I have nothing to say." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that Xiao Bai now bore a grudge against Yang Kai, but this was not surprising as his relationship with Shui Yi was quite good. Yang Kai had snatched Shui Yi's spot, so as his senior brother, it was natural that Xiao Bai would not give him any face. If he were to talk and laugh with him now, there would be a real problem. It was only human nature. Gao Shueting didn't intend to pay attention to the confrontation between these Dao source realms, and just stood quietly in place, controlling the ship to fly. Time flew by and 5 days passed. On this day, a huge valley appeared in front of them. In the valley, there were many figures gathered in groups, as if they were waiting for something. From the crowd, there were even the auras of several masters from the Emperor realm. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's expression shook as he realized that he had arrived at his destination. The information provided by Qin Zhaoyang was similar to what was recorded in the jade slip given by Morong Xiao Xiao. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a nameless valley. This valley was usually unremarkable, and there was nothing special that could attract people's attention. However, before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, there would be a rich concentration of world energy gathering here. When it reached a certain level, the entrance to the sealed world would open, and it would last for 33 days. After 33 days, the entrance would close, and at that time, the cultivator who was still in the Four Seasons realm would not be able to come out. The cultivator who stayed in the valley should be the cultivator who arrived here in advance. From this point of view, Azure Sun Temple was relatively late, because in the valley, the location was better and the place with rich world energy had already been occupied. The ship came slowly, and the cultivator in the valley obviously noticed it and looked up. After seeing the symbol of Azure Sun Temple on the ship, many people's expressions became serious. After all, Azure Sun Temple was considered a top sect in the entire Southern Territory, and this ship alone represented a kind of authority and identity. From the information recorded in the Jade Slip, Yang Kai learned that top sects like Azure Sun Temple had 20 spots to enter the Four Seasons realm. The same was true for Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the Overlord of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace, they had 40 spots, which was twice as many as Azure Sun Temple. The lower-ranked sects had about 10 spots. There were even some sects that only had 3 to 5 slots. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about how these spots were divided, but presumably it had been carefully calculated and coordinated. However, judging from the 400 to 500 people gathered below, there were also a lot of sects in the Southern Territory. Gao Shueting stood at the bow of the ship, and just watched for a while before finding a place to let the ship land. After the disciples got off the ship, she put away the artifact again. "You all rest here and don't cause trouble. This queen is going to find the other master to discuss some things." After leaving this sentence, she turned and left. Everyone seemed to have expected this, so they were not surprised. They took out the things they had prepared in advance from their space rings, and set up tents. Huff! A person suddenly fell from the sky, like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing a big hole in the ground. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that this guy was Xiaosheng, who had been deliberately ignored by Gao Shueting. He had been chasing the ship for a full 5 days, relying only on his own source qi, and not falling behind too much, arriving here at the same time as everyone else. At this moment, even though he was a little out of breath, he showed no signs of exhaustion. "Finally, I made it." Xiaosheng looked weak as he looked at Xiaobai plaintively and said, "Xiaobai, you're too mean." The veins on Xiaobai's forehead throbbed, but he cleverly ignored him. "Brother Yang, you didn't say a good word for me. You made me fly all the way here." Xiaosheng put his hands on his knees and rolled his eyes at Yang Kai. "You're so cold to me. How can we laugh together in the future?" Yang Kai said helplessly, "I'm just an outsider, it's none of my business." "Ha, forget it. You guys are really unreliable." Xiaosheng waved his hand and sat down on the ground, like a dying fish that had finally returned to the water, a satisfied expression on his face. Kai Yang glanced at him, but didn't pay any more attention to him. He found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Obviously, there was still some time before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, and there were many masters here. He didn't want to run around and cause trouble, so he simply sat down and rested where everyone from Azure Sun Temple gathered. Chapter 2134. Time passed slowly, and gradually, more and more cultivators arrived from all over the place. However, there weren't many of them, so they were all cultivators from small sects or families that were relatively far away. After they arrived, they were smart enough to find a place where no one was around to settle down. Those who were familiar with each other would naturally gather in one place, preparing to join forces in the Four Seasons realm, and go all out. Those who could enter the Four Seasons realm were all Dao Source realm cultivators. Origin King realm cultivators were not qualified at all, so they would only be courting death if they entered. However, this did not mean that the Four Seasons realm masters could not enter from the Emperor realm. In fact, the Emperor realm could also enter, but every entry of the Emperor realm would cause some instability in the entrance. Once more than 3 cultivators from the Emperor realm entered, the entrance would close directly. As a result, the few spots for the Emperor realm could not be allocated at all. So under the proposal of Star Soul Palace, the Emperor realm cultivator would not be allowed to enter the Four Seasons realm, lest the entrance close prematurely. Yang Kai learned this information from the jade slip given to him by Murong Xiaoxiao. He recalled the information recorded in the jade slip in his mind, trying to memorize it all while strengthening the connection between himself and Myriad's sword. Although this Emperor artifact would eventually be returned to the Qin family, it should be able to help him a lot in the Four Seasons realm. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a woman's angry shout rang in his ears, and at the same time, a strong force burst out from somewhere. The woman who had shouted before immediately exclaimed and groaned as if she had been hit hard. Yang Kai opened his eyes. He frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the sound, because he recognized the owner of this voice. It was Morong Xiao who had given him the information about the Four Seasons realm. He felt very strange. Morong Xiao was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and her cultivation was not low. Who dared to cause trouble for her in this place? Looking around, Morong Xiao was biting her red lips at the moment, looking in a certain direction with fear and anger. Beside her, another Azure Sun Temple female disciple was supporting her and asked nervously, Xiao, are you all right? Morong Xiao shook her head, indicating that she was fine. However, judging from her slightly disordered aura, it was clear that she had just experienced something dangerous. She was looking at a place where a group of Dao Source Realm cultivators were gathered, and among this group of cultivator, there was one person who was extremely strange. This person was a man, but there seemed to be an invisible dividing line in the middle of his body. The skin on the left side of his body, and even his hair were fiery red. On the other hand, the right side was snow white. Two completely different colors appeared on the same person at the same time, forming an extremely strong visual impact. The left side was masculine, while the right side was feminine. Morong Xiao glared at him. It was this person. And he raised one hand high. This also meant that he was the culprit from before, and there was still a trace of power at the tip of his finger that had not dissipated. A figure flashed and stood in front of Morong Xiao, quietly staring at the monster cultivator. It was Xiaosheng. It was strange to say that Xiaosheng's figure was not tall at the moment, but it was like a thick mountain, giving people a very reliable feeling. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and slowly walked over there. Xiao, what happened? Xiaosheng asked calmly. Morong Xiao said, I don't know, this person suddenly attacked me. Oh. Xiaosheng narrowed his eyes. He said faintly, interesting, someone actually dares to bully my Azure Sun Temple. It's impossible for me to let it go. As he spoke, his eyes bloomed with a very dangerous cold light. The strange-looking cultivator on the opposite side also cast his gaze on Xiaosheng. The two's gazes collided in the void, and there seemed to be sparks sputtering. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. On the side of Azure Sun Temple, the cultivator gathered on the other side also looked solemn, secretly urging their source chi. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. The movement here quickly alarmed the other cultivator waiting here. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples set off were quickly noticed by everyone, and they all looked over curiously. Xiaosheng. The strange-looking cultivator suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said, it seemed that he knew Xiaosheng, but this was the first time he saw him. Wu Chang. Xiaosheng raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of the name Wu Chang before, but judging from Xiaosheng's expression at the moment, this guy was obviously not easy to deal with. This person is very likely to have some special physique. That's why he has such a strange body. He is Xiaosheng of Azure Sun Temple? It is said that he is the champion of this Azure Sun Temple's sect martial arts exhibition? Among the onlooking cultivator, someone immediately exclaimed. From the looks of it, Xiaosheng's popularity was quite high. Wu Chang. Isn't he the rising star of heavenly martial holy land? Yes, looking at him, it must be right. It is rumored that Wu Chang has a yin and yang dual body. So this is what he looks like. It's really an eye-opener. Keep your voice down. I heard that Wu Chang is temperamental, cruel and violent if he hears. What are you afraid of? There are so many people here he can still. Before this person finished speaking, he suddenly shut up, because he found that Wu Chang, who was confronting Xiaosheng over there, suddenly turned his head and stared at him coldly. A mysterious power suddenly exuded from the other party's red and white pupils, manifesting in front of him, turning into a huge red and white vortex. From the vortex came a sensational strangling force, covering him. The man screamed in horror and hurriedly tried to retreat. But what caused him to be extremely horrified was that his body actually became extremely stiff all of a sudden, and he was completely unable to move. He could only stand on the spot with a pale face, and his eyes trembled as he watched the vortex ceaselessly revolve and envelop him. Ah! Asterisk prung. Asterisk with a loud bang. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter sputtered in all directions. The cultivator next to him hurriedly retreated. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust and bright red. It was a horrible sight to behold. The other cultivator who had been talking to this person saw that his companion had been so tragically killed, and instead of having the thought to seek revenge on Wuchang, he was scared silly and fell to the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His upper and lower rows of teeth kept clattering together, making cracking sounds, and he couldn't say a word. These two people were disciples of some small sect or family, and it wasn't easy to get a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but one of them was met with disaster because of a slip of the tongue. At the place where Orthodoxy Temple was stationed, a handsome blue-robed man stood there and watched this tragic scene. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said to his junior brother and junior sister, "Remember, after entering the Four Seasons realm, if you encounter Wuchang, run as far as you can and never confront him head-on." "Yes, senior brother Zhuang." Everyone felt the same way and quickly responded. After seeing Wu Chang's cruel killing methods, how could they have the heart to compete with him? In their minds, the only one who could compete with Wu Chang was their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan. Is that Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land? At the Star Soul Palace's camp, Lan Sun, dressed in blue, floated in the air like a fairy, with a handsome white-faced young man guarding her on her left. Lan Sun frowned slightly at this moment, and asked with some displeasure. After all, she was a woman, and seeing the scene just now made her somewhat uncomfortable and unhappy. Yes. The white-faced man nodded. As he spoke, his eyes never left Lan Sun's delicate cheeks, a fanatical look of adoration flashing across his eyes as he said, "I've fought with this guy several times before, and he's very difficult to deal with." "Even Big Brother Xiao can't deal with him?" Lan Sun asked with some surprise. Xiao Chen said, "If I use the Emperor artifact given to me by my father, Master, I can definitely defeat him, but the price is too high." "Is that so?" Lan Sun didn't take it seriously. Although Xiao Chen was Xiao Yuyang's son, and had an Emperor artifact given to him by Xiao Yuyang, how could Wu Chang not have an Emperor artifact? The Heavenly Martial Holy Land he came from was not an ordinary force, and as the #1 rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, it was natural for him to have an Emperor artifact to defend himself. "Does Princess not believe me?" Xiao Chen vaguely noticed something and raised his brow. "If Princess wants to see it, I can go now." "No need." Lan Sun waved her hand and frowned. "I'm just saying it casually." Xiao Chen said, "But Wu Chang dared to kill people in public. He really doesn't put my Star Soul Palace in his eyes. No matter what, the Southern Territory is not a place where Heavenly Martial Holy Land can do whatever they want." Lan Sun was noncommittal, her beautiful eyes flashing for a moment before she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise as she stared at a figure in the distance. "It's that guy." Lan Sun thought to herself. She still remembered that when she broke through to the Dao Source realm in the 3rd layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda last time, this guy had used some unknown method to sneak into the 3rd layer and steal many of her principal fragments. However, it was fortunate that he appeared. Otherwise, even if she could have successfully broken through at that time, she would not have been able to avoid suffering, and her Yuan Qi would have been seriously injured. Lan Sun was very interested in this person, and wanted to know what method he had used to sneak into the 3rd layer without anyone noticing. She also wanted to know what kind of divine ability he had used to snatch so much principal strength. However, after she came out of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, she was in a hurry to consolidate her cultivation, so she didn't think much about this person. Unexpectedly, she saw him again in this mountain valley, and he had also broken through to the Dao Source realm. Chapter 2135. So he is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple? Lan Sun saw Yang Kai standing with a group of people from Azure Sun Temple, and thought naturally, "Princess, what did you say?" Xiao Chen asked. "Nothing." Lan Sun shook her head. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy that Lan Sun didn't want to tell him anything, she was the daughter of the great emperors after all. Her status was respected, so he couldn't ask. He could only follow her gaze. After seeing Yang Kai over there, he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. What does this little guy have that the princess cares about? On the other side, after Wu Chang killed the disciple of the small family, his face was calm, as if he had just killed a cockroach, and continued to look at Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng said, "Brother Wu Chang is so powerful." Wu Chang smiled coldly and said nothing. "I don't care about the life or death of others, but shouldn't Brother Wu Chang give me a reasonable explanation for attacking my junior sister?" Xia Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Wu Chang said, "Brother Xia wants an explanation? Okay. My explanation is that no one can fly over my head, except for the dead." Xia Sheng was startled. He never thought that such a ridiculous reason would cause him to attack Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao also came back to her senses at this moment, pursed her lips and said, "I just wanted to go to Star Soul Palace." She had an acquaintance in Star Soul Palace who she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, she naturally wanted to come here to catch up. How could she have known that she would be attacked by Wu Chang as soon as she flew up? Wu Chang said, "Brother Xia should be glad. She is from Azure Sun Temple. Otherwise what? Otherwise she would have been a dead person. So that's how it is." Xia Sheng grinned. Suddenly he did something that no one expected. With a leap he flew over Wu Chang's head like a bolt of lightning, then turned around and quickly flew back to Wu Chang's side, waiting until he reached a certain distance. After a certain distance, he turned around again and flew over Wu Chang's head. As he flew, he shouted, "I flew over, I flew back, I flew back, I flew back. If you have the guts, come and hit me." After flying back and forth several times, he simply stood directly above Wu Chang's head with his hands on his waist. Looking down, he said arrogantly, "Believe it or not, I will piss on your head." As he spoke, he actually pulled up his pants, looking as if he was ready to go all out. Murong Xiao Xiao and the other female disciples of Azure Sun Temple blushed. Xiao Baiyi and the others wore black lines on their faces as they turned their heads away, obviously not recognizing this person. Mainly because of this behavior is Xia Sheng. Therefore, the moment Xia Sheng pulled up his pants, he let out a low roar and shook his arms. A tornado-like vigorous energy soared into the sky, wanting to engulf Xia Sheng. Petty tricks. Xia Sheng coldly snorted and flipped his palm. He slapped downwards. Source chi surged, and the world principles became chaotic. A huge palm print suddenly formed, like a giant mountain falling from the sky. Before it really fell, it gave off a sense of oppression that could destroy everything. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the giant palm and the tornado collided, and the world energy suddenly raged and burst out in all directions. At this moment, Wu Chang had already jumped up and put his palms together. One hand was fiery red, and the other was snow white. Two completely different auras fluctuated, and as he changed his hand seals, mysterious runes appeared around him. He rushed towards Xia Sheng with the force of thunder. A solemn expression appeared on Xia Sheng's face. He changed his hand seal, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the air. Immediately, weapons of different shapes appeared beside him. Each weapon was formed from the energy of the world. There were many of them, and there was a variety of them. He stretched out his hand, and the countless weapons slashed downwards as if they had received an order. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk more violent sounds rang out, and the dazzling light engulfed the figures of Xia Sheng and Wu Chang. For a moment, no one could see the two figures clearly. They could only hear the explosions of energy and the sounds of fists and feet clashing in the chaotic void. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the battle above. He was also dazzled. This was a contest between the top rising stars of the two top sects in the Southern Territory. In other words, it represented the highest level of strength in the entire Southern Territory. It was rare for him to witness such a battle. Not only could he compare his own shortcomings from the battle between the two, but he could also gather some information. Brother Xia, will he be okay? Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of self-blame at this moment. If she had not accidentally flown over Wu Chang's head, this kind of trouble would not have arisen. How could anything happen to him? Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted, as if he was not worried about Xia Sheng's life or death at all. He said lightly, Even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm attacked him, he would still have a chance to escape. What can a trivial Wuchang do to him? Yang Kai's heart moved when he heard this. Xiao Baiyi obviously knew some details about Xiaosheng, but he did not say anything, so Yang Kai naturally did not ask more. However, judging from his tone, Xiaosheng's true strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Of course, Wuchang probably did not use his full strength. Naive. In a remote place in the valley, in the encampment of a sect called the Octagonal Door, a young man sitting cross-legged and meditating watched the battle in the sky for a while and commented disdainfully. Although the Octagonal Door was not a top sect in the Southern Territory, it was still not bad. It could be considered to be on the same level as Flying Saint Palace, and there was a master from the Emperor realm in the sect. Therefore, when the Four Seasons realm opened this time, the Octagonal Door was lucky enough to get 7 spots to enter. Among these 7 people, their cultivations varied. Some were third-order Dao Source realm while others were second-order and first-order Dao Source realms. The young man who spoke was only a second-order, but the attitude of the others seemed to be following his lead. The only third-order Dao Source realm cultivator was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Luo Yuan, do you think this kind of battle is not worth your attention?" Luo Yuan said, "They're just testing each other. What's there to see?" "They're still testing each other?" Another woman in the second-order Dao Source realm exclaimed, "Why do I feel like they can't wait to kill each other?" "That's because your cultivation is not enough," Luo Yuan said bluntly, not caring about the face of his fellow sect members. The woman choked for a moment and could only laugh awkwardly. The middle-aged man said, "Junior brother Luo Yuan really has sharp eyes. This time in the Four Seasons realm, we will have to rely on you, junior brother." Luo Yuan heard this and frowned. "Don't worry, this time in the Four Seasons realm, I will definitely make the Octagonal Door famous in the Southern Territory, but I have no interest in bringing along trash like you. When you enter, don't come looking for me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Everyone saw how arrogant he was, but they didn't dare to say anything. They even seemed to be a little afraid of him. The middle-aged man said, "Naturally, we won't drag junior brother down. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want." "Imph." Luo Yuan snorted coldly and closed his eyes. The others looked at each other, feeling depressed. Everyone was a Dao Source realm cultivator, and their strength wasn't too bad, but being called trash in front of them was naturally unacceptable. But knowing Luo Yuan's temper and character, they didn't dare to refute. The battle in the void was still going on. Xiaosheng and Wu Chang were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. The void was collapsing, and the world principles were in chaos. Enough! Suddenly, a furious roar filled with majesty rang out. As soon as this voice rang out, Xiaosheng and Wu Chang, who were in the middle of their battle, froze in midair as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces paled as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. 2 rays of brilliance flashed and appeared under the feet of the two. Immediately, the brilliance suddenly radiated out like a spider's web, turning into 2 cage-like existences in the blink of an eye, imprisoning Xiaosheng and Wu Chang in midair. The voice sounded again. Azure Sun Temple's Xiaosheng, Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Wu Chang, acted without permission and started a fight. This king will punish you by confinement until the opening of the sealed world. I hope you will learn from this." Xiaosheng heard this and his face turned green. He hurriedly said, "Master Xiao, disciple is innocent." He immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang from Star Soul Palace, so he quickly begged for mercy. Xiao Yuyang had no intention of paying attention to him. On the other side, Wu Chang, who was also imprisoned in midair, glanced at him and coldly snorted, "No backbone. It's none of your business." Xiaosheng rolled his eyes at him and continued to shout, "Master Xiao, please understand. Disciple has always abided by the rules. If it wasn't for someone provoking him, he would never do such a thing. Master Xiao, please let me go." After shouting for a while, he probably felt that it was hopeless, so he changed his tune and said, "Fine, Master Xiao, it's fine if you put me in confinement, but can you put me down? Being imprisoned in mid-air like this, it's so embarrassing. Can you shut up?" Wu Chang didn't think much of it at first. After all, it was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who punished him, so it was natural that he couldn't resist. But after Xiaosheng said this, he suddenly felt that it was really embarrassing to be looked at by so many people, and he immediately became angry out of shame. Xiaosheng glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Did I disturb you?" "Noisy," Wu Chang coldly snorted. "You still dare to blabber?" Xiaosheng was angry. He pulled up his pants and said, "Believe it or not, I'll still hit you in the face even if I'm like this." Wu Chang heard this and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and tactfully closed his eyes. Others might be shameless, but he couldn't. He just left a harsh sentence. "Wait until we enter the sealed world, then we'll fight again." Chapter 2136. Because of the interference of the masters from the Emperor Realm, this fierce battle was resolved just like that. Is this enough? At the same time, somewhere in Star Soul Palace's encampment, Xiao Yuyang looked at Gao Shueting and Chen Wenhao and asked. Gao Shueting said, "Thank you, Master Xiao." Chen Wenhao also nodded slightly. Although the rising stars of the two sects were not very happy when they met, it did not affect the relationship between their respective sects in the Emperor Realm. In their opinion, it was just a competition between young people who hadn't experienced this before. "It's fine, but those two little guys are quite active," Xiao Yuyang chuckled. "Elder Gao has Xiaosheng as his disciple, and Brother Chen has Wu Chang as his disciple. I'm so envious." Feng Ming suddenly said sourly. Gao Shueting glanced at him and said, "Doesn't Orthodoxy Temple have Zhuang Bufan?" Feng Ming smiled and said, "Bufan is extraordinary, but he only has an ordinary constitution. How can he be compared to those two little guys?" "Didn't Brother Feng pass down the heaven and earth reverse phantom secret art?" Chen Wenhao looked at Feng Ming and said, "There's no need to be modest at this time. Being too modest is hypocritical." "Huh?" Feng Ming grinned and responded with a smile. "That's enough. How long do you want to test each other?" Xiao Yuyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It's a good thing that the little guys are active. Just watch and don't get involved. We're all from the Southern Territory, so infighting is not good." Master Xiao is right. Everyone nodded in unison. "By the way, Master Xiao," Gao Shueting suddenly said, "last time, when the three of us went to Star Soul Palace to ask for advice, did they respond?" Hearing this, Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao both looked serious. They listened attentively. Xiao Yuyang frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "About the ancient Great Demon. The Great Emperor said that the Great Demon is not extinct, but has gone into hibernation. However, the Great Emperors do not know where exactly it is." "Even the Great Emperors do not know?" Feng Ming's expression changed. "The Great Emperors only said 8 words to me," Xiao Yuyang said in a deep voice. "Which 8 words?" Gao Shueting asked. "Half dead, half alive, half alive." "What does that mean?" Feng Ming was confused. Xiao Yuyang shrugged. "I don't understand either. But you can rest assured. That ancient great demon has been sealed for so many years that he is no longer as powerful as he used to be. If he dares to appear in the future and do evil, this seat will personally deal with him." With Lord Zhao's words, we can rest assured. Chen Wenhao heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Previously, he had joined forces with Feng Ming and Gao Shueting to fight against the great ancient devil. Unfortunately, they had failed at the last moment. The great ancient devil had used a powerful divine ability to trap them in a dark and boundless world, waiting for them to escape. The great demon had disappeared. In desperation, they could only go to the Star Soul Palace to request an audience with the great emperors, hoping to get some instructions from the great emperors. Unfortunately, the 3 of them went to the Star Soul Palace, but did not see the great emperors. In the end, they could only tell Xiao Yuyang. He asked him to pass on the message. As soon as Gao Shueting arrived, she hurried to find Xiao Yuyang. She wanted to know about the great demon. "Well, let's not think about the great demon for now. Let's talk about the Four Seasons realm," Xiao Yuyang said. When everyone heard this, they knew that he was going to talk about the Star Seal. Their expressions immediately became serious. In the Azure Sun Temple's encampment, Yang Kai, who was meditating and recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. He frowned and pondered for a while, then stood up and walked in that direction. Junior brother Yang. Morong Xiao Xiao saw the scene and hurriedly called out. He hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going?" Once bitten, twice shy. Just now, she wanted to go to the Star Soul Palace to find an old friend to reminisce about the past, but she did not expect to cause such a disturbance and cause Xiaosheng to be grounded. She blamed herself very much. At this moment, seeing that Yang Kai wanted to leave the encampment, she hurriedly asked with concern. "I'm just walking around." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then you have to be careful." Morong Xiao Xiao did not stop him and just reminded him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and continued to walk forward. "Why do you care about the life or death of an outsider?" Xiao Bai snorted unhappily. Morong Xiao Xiao said, "Junior brother Yang, he came with us after all." "You still call him junior brother?" Xiao Bai glared at Morong Xiao Xiao. "He is not a disciple of my temple." Morong Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Xiao, you don't like him?" "It's not that I don't like him," Xiao Bai coldly snorted. "I just don't like him." Morong Xiao Xiao slowly shook her head and did not say anything more. On the other side, Yang Kai walked all the way until he walked out of the valley and came to a dense forest before stopping. The breeze was bleak and the leaves rustled. Yang Kai sighed and said, "Since you asked me to come here, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as his voice fell, he heard a burst of giggles and immediately, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on top of a tree, looking down at him condescendingly, her pair of beautiful eyes full of curiosity and a strange look. She stared at Yang Kai and clicked her tongue. "I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the Dao Source realm in such a short time. As expected of a master from a low-level star territory, your aptitude is really extraordinary." Yang Kai looked up at her and smiled meaningfully. "Protector Bien, it's been a long time." The woman who quietly sent him a message and asked him to come here to see her was Bien Yuqing, one of the 4 protectors of Blue Feather Sect. At that time, it was this woman who accepted him into Blue Feather Sect. Blue Feather Sect was also Yang Kai's first stop in the star boundary. Bien Yuqing knew some of his details and understood that he was a cultivator from a low-level star territory. It was for this reason that Bien Yuqing accepted him as a disciple. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's second-order origin king cultivation at that time, Bien Yuqing probably would not have even spared him a glance. This woman had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm. Seeing Bien Yuqing, Yang Kai remembered Lu Xianyun who was with him at that time. This woman was the same as him. Both came from a low-level star territory, but came from a place called Great Desolate Star Territory, and was also accepted into Blue Feather Sect by Bien Yuqing. Unfortunately, when they were fleeing, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were separated. After such a long time, Yang Kai wondered how Lu Xianyun was doing. "It's rare that you still remember this queen. This queen is very gratified." Just as he was contemplating, Bien Yuqing smiled sweetly. With a slight push of her feet, she slowly landed in front of Yang Kai like a goddess descending from the sky. Protector Bien's great kindness is engraved in this junior's heart. How could he forget? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although Bien Yuqing might have other purposes for accepting him into Blue Feather Sect at that time, this woman did not harshly abuse him. Of course, she also did not deliberately take care of him, so Yang Kai's attitude towards her was relatively calm. Although he said so, in fact, he did not have any intention of being grateful. Bien Yuqing looked at him and said, "Your ability to lie with a straight face has improved. If you really remember this queen's kindness, how could you come over so reluctantly?" "How could I?" Yang Kai looked wronged. "It's just, I didn't expect to meet Protector Bien here." After a pause he said, "Protector Bien didn't come alone, right?" When he said this, he glanced to the side, intentionally or unintentionally. Bien Yuqing raised her brow. She said in surprise, "Boy, your senses are quite sharp." She waved to the side and said, "Don't hide, come out." As soon as she said this, another person laughed loudly. "Haha, junior brother Yang, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever." Yang Kai looked to the side with a smile and cupped his fists. Brother Ko. This person was Ko Wu. He was also Bian Yuqing's confidant. Ko Wu was the first Dao Source Realm Master Yang Kai saw, after coming to the star boundary. It was also this guy who captured him and Lu Xianyun, and brought them to Bian Yuqing. However, unlike Bian Yuqing, Ko Wu took care of Yang Kai a little during that time. So Yang Kai's impression of him was quite good. Junior brother Yang is already a Dao Source Realm Master. This Ko is really surprised. Ko Wu looked up and down at Yang Kai, with a surprised expression. After all, when he first met Yang Kai, the other party was only a second-order origin king who knew nothing about the star boundary. How long had it been since they met? The other party was already at his level. No wonder it was rumored that a cultivator from a low-level star territory had outstanding aptitude and extraordinary potential. He didn't believe it at first, but after seeing Yang Kai, he had to believe it. It was just a fluke. Yang Kai responded casually. But what surprised this queen even more was that you actually became a disciple of Azure Sun Temple. It seems that Azure Sun Temple has put a lot of effort into you. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly. She also accidentally saw Yang Kai when she was watching the fun just now, so she secretly sent him a message and asked him to come out and meet her. Yang Kai was in Azure Sun Temple's encampment, so she naturally thought that Yang Kai had joined Azure Sun Temple. If so, it would explain why he could be promoted to the Dao Source realm so quickly. Azure Sun Temple was not comparable to a small sect like Blue Feather Sect that didn't even have a member of the Emperor realm. The sect was rich in resources. Protector Bian misunderstood. Yang Kai shook his head. I am not from Azure Sun Temple. Do you think this queen is blind? Bian Yuqing glared at Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai said, it's just that for some reason, I came with the people of Azure Sun Temple, believe it or not. Is that so? Bian Yuqing was stunned. Although she was also a little surprised, she felt that Yang Kai didn't need to lie to her about this matter, so she didn't ask anymore. I'm curious, which force do Protector Bian and Brother Ko represent? Yang Kai looked at the two suspiciously. Ko Wu said, Blue Feather Sect, of course. You're still in Blue Feather Sect? Yang Kai's face changed as he immediately thought of Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Wu Mengchuan. This guy was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. After Yang Kai released him from the bone prison, he turned the entire Blue Feather Sect upside down. Miao Qi, Tong Tsung, and Zhu Junshan, the three sect protectors, were not his opponents at all and were killed on the spot. Only Bian Yuqing had something to do at that time and escaped. Chapter 2137. At that time, Ko Wu also escaped because he followed Bian Yuqing out to handle some matters. Otherwise, with Wu Mengchuan's temperament at that time, it would not have been surprising if he had killed them all. It seems you have thought of something. Bian Yuqing suddenly sneered and gritted her teeth. Smelly brat, if it weren't for you, this protector would not have fallen into such a situation. Now my life and death are in the hands of others. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he played dumb. Protector Bian, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ko Wu sighed and said, Junior brother Yang, sect master, was it you who released him? Hearing him ask this, Yang Kai could not deny it and nodded. Yes. After saying so, he quickly added, but I had no other choice at the time. Brother Ko, you and Protector Bian were not in the sect, and I was imprisoned in the bone prison. Faced with a life or death dilemma, I had no choice but to make a deal with Wu Mengchuan. Bian Yuqing snorted. As a result, after Sect Master came out, he went on a killing spree. Almost the entire Blue Feather Sect was slaughtered. Only a few people were quick enough to rely on Sect Master to survive. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Protector Bian was one of them? This queen? Bian Yuqing coldly snorted. This queen was just lucky. A month after that incident, this queen and Ko Wu returned to the sect, but how could we have known that the sect had already undergone great changes? By the time we reacted, it was already too late to escape. However, Sect Master didn't kill me. Perhaps, he also felt that it wouldn't be good to kill everyone and leave him all alone. In any case, he spared my life. It's just that. At this point, Her face was filled with hatred. This queen has been sealed by him. In the future, I will have to follow his lead. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. This matter was caused by you, little brat. Speak. How do you want this queen to punish you? Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai gloomily, obviously wanting to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai smiled and said, Protector Bian, since you chose to take action against Wu Mengchuan many years ago, you must know something about him and what kind of person he is. To such a person, either they directly cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, or they don't provoke them. Not only did you provoke him, you even imprisoned and tortured him. Didn't you think that there would be retribution? Bian Yuqing frowned and stared at Yang Kai. What do you want to say? Yang Kai said, I just want to say that even without me, Wu Mengchuan would have escaped, so what happened to you has nothing to do with me. Nonsense. Bian Yuqing's face was filled with anger. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, Moreover, isn't Protector Bian fine now? Although a restriction had been placed on him, he was still a descendant of that person. When he achieves meteoric success in the future, do you still have to worry about not having riches and honor? It's just a temporary humiliation. Can't Protector Bian wait? Bian Yuqing looked at him coldly and snorted. Why does it sound like this queen took advantage of you? Should I thank you properly? There's no need for that. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing said helplessly, Anyway, it's too late to say anything now. This queen and Kou can only take one step at a time. Seeing that she didn't really mean to seek revenge on him, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Kou smiled and said, Protector Bian and I came to the Four Seasons realm this time. We were also instructed by Sect Master to represent Blue Feather Sect. When we saw you appear in Azure Sun Temple, we called you over to ask you something. Blue Feather Sect was a small sect. Although it did not have a master from the Emperor realm, it originally had several masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so it had at least 2 spots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Wu Mengchuan's killing spree last time caused Blue Feather Sect to be short of manpower, so only Bian Yuqing and Kou could come. Information about the Four Seasons realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. Yes, Bian Yuqing nodded. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Since you can mix in with Azure Sun Temple, you must know more than us, right? Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before saying, I do have information. However, it's their sect's secret, so I can't disclose it. Bian Yuqing smiled slightly and said, If you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? Yang Kai shook his head. Bian Yuqing's face changed, and when she was about to say something, Yang Kai said, The only thing I can tell you is, Star Seals will appear in the Four Seasons realm this time. Star Seals? Kou frowned, obviously not knowing what this was. However, Bian Yuqing vaguely seemed to think of something and after pondering for a while, exclaimed, You mean a pass to enter the Shattered Star Sea? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. The Shattered Star Sea? Kou finally reacted and exclaimed in a low voice, his face filled with shock. Yang Kai smiled and said, You two should work hard. If we meet in the Four Seasons realm, maybe we will have a chance to join forces. After saying so, he ignored the two and walked back the way he came. For him, neither Bian Yuqing nor Kou were familiar with him. The little care he received in Blue Feather Sect was enough to be repaid with the information just now. From now on, he had no grievances with these two. If they had no malicious intentions towards him, then everything was fine, but if they really wanted to do something to him, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. After all, they were now Wu Mengchuan's people. Yang Kai was very afraid of this descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. At that time, Wu Mengchuan actually taught him a complete set of heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. This was the secret art of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this secret art to become the #1 master in the star boundary at that time. Yang Kai would never believe that Wu Mengchuan had no ulterior motives. It was just that he really didn't understand what the other party wanted to do. He even did not hesitate to teach him the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art. He did not cultivate this secret art himself, but gave it to his embodiment. During this time, his embodiment's strength had improved a lot. From his embodiment, Yang Kai also understood the heaven-defying effects of this secret art. If it weren't for some scruples, he would have been tempted to cultivate it himself. Thinking about this all the way, Yang Kai soon returned to Azure Sun Temple's encampment. Everyone was quietly meditating to restore themselves, seizing the last bit of time to maintain their perfect state. Only Xiao Bai opened his eyes and glanced at him, but he did not say anything. Time passed by day. As time passed, the world energy in this nameless mountain valley became denser and denser, until it finally reached the point where the world energy turned into mist. If one looked down from a high altitude, the entire mountain valley was wrapped in a white mist. This mist was not really mist, but a sign of the condensation of world energy. The cultivation environment here had also reached an unimaginable level. If someone could cultivate in this place for a long time, the speed at which their strength improved would naturally be extraordinary. Unfortunately, this was just a sign before the opening of the sealed world. Even a sect like Star Soul Palace did not have such a jaw-dropping cultivation treasure land. Finally, at a certain moment on the fourth day after everyone arrived in this nameless mountain valley, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The sound was faintly discernible, as if it came from the void, making it difficult to grasp. Immediately afterward, the world energy suddenly shook and boiled, the clouds tumbling, madly converging towards a certain location. And that location was the center of the entire valley, which was also the only empty area. It seemed that all the sects knew that the entrance to the sealed world was here, so no force was stationed here. At this moment, all the cultivators opened their eyes and looked in that direction. It's begun! In Star Soul Palace's encampment, Xiao Yuyang shouted in a low voice. All the disciples were excited and secretly rubbed their hands. The entrance is about to open. In Azure Sun Temple's encampment, Gao Shueting looked at the 20 people in front of her and said, "This elder hopes that after entering, you can travel together as much as possible to avoid being left alone. Of course, if anyone insists on acting rashly, then this elder did not say anything." After a pause, she continued, "I hope all of you can return safely." Xiaoshen grinned and said, "Elder Gao, don't worry, this disciple will take good care of them." Gao Shueting nodded and did not say anything more. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the place where the world energy was converging. At this moment, all the world energy in the world was swarming towards that place. The swirling world energy brought with it a whistling wind, causing sand and stones to fly in the mountain valley, but this did not affect the observation of the Dao Source Realm cultivators. After all the world energy rushed there, it was as if it had fallen into a black hole and disappeared all of a sudden. At that point, the space suddenly became unstable, and as more world energy poured in, the instability became more and more obvious. Until a certain moment, the void suddenly cracked open, and a crack visible to the naked eye appeared. The world energy continued to pour in, and the crack grew bigger and bigger. Looking at the sky, it was as if a great master had opened a skylight. From the skylight, some scenery on the other side could be vaguely seen, ethereal and distorted. This situation lasted for half an hour. After half an hour, the world energy in the mountain valley, which was so dense that it had turned into fog, was completely gone. All of it poured into the void crack. At this moment, there was no more world energy in the entire mountain valley, and the desolate scene of the past was restored. And that crack had become more than 100 meters long and 50 meters high. "The entrance is open," someone exclaimed. "Let's go." Some people couldn't wait and used their movement skills to fly over the heads of the crowd and directly rushed towards the narrow entrance. They should be a cultivator from a small sect. Like the Blue Feather sect, there were only 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. They seemed to have cultivated some kind of joint secret technique. Once they used it, their speed was as fast as lightning. The 2 people turned into streams of light and rushed into the entrance first. They seemed to think that they would have more advantages if they went in earlier. Unfortunately, things didn't go as they wished. Several cultivators from the Emperor realm just looked at them coldly. They had no intention of stopping them and just watched quietly. Sigh. Gao Shueting sighed. It seems that there are people who don't care about their lives every time. As soon as her voice fell, two screams came from the void. Chapter 2138. The two cultivators, a man and a woman from an unknown small sect, were blocked by an invisible barrier the moment they rushed into the entrance of the Four Seasons realm, unable to enter. Not only that, the barrier that blocked the two of them seemed to contain an extremely ferocious killing power, directly twisting the two into a mass of minced meat and blood mist before exploding in the air. These two people had actually died in such an inexplicable manner. How could this be? Down below, many cultivators cried out in alarm, their complexions pale. If the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was so dangerous, how could they enter? It was likely that more than half of the people present would not be able to pass through the entrance and would all die here. However, most of the Dao Source Realm cultivators did not change their expressions, as if they had expected this. Yang Kai sighed slightly. He obtained the Jade Slip from Azure Sun Temple, and naturally knew that the actions of the two cultivators were somewhat rash. If they wanted to enter the Four Seasons realm, they could not force their way in. Otherwise, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would end up like the two of them, dying without a complete corpse. If they wanted to enter the Four Seasons realm, they could only wait for the guidance of a mysterious force over there. This was the advantage of having information. If Kai Yang had come here alone and was ignorant, he would have rushed in directly, which would have led to some unpredictable consequences. At this moment, a transparent energy ball suddenly emerged from the crack. The energy ball was like a bubble, quietly suspended in mid-air. When this energy ball appeared, the disciples of Star Soul Palace immediately took action. 10 of the 40 disciples rushed into the bubble one after another. The bubble was constantly distorted and deformed, but it never burst. It looked extremely magical. Strangely enough, the size of the bubble seemed to be just enough for 10 people to stand on. After the 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators got inside, there was not much space inside. At the same time, the bubble shrank slightly and floated towards the entrance at a very fast speed. The next moment, he then entered the entrance and disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, the cultivator who came to participate in the Four Seasons realm for the first time knew what was going on. Obviously, the bubble was the key to entering the Four Seasons realm. After a few breaths, another bubble emerged from the crack, and the Star Soul Palace once again sent out 10 disciples to act. This cycle repeated for a total of 4 times before the disciples of Star Soul Palace had all left. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, and being the first batch to enter the Four Seasons realm naturally made others speechless. However, it was unknown how the Emperor realm had negotiated the order of entry. After the Star Soul Palace, the 20 disciples of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land were divided into 2 groups and entered the Four Seasons realm one after another. Azure Sun Temple was in the 3rd batch. When it was Azure Sun Temple's turn, Xiaosheng took the lead and pointed out 9 people to follow him. Following the guidance of the mysterious bubble, they entered the secret realm. Yang Kai and the other 9 people followed closely behind. The bubbles appeared very magical. When Yang Kai entered, he didn't feel any resistance. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into water. It was soft all around, but he didn't feel suffocated. And when he was wrapped in the bubble and passed through the void crack, he didn't sense any danger at all. His vision blurred, and by the time Yang Kai regained his senses, he was already in another place. The 10 people were still wrapped in the bubble, suspended in mid-air. Soon, the bubble burst and no longer existed. Everyone hurriedly circulated their qi and floated in mid-air. From the information recorded in the previous Jade Slip, Yang Kai learned that every batch of cultivator that was guided into the Four Seasons realm by the bubble would appear in the same place, but the location of the cultivator in different batches was somewhat difficult to guess. So at this moment, the 10 people were still together. Looking around, there were no other cultivator figures around, and he didn't know where the dozens of people who entered the Four Seasons realm before had been transmitted to. The second batch of 10 people from Azure Sun Temple was headed by Xiao Baiyi. After all, Xiao Baiyi ranked 2nd in the sect martial arts competition, second only to Xiaosheng. This was also discussed in advance. He and Xiaosheng would each lead a team. The moment after the bubble burst, Xiao Baiyi took out a communication artifact from his space ring and poured his divine sense into it, as if he wanted to see if Xiaosheng and the others were nearby. But after waiting for a while, there was no response, so Xiao Baiyi had no choice but to put away the communication artifact. This should be the territory of summer, right? In the team, Murong Xiao, who had been looking around, suddenly asked. The place where everyone appeared was scorching hot, and the air contained extremely rich fire attribute spirit power. The temperature was extremely high, the ground was dry and cracked, and there was very little vegetation. Obviously, this was the territory of summer, which was famous for its heat. It should be. Xiao Baiyi gently nodded. When he was about to say something again, his expression suddenly froze, and he turned his head to look in one direction. At the same time, Yang Kai's face also sank, and he shouted in a low voice, "Something is coming." Xiao Baiyi glanced at him in amazement, secretly shocked by Yang Kai's keen senses. "What do you mean?" Murong Xiao asked suspiciously. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything. Just as her voice fell, a series of thumping sounds suddenly came from far away, as if a behemoth was moving quickly towards them. And the earth was shaking. Everyone looked shocked, and they all secretly urged their source chi to be on guard. The sound was getting closer and louder, and the shaking of the earth became more and more obvious. Less than 10 breaths after Yang Kai spoke, several streams of light suddenly appeared in front of them, rushing towards them frantically. The leading stream of light was red and white, extremely dazzling, and exuded an aura that made everyone feel familiar and fearful. Wuchang. Xiao Baiyi's face sank. He did not expect that he would encounter Heavenly Martial Holy Land's evil star as soon as he entered the Four Seasons realm. He also saw the previous battle between Wuchang and Xiaosheng and secretly felt that this person was a great enemy. If he encountered him alone, his chances of winning were less than 30%. At this moment, Wuchang and several elites of Heavenly Martial Holy Land were rushing in his direction. Xiao Baiyi's nerves suddenly became tense. Because of the previous battle between him and Xiaosheng, Wuchang could already be said to be an enemy of Azure Sun Temple. If he wanted to kill at this time, Xiao Baiyi was not confident that he could stop him. Just as he was secretly gritting his teeth and cursing, Kai Yang's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "It's not coming for us, something is chasing after them." Wuchang is being chased. In the team, a male cultivator heard this and his face changed abruptly. Wuchang was already a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the #1 rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. An existence that could make him flee frantically was at least equivalent to the Emperor realm. There were existences of this level in the Four Seasons realm. Over the years, many cultivator who entered the Four Seasons realm had died in the hands of these existences, without being able to fight back. While they were talking, the thing that was chasing Wuchang and the others also came into view. About 100 feet behind Wuchang, there was a monster with a height of more than 100 feet. It was wrapped in flames and had crimson eyes. It moved its 4 limbs and sprinted across the ground, leaving a long trail of red light behind it. Every time it leaped, it seemed to ignore the barrier of space. In an instant, it covered a distance of more than 100 feet, shaking the earth. Flame Beast. Xiao Baiyi's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "This is the territory of the Flame Beast." In the information recorded in the Jade Slip of Azure Sun Temple, there was a mention of this Flame Beast in the territory of Summer. This was a genuine 12th Order monster beast, which could exert a powerful strength equivalent to the Emperor realm. The place where the Flame Beast lived was also listed as a forbidden area in the Jade Slip, and disciples were not allowed to visit it easily. Everyone did not expect that they would be so unlucky as to appear in the territory of the Flame Beast as soon as they were taken in. However, it seemed that Wuchang and the others had even worse luck. They probably appeared directly near the habitat of the Flame Beast, which led to this pursuit. Roar! The Flame Beast that had been chasing Wuchang and the others saw that it could not catch up for a long time and roared in anger. Along with the roar, a fiery red light suddenly shot out from its mouth. The space was suddenly pierced through, and the fiery red light, which contained unimaginable lethality, penetrated from north to south, stretching for more than a dozen kilometers. Wuchang reacted quickly. After perceiving the murderous intent behind him, his figure paused for a moment before he rushed upwards, avoiding this killing move by a hair's breadth. However, the others were not so lucky. One of the heavenly martial Holy Land disciples failed to avoid it, and was directly hit by the fiery red light, turning into ashes before he could even let out a scream. Another disciple's arm was grazed and directly melted, letting out an earth-shattering scream. "Why aren't you running?" Yang Kai shouted in a low voice and took the lead in summoning the Dao Source grade high-rank wooden boat. He stepped on it and pushed his source chi, causing the wooden boat to fly away at lightning speed. With his reminder, the remaining 9 people from Azure Sun Temple, who were stunned, finally recovered, and summoned their own flight-type artifacts, transforming into streams of light as they fled in the direction of the flame beast. In fact, they could not be blamed for not being determined enough. The main reason was that the person from Heavenly Martial Holy Land had died too suddenly. He was an elite disciple of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, not a small fry from a small sect. In other words, the dead cultivator was on the same level as them. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. If they were in his shoes and encountered such a thing, they would definitely end up in the same situation. Therefore, the visual impact and mental shock that the scene just now brought to them was extremely strong. Following Yang Kai, the 9 people fled as fast as they could. They had no intention of stopping to fight with the flame beast. With the strength of the people present, there was no way to resist such a terrifying existence. The consequences of being impulsive would only lead to death. At this time, the remaining people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land also flew not far behind them. However, they were also smart. Seeing that someone was taking the blame, they quickly scattered and ran in other directions. The flame beast did not care which sect these people belonged to. In its eyes, anyone who trespassed on its territory must die, so it still chased after them. Chapter 2139. Wu Chang, you bastard. You will die a horrible death. Xiao Bai couldn't help but roar when he saw Wu Chang and the others running away while the flame beast chased after them. Wu Chang turned around and glanced at him mockingly, then without saying a word, fled at an extremely fast speed. Roar! The earth-shattering roar rang out again, and this deafening sound set off a terrifying sound wave, causing everyone to lose their balance. What's more, the fiery red pillar of flames that followed was the soul summoning's killing move. Fortunately, everyone had seen the terrifying means of this flame beast before, so when they heard the roar, they hurriedly changed direction and avoided this deadly attack. Split up, life or death is up to fate, Xiao Bai shouted in a low voice. While speaking, he was the first to change the direction of his escape, and even took the opportunity to turn around and attack the flame beast. He obviously wanted to lead the flame beast away, so that the others would have time to escape. As the leader of the team, Xiao Bai's actions were undoubtedly very appropriate. Unfortunately, his hasty attack did not hurt the flame beast, and before it could hit it, it was destroyed by the scorching heat of its body. The flame beast did not pay attention to him at all, and continued to chase after the others. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, the others also scattered, turning into streams of light and escaping in different directions. No way, my luck is so good? Yang Kai took a moment to look back, only to see that the flame beast was chasing after him, ignoring the others. He didn't know how he had attracted it. You're really blind, you dog. You can't chase after anyone. But this is good, he muttered to himself. Although in the face of such a terrifying existence, he had no desire to fight, but when it came to escaping, he was still a little confident. As long as this flame beast kept chasing after him, the others would be safe. Although Yang Kai had no friendship with the people of Azure Sun Temple, perhaps entering the Four Seasons realm could be considered as occupying one of their slots, so it was acceptable for him to contribute where he could. Therefore, when he saw the flame beast chasing after him, he instead reduced his speed a little to maintain a certain distance between himself and the flame beast. This way, he would not give himself no room to dodge the attack, nor would he allow the flame beast to be shaken off by him. Just like that, he led the flame beast deeper into the Four Seasons realm. Gradually, Yang Kai could no longer see the figures of the others. The flame beast was persistent. It kept chasing after them, and from time to time, it would spit out scorching energy attacks from its mouth. Although it was powerful, it was still a monster beast after all. Its long-range attacks seemed to be a little limited. Therefore, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to hide. As long as he was prepared in advance, there was no need to worry about being hit by the attack. Half an hour later, Yang Kai estimated that it was about time. Only then did he suddenly circulate his source qi, increasing his speed. The wooden boat given to him by Auntie Feng was a Dao Source-grade high-rank artifact. Apart from Emperor artifacts, it was the best flight-type artifact. Moreover, it was very small and very suitable for solo flight. The flame beast could only follow behind him and eat his dust. After a while, from a very far distance, the flame beast's unwilling roar could be heard, but it had already disappeared. Obviously, Yang Kai had long shaken it off. However, Yang Kai still did not relax. While releasing his divine sense to explore the surroundings, he continued to fly. After another half an hour, when he was sure that he was safe, he slowly descended. This place was still the territory of summer, and the environment was scorching hot. The place where Yang Kai was located was a dry plain. Looking around, he could see everything within a radius of a few thousand kilometers at a glance. He took out the jade slip, checked the map of the Four Seasons realm, and then compared it with the places he had passed before to identify the direction. After a short while, he summoned the wooden boat again and flew in a certain direction. The main purpose of his trip to the Four Seasons realm was naturally to find the tribulation fruit. The tribulation fruit only grew in a cold environment all year round, so the summer territory undoubtedly did not meet the requirements. He had to rush to the winter territory as soon as possible to have any hope of finding this spirit fruit. In this secret world, he did not dare to fly too high, and he had to be vigilant at all times, which consumed a lot of his divine sense. An hour later, Yang Kai flew over a canyon that had split open. But soon he flew back, suspended in midair, and narrowed his eyes to look inside the canyon. He did not know whether this canyon was naturally formed or not, but it was bottomless. Looking down from above, it was dark below, and from the bottom of the canyon, there was the whistling of strong winds. The reason why he flew back was naturally because he had sensed something different in that instant. Now that he had taken a closer look, his eyes could not help but light up, and he whispered, "Could it be?" While speaking, he had already rushed down the canyon. It was strange to say that the summer territory was hot everywhere, but the interior of the canyon was not affected by the environment. After entering, Yang Kai felt a trace of coldness, and the lower he went, the less he was affected by the heat. This made him feel more and more sure that his observation was not wrong. The canyon was at least several thousand feet deep, and when Yang Kai fell to 2,000 feet, he saw a layer of dense fog below. Haha, it really is a spirit chi si. Yang Kai laughed. From the information in the jade slip, he learned that in the Four Seasons realm, there were some places that had extremely rich world energy, like a sea of clouds and fog. This was the spirit chi si. The world energy contained in the spirit chi si was rich and pure, and it was most suitable for a cultivator to use for cultivation or breakthrough. However, because each time the Four Seasons realm opened, there were only 33 heavens, so under normal circumstances, even if a cultivator encountered a spirit chi si, they would not stay for a long time. At most, they would search the spirit chi si to see if they could find any treasures. In this kind of rich world energy place, the chances of giving birth to treasures were not small. Some people found emperor-grade spirit medicines in the spirit chi si, and their value was immeasurable. Some people encountered accidents in the spirit chi si. Monster beasts also liked places with rich world energy, so it was very likely that there was a powerful monster beast entrenched below. The spirit chi si below the canyon was even more concentrated than when the Four Seasons realm opened. The lower Yang Kai went, the more he could feel the amazing world energy. In this kind of place, even if he did not use his cultivation, the omnipresent world energy would enter through his pores, allowing him to recover the strength he had consumed. After a full quarter of an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the bottom of the canyon. There was a gravel field below. It was a bit messy, but there did not seem to be any danger. After Yang Kai released his divine sense, he did not detect any signs of life here. He did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he wandered around and checked. After confirming that the area within 100 kilometers was extremely safe, he returned to the starting point. He opened his mouth and spat out the sealed world bead, injecting a stream of source chi into it. The next moment, 3 beautiful figures appeared together. One of them was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. The other was standing quietly with an expressionless face. The other was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. He looked bored and had nothing to do. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Yang Kai glanced at the figure lying on the ground and could not help but sneer. "Sir." Zhang Ruoxi, who was meditating cross-legged, opened her eyes and saw Yang Kai appear in front of her. She hurriedly got up and shouted. Lu Yan, who appeared at the same time, also gently nodded to Yang Kai, then looked around with her beautiful eyes to check the situation. Hua Qingxi, who was lying on the ground with a languid and half-dead appearance, was stunned for a while. She was still a little confused about the situation, but soon, she jumped up from the ground nimbly and pushed the source chi in her body. She looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and said, "You bastard, what do you want to do?" She had been imprisoned in the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, and the most hateful thing was that Yang Kai had placed a barrier under her, limiting her range of movement to 1,000 meters. In that damned place, she was all alone, and there was no one to talk to. She was almost tortured to death. Just now, she was lying on the ground, but she did not expect to be directly summoned by Yang Kai, causing her image to be greatly damaged. As a woman who cared about face, she was naturally angry out of shame. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes burst into flames and her silver teeth creaked. Her beautiful eyes looked around and suddenly fixed on Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Before you act, I have to warn you. If you dare to attack her to threaten me, I advise you not to move, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Hua Qingxi's expression could not help but change slightly, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her face. She did want to attack the weakest Zhang Ruoxi just now. Although she did not know the relationship between Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai, Hua Qingxi still heard the little girl call Yang Kai sir. As long as she could capture Zhang Ruoxi, she should have the capital to talk to Yang Kai. Her expression changed, and Yang Kai said again, "The idea of attacking me is even more stupid. Since I dared to let you out, I can throw you back in again. If you don't want to suffer, just stand there obediently and don't move." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, "You demon, I curse you to die without a complete corpse. Verbal attacks that don't hurt or itch are meaningless to me." Yang Kai curled his lips. After that he ignored Hua Qingxi and turned to Zhang Ruoxi and said, "The world energy here is very rich. Cultivate well here. Lu Yan will protect you." Yes. Zhang Ruoxi did not ask any more questions and followed Yang Kai's arrangement. She continued to sit cross-legged and closed her eyes to cultivate. "But I won't give you much time. 2 days at most," Yang Kai added. After that, he stretched out his hand and patted the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead immediately flashed a ray of light. Then a crazy attractive force came from inside the sealed world bead, pulling in the surrounding world energy and pouring it in. On the surface of the sealed world bead, a visible eye appeared directly, and as it rotated, the world energy was constantly being sucked in. Chapter 2140. When ordinary martial artists encountered a spirit or a sea, they could only look at it and sigh. It was impossible for them to waste their precious time here and use the abundant spirit aura to cultivate. Yang Kai wouldn't do that either. But he had the sealed world bead. Although the world energy inside the sealed world bead wasn't thin, it was still quite lacking compared to here. As long as he used the sealed world bead to absorb all the world energy here, the cultivation environment inside the sealed world bead should become better. Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. After all, the sealed world bead had absorbed a large amount of world principles in the 5-colored treasure pagoda last time. Since it could even absorb world principles, there was no reason it couldn't absorb world energy. Sure enough, This experiment was a success. A huge wind eye condensed on the surface of the sealed world bead. And as it rotated, the surrounding world energy was sucked into the emperor bead and filled the sealed world bead. Yang Kai was overjoyed. The success of this experiment meant that he could improve the cultivation environment of the sealed world bead to a level comparable to the best cultivation paradise in the star boundary in the future. Of course, the premise was that he had to find more spirit energy seas. He handed the sealed world bead to Lu Yen and asked Lu Yen to take care of Zhang Ruoxi while holding the emperor bead. Lu Yen understood tacitly and took it without saying a word. He then retreated a little to avoid the sealed world bead disturbing Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation. Only then did he tilt his head at Hua Qingxi, motioning for her to step aside to talk. Hua Qingxi said angrily, "Am I your pet? Do you think I can be ordered around by you?" Yang Kai said, "If you don't want to, then forget it. Just go back and wait." Good, you have guts." Hua Qingxi was so angry that smoke came out of her head. Her vitality was surging. But he had no choice but to endure the humiliation for the time being. After leading Hua Qingxi some distance away and confirming that they wouldn't disturb Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked around and asked, "Have you thought about what I told you before?" "What's the matter?" Hua Qingxi casually responded to Yang Kai while looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, what she didn't understand was that Yang Kai, the First Order Dao Source Realm, had his back to her the entire time. His entire body was full of openings. It was as if he didn't take her seriously at all. Combined with his previous arrogant words and confident attitude, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but feel a little worried. She didn't know what would happen if she really launched a sneak attack. She had had enough of being imprisoned in the small sealed world. If she were to be locked up again, she would go crazy. Playing dumb? Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look at her. "I don't know what you're talking about." Hua Qingxi looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I'll explain it to you first. I just think it's inhumane to keep you locked up in there. After all, you and I have no enmity. You're so reasonable." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "If that's the case then, in your dreams." Yang Kai snorted coldly, turned around, and continued to walk forward. "But you know my biggest secret. Therefore, if there is no way to restrain you, this time is an exception. You won't have such a good opportunity next time. If you really don't want to give up your soul brand, then be prepared to be locked up by me for the rest of your life." Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "Will you give up your soul brand to someone you don't know and not be able to control their life and death?" "I won't." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then isn't that right? If you won't, then why should I?" "Because I'm stronger than you," Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly. Hua Qingxi's mouth twitched. She said, "A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to say such things in front of me. Where does your confidence come from? There's no need to test me. If you really thought you could beat me, you would have already done it. Why bother to trick me?" Yang Kai sneered. He turned around again, his eyes cold and emotionless as he looked at Hua Qingxi and said, "My patience is limited. You must give me an answer now. If you don't want to give up your soul brand, then be prepared to endure the suffering of being locked up forever. I won't give you another chance in your life." Seeing him so serious, Hua Qingxi's heart sank. She realized that in front of Yang Kai's ultimatum, she could no longer bluff her way out. She gritted her teeth and opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Yang Kai said, "The reason why I didn't force you last time was because I wanted to give you some time to think carefully. I think you should have thought it through long ago. It's just a choice. Is it that difficult?" "Yes, I have thought it through." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and answered. "Oh, then your answer is?" Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, "If I give up my soul brand to you, damn it, can you not show such a scheming smile? It makes me feel like I've been tricked." "Continue," Kai Yang replied in a deadpan manner, taking advantage of this opportunity to restrain his expression. "Will you ask me to do something that will endanger my life?" Hua Qingxi asked sharply. I've always been tolerant and generous to my own people. If there's something really dangerous, I'll do it myself. When Yang Kai answered, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes stared at his eyes, as if she wanted to see if he was lying. But what surprised her was that Yang Kai's eyes were very calm, and he didn't avoid looking at her. Hua Qingxi nodded. I need my own privacy. You can't pry into my secrets, and you can't order me to do things that go against my will and conscience. Okay. Yang Kai agreed readily, which made Hua Qingxi stunned. She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Will you be good to me in the future? Hua Qingxi asked again. Yang Kai said with a strange expression. Are you going to marry me? Why are you asking such a shameful question? Hua Qingxi flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're thinking too much, you're shameless. Yang Kai smiled and said, My answer is, even if I raise a dog. Before he could finish speaking, Hua Qingxi punched him in the face. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it and said, I'll also be good to it, not to mention you're a human. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and suddenly jumped back a few steps. Source chi surged from her body and she shouted, One last question. Since you want me to offer you my soul brand, you must have strength that I recognize. Although I don't think I can beat you, but I have to try. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and summoned her ribbon artifact. The ribbon rose in the wind and suddenly turned into a rainbow bridge, running from north to south and wrapping around Yang Kai with destructive power. Are you sure you want to do this? Kai Yang stood in place and didn't move, coldly saying, After seeing my methods, you won't have the chance to refuse. Hua Qingxi didn't answer. Instead, she formed a series of hand seals, and the rainbow bridge formed by the ribbons suddenly condensed into a rope. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Yang Kai like a dumpling. Even his nose and mouth couldn't be seen. Ah! Hua Qingxi was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to be so easy to deal with. If so, before she could feel the joy in her heart, she heard Yang Kai suddenly snort and say, It seems you're mentally prepared. At this point, Yang Kai's figure suddenly became illusory, as if he had disappeared from this space. The ribbon that tightly wrapped around him also loosened. Space secret technique, nihility. Once this move was used, Yang Kai could escape into a void crack, thereby avoiding some fatal attacks. In addition, he could also use nihility to hide his figure and aura, allowing him to gather information. How is this possible? Hua Qingxi's pretty face changed. Haven't you seen a space secret technique before? Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the other side. Hua Qingxi's face changed again as she turned her head and saw Yang Kai floating there unscathed, looking at her with a playful expression. Space secret technique. Hua Qingxi shouted, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Moon blade. Yang Kai raised his hand, and dozens of pitch-black void cracks with crescent-shaped blades appeared and slashed towards Hua Qingxi. Perceiving the terrifying lethality contained in this strange attack, Hua Qingxi did not dare to be negligent and shouted, Butterfly dance! Her tender body spun and a multicolored light burst out, transforming into multicolored butterflies that flew forward to meet the attack. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the moon blade collided with the countless butterflies, creating a violent explosion as energy surged and the world energy aura became chaotic. Star-chasing arrow. Seeing her first move fail, Hua Qingxi immediately used another Star Soul Palace secret technique. After all, she was from Star Soul Palace, the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, and she had a powerful third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. Hua Qingxi was by no means an ordinary person. Whether it was her combat experience, her strength, or her ability to adapt on the spot, she was outstanding. As soon as the secret technique was used, specks of starlight appeared on the surface of Hua Qingxi's body, and condensed into an arrow. With a slight tremor, the arrow pierced through space and arrived directly in front of Yang Kai, intending to pierce through his head. Child's play. Yang Kai coldly snorted, principal strength lingering around his hand as he grasped the star-chasing arrow and crushed it to pieces. Hua Qingxi's heart thumped violently, as if what Yang Kai had crushed was not the star-chasing arrow but her own heart, asking in amazement, You, how can you do this? Yang Kai grinned fiercely and said arrogantly, The 3,000 great paths and thousands of secret techniques are nothing more than a combination of world energy and world principles. Your secret technique only relies on world energy, not world principles. As long as you understand the power of this world energy, breaking it will be a piece of cake. Hua Qingxi's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. She was already in the third order Dao Source realm, and was only a step away from the Emperor realm. And the Star Soul Palace she came from was not a small sect, but she had never heard such an outrageous viewpoint. However, it was precisely this absurd statement that touched and inspired her greatly. Her brow furrowed as she suddenly withdrew her hand and fell into contemplation. I wanted to ask just now. Hua Qingxi changed the topic, looking around and asking, "What is this place? How can there be a spirit qi-si?" "You really do know about spirit qi-sis." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Although there aren't many spirit qi-sis, there are still some in the star boundary. My Star Soul Palace has a spirit qi-si." Hua Qingxi glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously. "This is the Four Seasons realm," Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi was stunned and immediately exclaimed, "Huh? You said this is the Four Seasons realm?" "Yes." Hua Qingxi frowned, but soon, as if thinking of something, she muttered to herself, "Yes, it's time for the Four Seasons realm to open. But how did you get the qualifications to enter this place? I remember that Maplewood City doesn't have a quota." "By chance, I came in with the people of Azure Sun Temple," Yang Kai replied. "Why did the people of Azure Sun Temple bring you in?" Hua Qingxi was even more puzzled. "Every quota to enter is extremely precious. I can't explain it clearly for a while. Anyway, I took one of their quotas." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Took." Hua Qingxi's expression was very interesting. While the two were talking, a fork in the road appeared in front of them. Yang Kai stopped and said, "Let's go separately. The probability of heaven and earth treasures being born in this place is not small. It would be a pity to miss it. Let me make it clear first, if I find something good." Hua Qingxi's adaptability was also quite strong. After the initial depression, she was now bargaining with Yang Kai. "It's yours, I won't take it from you," Yang Kai replied readily. "I was waiting for you to say that." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, taking the lead to rush to the left fork. "Come back and meet me in 2 days at most," Yang Kai said behind her back, not knowing if she heard him or not. But it didn't matter. Now that he had control of Hua Qingxi's soul brand, as long as they were not too far apart, Yang Kai could clearly see her location. Shortly after she left, Yang Kai stepped into the right fork. This place was relatively far from where Zhang Ruoxi was, but the world energy was still like a fog. However, it was obvious that under the pull of the sealed world bead, the rich world energy was flowing madly in a certain direction, decreasing at a very significant rate. In a place like the Spirit Qi-Si, there was a high possibility of precious treasures being born. Not long after Yang Kai entered the right fork, he found an earth blood ghost orchid on the stone wall. Although it was only a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit herb, it was an extremely rare spirit herb. Although it was rare, it could be used as the main material for refining many spirit pills, so its value was naturally not low. Most importantly, there was no market for it. Yang Kai carefully picked it and stored it in a jade box, preparing to transplant it into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead when he returned. Only in this way could the medicinal properties of the spirit herb be completely preserved, and he could even use the characteristics of the medicine garden to enhance its efficacy. In the next few hours, he repeatedly harvested in the bottom of the canyon. The rich world energy here nurtured spirit grasses and miraculous medicines that were rarely seen in the outside world. For an alchemist like Yang Kai, this was tantamount to a treasure trove. After this trip, he actually obtained 7 or 8 different kinds of herbs of different grades, which was a small harvest. But what made him feel regretful was that he didn't find any Emperor-grade precious treasures, only Dao Source-grade ones. Although Dao Source-grade and Emperor-grade herbs were only 1 grade apart, their effects were completely different. Every Emperor-grade herb contained the power of world principles, and whether it was swallowed or used for alchemy, it could allow a cultivator to comprehend the power of world principles, which was extremely useful to any cultivator. This canyon seemed to stretch on for an unknown number of kilometers. Although Yang Kai's speed wasn't fast because he was looking for treasures, after walking for a few hours, he had covered at least a few hundred kilometers, yet he still hadn't seen the end. Just as he was about to continue exploring, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He frowned and glanced back in the direction he came from. In the next moment, his face changed slightly and he shouted, "You're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his wooden boat and stepped on it, rushing back the way he came at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, somewhere in the canyon, Zhang Ruoxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into her body, and her own aura was rising at a clear speed. She was only a second-order Saint King, but she actually climbed to the third-order Saint King realm in a very short time, and showed no signs of stopping. Soon, she was close to the threshold of the origin returning realm. Not far from her, Lu Yan was holding the sealed world bead, looking ahead with an indifferent expression. 3 men stood a few dozen meters away. The 3 of them didn't look alike, but their clothes were very similar. If someone who was familiar with the sects in the Southern Territory was here, they would be able to tell from the patterns on their chests that these 3 were from a sect called Evil Moon Valley. Evil Moon Valley and Blue Feather sect were similar in strength, so when the Four Seasons realm opened this time, they also obtained 3 spots to enter. After these 3 were accepted into the Four Seasons realm, they just happened to appear near this canyon. Among the 3, one was an elderly man, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. The elderly man was a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator, while the 2 middle-aged men were both second-order Dao Source realm cultivators. They didn't intend to explore this canyon. After all, from the top, the inside of the canyon was dark, and they didn't know what kind of shocking danger it contained. Although the cultivation of these 3 wasn't weak, compared to the disciples from the great sects, they were actually much weaker. They also knew their limits and didn't dare to take risks easily. But what they didn't expect was that there would be an unusual energy fluctuation coming from below the canyon. When the sealed world bead absorbed the world energy in this spirit chi sea, it produced a very obvious movement. Out of curiosity, the 3 didn't care too much and flew down the canyon, wanting to see what was going on. After all, no one could say for sure what kind of opportunity it was. What if this was a great opportunity that would allow them to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? But when they discovered that there were 2 women at the bottom of the canyon, the 3 of them were suddenly stunned. Lu Yan wasn't too bad. Although he didn't give off the feeling of a flesh and blood life form, he still had the appearance of a first-order Dao Source realm cultivator, so it made sense that he could enter the Four Seasons realm. The other little girl was outrageous. A trivial third-order Saint King cultivator actually appeared in the Four Seasons realm. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the 3 of them would have thought this was a dream. And, looking at the appearance of the little girl, it seemed that she wanted to use the rich world energy here to cultivate. What's going on? The 3 of them were confused. Chapter 2142. Brother Huagu. One of the middle-aged men glanced at them for a while before whispering suspiciously to the elderly man. Did a Saint King realm cultivator enter the Four Seasons realm? Damn it, it must be a disciple of one of those great sects. The other middle-aged man suddenly gritted his teeth in anger. My Evil Moon Valley only occupies 3 spots in total, and even these 3 spots were obtained by paying a lot of tribute to Orthodoxy Temple. But these great sects can actually squander them so wantonly and let a Saint King realm disciple occupy one of the spots? This is outrageous. Hearing what he said, the elderly man named Huagu also nodded slightly and said, Junior Brother Zhouan is right. These 2 women should be from a great sect, which is why one of them is qualified to enter this place with a Saint King realm cultivation. Looking at her appearance, she is about to break through to the origin returning realm. While speaking, Huagu also felt a little envious and jealous. Thinking back to when he was cultivating, he had to take one step at a time, each step filled with thorns. For a little bit of cultivation resources, he had to risk his life, But these disciples from great sects were treated completely differently. They could casually enter the sealed world that he and the others had to go through a lot of trouble to enter, and easily break through here. Comparing the two, he suddenly felt a little unbalanced. The middle-aged man who spoke before showed a look of fear and hesitated. Since they are from great sects, let's go first. If they misunderstand, it will be bad. Xiongning, what are you afraid of? The middle-aged man named Zhou glanced at the man who spoke and coldly snorted. Even if they are disciples of great sects, they are just third-order Saint Kings in the first-order Tao Source realm. If they misunderstand, so be it. What can they do to us? Who said I was afraid? Xiongning was a little angry and shouted in a low voice. I just don't want to cause trouble for no reason. Humph, gutless rat. Zhou coldly snorted with a look of contempt. It seemed that he looked down on his fellow disciple. The bead in that woman's hand should be a good artifact. Huagu suddenly whispered, his eyes staring straight at the sealed world bead in Lu Yan's hand. Zhou rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, Brother Huagu, you mean? Xiongning seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Huagu smiled faintly. This place is deep underground, and there are few people here. The opponent's strength is low, and he's holding a great treasure. When Zhou heard this, he understood tacitly and said with a smile, I've long been displeased with the disciples of these large sections. They always flaunt their strength and are insufferably arrogant. Wasn't it just finding a good backer? What's so great about it? Brother Huagu, tell me what to do. Junior brother will accompany you to the end. This isn't good, is it? Xiongming's legs trembled as he said incoherently. If the sect behind them knows, not only are we finished, I'm afraid Evil Moon Valley will. Zhou glanced at Xiongning coldly and said, If you're afraid, get the hell out of here now. Don't make sarcastic remarks, but I'll make it clear first. You won't get a share of the artifacts and spirit stones. Since these two women are from large sections, they should have a lot of good things on them. When Xiongning heard this, he swallowed his saliva, and a greedy expression appeared on his fearful face. He was silent for a few breaths, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll accompany you two brothers. That's more like it. Zhou saw him compromise and couldn't help but smile. You three trash. Not far away. Lu Yan suddenly said coldly, and her first sentence made the three Evil Moon Valley people's eyebrows jump. What are you mumbling about? What are you up to? Huagu suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He laughed and said, Young lady, you've misunderstood. The three of us merely sensed a strange energy fluctuation at the bottom of this canyon, so we came to investigate. We didn't expect the two of you to cause such a disturbance. Please forgive us for disturbing you. That's it. Lu Yan was still as cold as ice. That's it. Huagu replied. Since you've finished investigating, why don't you get the hell out of here? Lu Yan's words were sharp, and she didn't mean to give the other party any face. This made the three Evil Moon Valley people feel that Lu Yan must be from a large sect. Only the disciples of these large sects would be so arrogant and domineering. The anger in Huagu's heart rushed straight to his head, but he still had a smile on his face as he asked, Miss, which sect are you from? What does it have to do with you? Lu Yan coldly snorted. Miss, don't be so polite. Huagu smiled slightly, but in my opinion, Mrs. Sect is nothing more than a few. My Evil Moon Valley has a lot of exchanges with those large sects, and we have a good relationship with each other. Although we took the liberty to disturb you, since we've met the two of you, it's fate. He paused for a moment and turned his eyes to Zhang Ruoxi. I think this girl seems to be at the threshold of breaking through a great realm. The world energy here is rich, and I don't know if there are any fierce monster beast here. If a monster beast covets this place, with your cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to deal with it. As he spoke, he put on a righteous posture and volunteered. We are not talented, but we are willing to stand guard for the two of you. Zhou also nodded fiercely and said, Yes, we will stand guard for you. Even if a monster beast comes, miss, you don't have to be afraid. Xiongning was silent, obviously having the same attitude. Lu Yan sneered. You three trash? If a fierce monster beast really comes, I'm afraid the three of you won't be able to handle it. Miss, your words are too hurtful. The flames in Huagu's heart rose as he said with a gloomy face, we have good intentions. Even if you don't want to accept it, you don't have to belittle us like this. Yes, although my evil Moon Valley is not a great sect, it is not something that can be insulted by just anyone. Zhou shouted righteously. It was unknown how he connected Lu Yan's words with belittling evil Moon Valley. What's the point of all this nonsense? Have you taken a fancy to me? Or have you taken a fancy to this artifact? Lu Yan said as she played with the sealed world bead in her hand. Just grab it yourself, there's no need to beat around the bush. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of Huagu and the other two changed slightly. Brother. Zhou turned to look at Huagu. Huagu pondered for a moment and whispered, it seems that she doesn't have any fellow disciples nearby. Otherwise, why haven't any of her fellow disciples appeared after we dealt with her for so long? This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Zhou had an excited expression on his face as he licked his lips with an eager expression. He was too lazy to pretend anymore. Instead, he looked at Lu Yan with a ferocious expression and said coldly, little girl, when I beat you to the ground and strip you naked, don't cry and beg for mercy. He didn't have any thoughts about Lu Yan, but Lu Yan's words just now stimulated the darkness and evil in the depths of his heart. He immediately decided that he must snatch the artifact, and he must snatch the person. When he thought of the opportunity to ravage and sully this proud daughter of a great sect that he didn't even dare to look at in the eyes before, Zhou N's blood boiled. Do it! Huagu shouted. In an instant, the three from Evil Moon Valley pushed their source chi. Although they were facing a woman whose cultivation was lower than theirs, the three of them didn't have the slightest bit of carelessness and used all their strength. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a large bell. The bell was densely engraved with countless small mysterious characters. After the source chi was poured into it, a halo visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared around the bell. It looked like it was impregnable. This big bell was a defensive artifact. Huagu summoned this artifact not to defend himself, but to drive it towards Zhang Ruoxi. His train of thought was very clear. Whether Lu Yan was difficult to deal with or not, Zhang Ruoxi was just a third-order Saint King. She was vulnerable in front of him. As long as he could capture Zhang Ruoxi first, what was there to fear about Lu Yan? Therefore his target was Zhang Ruoxi. But just as the big bell was about to envelop Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yan suddenly sneered. Wishful thinking. With a wave of her hand, a black feather about a meter long flew out leisurely and flew directly to Zhang Ruoxi's side, turning into a burning barrier that wrapped around Zhang Ruoxi's body. The moment the feather manifested a barrier, a pressure that didn't belong to this world suddenly descended, scaring the three from Evil Moon Valley and causing them to tremble, their faces filled with fear. It was as if there was a very strong will hidden in the void, eyeing the three of them covetously. In an instant, the three of them broke out in a cold sweat, soaking their clothes. What is this? Huagu's eyes widened as he stared at the black flame barrier around Zhang Ruoxi. A terrifying burning force spread out, as if it wanted to burn everything. However, Zhang Ruoxi, who was sitting inside the barrier, remained unmoved, as if she wasn't affected at all. The bell-like artifact, on the other hand, flashed wildly under this terrifying heat, and the small, intricate characters engraved on its surface were broken one by one. Not only that, as soon as the bell came into contact with the black flame barrier, it was tainted with a trace of black flame. But this flame did not extinguish and instead continued to incinerate the spirituality of this artifact. The aura of a divine spirit. Huagu shouted in horror. He was also a cultivator of the third-order Dao source realm. Even if he had never seen a divine spirit, he could infer some clues from it. The terrifying pressure, the evil fire that seemed to be able to burn everything, all pointed to the most terrifying existence in this world. The divine spirit. He was right. The black feather was indeed the feather of a divine spirit, the Luanfeng. Yang Kai had given the Luanfeng feather he picked up to Lu Yan. After a long time, Lu Yan finally finished refining it, and obtained a trace of divine spirit power from it. Even if this divine spirit power was weak, it was not something a Dao source realm cultivator could contend with. That was why Lu Yan didn't have the slightest fear of these three. Chapter 2143. The moment the three from Evil Moon Valley made their move, Lu Yan made a prompt decision and summoned the feather of the divine spirit to protect Zhang Ruoxi. Only then could she act freely. Asterisk screech. Asterisk a loud cry spread throughout the wilderness, waking up Hua Gu and the others who were immersed in shock and fear. The three of them looked up, but Lu Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Instead, they saw a strange bird with a body length of more than 10 meters, burning with red flames, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Inside the strange bird's body, there was a faint trace of lightning, indicating that it possessed two domineering attributes, thunder and fire. A confession. She's not human. Only then did Zhou realize what was going on and shouted loudly. Lu Yan's appearance finally made him understand why he felt a little strange before. When he first saw Lu Yan, he felt that this woman was somewhat different from ordinary people, as if she was not made of flesh and blood. But now, he could completely conclude that Lu Yan was not a living creature. This is an artifact spirit. Hua Gu also reacted. His originally fearful eyes suddenly bloomed with a greedy light, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are really helping me. This old master was worried that he couldn't upgrade the grade of the Hellfire Pestle, but I didn't expect to meet an artifact spirit here. As he spoke, he suddenly shouted to the other two. Junior brothers, this brother only wants this artifact spirit. After I get it, I'll let you divide the rest equally. Do you have any objections? Zhou and Xiongning heard this, looked at each other, and nodded. We'll follow brother's decision. Good. Hua Gu nodded and stared at Lu Yan gloomily. Looking at your form, you already have your own consciousness. It's not easy to cultivate to this point. This old master is kind enough to let you live. If you obediently enter my Hellfire Pestle, I promise not to erase your divine sense. What do you think? As he spoke, he summoned a club-shaped artifact. This artifact had a rich aura and was full of spirituality, impressively at the level of Dao Source grade high rank. Such a secret treasure was also an extremely rare treasure. If an artifact spirit like Lu Yan could enter it and be refined by Hua Gu, the karmic fire pestle might be qualified to be promoted to an emperor artifact. Hua Gu of the Third Order Dao Source realm could even use the power of an emperor artifact to pry into the mysteries of the emperor realm. Therefore, even though he felt that the sealed world bead was very valuable, it was still not cheap. He also reluctantly gave it up, hoping that he could subdue Lu Yan. After all, his cultivation realm was the most fundamental power. After Hua Gu finished speaking, Lu Yan's reply was a pillar of fire. The raging flames that reached the heavens sprayed down from the sky, as if they were going to melt the earth, carrying with them a scorching heat. The Evil Moon Valley trio hastily dodged. Hua Gu still didn't give up and shouted, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Perhaps this old man would still fear it, but now that you've turned it into a barrier to protect this woman, what are you going to use to fight us? The thing he was referring to. Naturally, it was the feather of the Luan Phoenix. In his opinion, Lu Yan's decision to use her most powerful artifact as a shield was simply a mistake. In this way, although she could protect Zhang Ruoxi, she was definitely not the opponent of the three of them. After the three of them joined forces to deal with Lu Yan, how could Zhang Ruoxi survive alone? It was better to just ignore Zhang Ruoxi's life and death. She directly attacked the three of them with the power of the divine spirit in the Luanfeng's feather. Huff! Another pillar of fire sprayed down from the sky. Playing with fire in front of this old man. Hua Gu snorted coldly and the Hellfire Pestle spun. It faced the pillar of fire sprayed by Lu Yan in the air. It was sucked up by the Hellfire Pestle without a single drop falling to the ground. At this time, he shouted with victory in his hand. It seems that your mind is also very limited. Screech. A clear cry rang out again. Lu Yan opened his mouth, and a group of fireballs the size of washbasins came crashing down from the sky. I already said it's useless. Yet you're still coming. Hua Gu shouted impatiently, and the Hellfire Pestle met the attack again. Boom boom boom. A series of huge explosions rang out, and the world energy suddenly became chaotic. The fat man from the land of rebirth. What? At this moment, Hua Gu's face suddenly changed. He quickly made a hand seal and took back his Hellfire Pestle. Looking down, he found that his Dao Source grade high-rank artifact was actually wrapped in lightning arcs. When he held it in his hand, the pure lightning power transmitted to his body, causing his whole body to go numb. The power of the thunder attribute is also so strong. The greed and possessiveness in Huagu's eyes became more and more obvious. Such an artifact spirit was hard to come by in 10,000 years. If he could subdue it, his Hellfire Pestle might not only be promoted to an Emperor artifact, but also possess the power of the thunder attribute. Brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Since she doesn't want to surrender, we'll beat her until she does. Zhouan dodged 2 attacks with an impatient look. Okay, but be careful. Don't hurt her spirituality. Huagu nodded and did not forget to remind him. Zhouan coldly snorted and said, Junior brother doesn't know how to control your strength. If you really hurt her, she asked for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhouan flicked his wrist and a long spear appeared in his hand. The spear bloomed and shot towards Lu Yan. Xiongning, who had been silent all this time, also summoned his killer move. He put his palms together and pushed his source chi forward. Chaos Origin Divine Spear. Burning Sun Ghost Hand. The attacks of the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator both borrowed the power of world principles, drawing on the power of the world. Their attacks were majestic and sharp as they blasted towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan's body flickered, and a layer of burning flames appeared around her huge body, turning into a barrier that blocked the attacks from both sides. Hong Hong. Lu Yan let out a shrill cry as the flame barrier shattered in an instant. Although it blocked most of the damage, there was still some remaining power that penetrated into her body, causing her body to change shape. She was almost unable to maintain her original appearance. At the moment when the barrier disappeared, Huagu's figure mysteriously appeared not far in front of Lu Yan. With a cold expression, he shouted at Lu Yan, "Look into this old master's eyes." The Hellfire Pestle plunged into the black hole. Not good. Huagu's face changed dramatically, and he quickly urged his source chi to summon his artifact back before the black hole closed. Seeing the black hole quickly closing, Huagu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had never seen a similar secret technique, he knew that if he hadn't reacted quickly, his artifact would have disappeared forever. Who is it? Zhouan saw that he had failed and couldn't help shouting, looking at the newcomer with an unfriendly expression. Xiongning also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Above, a young man stood quietly in front of the Firebird. His eyes swept down coldly and his face was livid, as if he was extremely angry. Yang Kai was naturally in a bad mood. He originally thought that the bottom of the canyon was very safe. He had also checked the surrounding environment in advance and found no signs of a monster beast, so he was relieved to leave Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Yan here. He even left the sealed world bead behind. But he didn't expect that such an accident would happen not long after he left, forcing him to rush back. Chapter 2144. Master. When Lu Yan saw that Yang Kai had finally arrived, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His huge body flickered as he transformed back into his human form and stood respectfully behind him. Yang Kai glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and saw that she was wrapped in a black flame barrier. The black flame contained an aura that made him wary yet familiar. He immediately understood that Lu Yan had used his strongest power to protect Zhang Ruoxi. If not for this, even if Lu Yan was no match for these three, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. You've done well. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded. It's my duty. Lu Yan replied lightly. Yang Kai turned his head again and glanced coldly at the three people below. Who are you? Huagu almost suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai just now, so he shouted indignantly, "Why are you ruining our business?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what she called me just now?" Huagu frowned and said, "So you are the master of this artifact spirit? At least you're not an idiot." Yang Kai sneered. Presumptuous. Huagu shouted angrily and said fiercely, Trash from the First Order Dao Source Realm deserves to have such an artifact spirit. Boy, this old master advises you to obediently hand over this artifact spirit, and this old master may spare your life. Otherwise, today this place will be your burial place. Huagu shouted. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh arrogantly, as if he didn't put the other party in his eyes at all. After a while, his smile faded. Suddenly he said in a deep voice, "If you say so, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. Along with his movement, a strange pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Below the canyon, the light was already dim, but at this moment, it suddenly became even darker. It was as if something was blocking the light from above. Hua Gu and the others looked up in amazement, and the next moment, they exclaimed in unison. "What the hell? This is not good." Hide. The three shouted and scattered to the sides. Hong. The ground shook and the mountains shook. A behemoth suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, shattering it. The behemoth looked like a humanoid monster. It was as high as 7 or 8 stories as his body. Hua Gu and the others were dumbfounded. Even with their knowledge and experience, the three of them had no idea what this thing was. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the legendary golem. But upon closer inspection, however, he soon realized that this thing was not a stone demon. Because it was, of course, it's impossible. "Oh, you're finally willing to let me out? It's the embodiment." Since the day the embodiment swallowed the floating continent, Yang Kai had cooperated with it to deal with the Purple Stars Master, and kept it in the Sealed World bead. Over the years, the embodiment had never left the Sealed World bead. After all, its body was formed from the fusion of an entire continent, so it was too big. If Yang Kai wanted to summon it out of the small Sealed World bead, he would need to use a large amount of divine sense. It would require a huge amount of divine sense. So how could Yang Kai have the spare energy to summon his embodiment while fighting? He could only let it stay inside. As time passed, the benefits of the stone mongoose's special physique slowly manifested. It continued to temper its body, removing impurities, and making its huge body gradually smaller. But it still couldn't summon it at will. The appearance of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique was a turning point. This technique could be said to be tailor-made for the embodiment. It was obviously strengthened by the power of the embodiment. With the spear in hand, coupled with the huge body of the embodiment, it looked really majestic and insufferably arrogant. It held the spear, pointed it in the direction where Hua Gu was, and stabbed fiercely. Whoosh. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a huge vortex appeared in the void. It was a crack torn by a powerful force. This blow seemed to ignore the obstruction of space, and directly arrived in front of Hua Gu. Hua Gu's eyes widened in horror. He opened his mouth and summoned a shield-like artifact, which turned into a light curtain, blocking in front of him. Hong. The spear bombarded the light curtain, and the momentum was like a rainbow. It directly shattered the light curtain, and the remaining force hit the rock wall of the canyon. A louder sound came out, and the gravel rustled and fell. A huge circular crater appeared where the spear bombarded. Hua Gu was covered in cold sweat, and he hid with a pale face, groaning in the depths of his heart. If he hadn't dodged quickly, this terrifying blow alone would have been enough to crush him. His round shield was a Dao Source grade mid-rank defensive artifact. It had followed him for countless years, and had made great contributions in all kinds of battles. Even a Dao Source grade high-rank offensive artifact would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. But today, it was shattered by a strange stone giant. A Dao Source grade mid-rank defensive artifact was no different from paper. The most important thing was that the spear was purely made of soil and gravel, and the whole process of its formation was clearly seen by Hua Gu. The opponent's attack was so ridiculous. How could he fight this battle? At this moment, Hua Gu couldn't help but want to retreat. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed in his heart. As early as when Kai Yang had appeared, he should have realized that if he were to fight with a disciple from a large sect, he would not be able to gain any benefits. Even if these disciples from large sects were not as strong as him, they would definitely have powerful skills and artifacts bestowed upon them by their elders. None of them could be underestimated. But he was blinded by his own greed and covetousness. Yang Kai's cultivation in the First Order Dao Source realm made him somewhat underestimate him. Now it was too late to regret. Why is your face so pale? Where's the courage you showed just now? The embodiment's voice came. Hua Gu looked over and suddenly, the soles of his feet cramped. He saw the embodiment's hands facing down, and the soil and gravel on the ground were constantly rolling and squirming, quickly forming two spears in his hands. At the same time, Lu Yan and Xiong Ning had already begun fighting. Lu Yan was besieged by these three people and fell into a disadvantage. She was full of anger, so when the embodiment dealt with Hua Gu, she found Xiong Ning. Even if Xiong Ning's cultivation was higher than her by a small level, Lu Yan was still evenly matched with him, and even had the upper hand. This time, Lu Yan did not show her true body, only fighting in her human form. In this form, Lu Yan could only exert 80% of her strength. It could be seen that if Lu Yan really let go of her hands and feet and showed her true body, she could definitely suppress Xiong Ning. After all, Lu Yan had swallowed and absorbed so many rare flames of heaven and earth, and the promotion of a weapon spirit was extremely difficult. It was many times more difficult than the promotion of a human cultivator. This kind of special creature like Lu Yan, born in accordance with the destiny of heaven and earth, often had the ability to fight above their level. It was natural that Xiong Ning was not her opponent. Below the canyon, two battlefields were fighting fiercely. Yang Kai didn't move and neither did Zhouan. Chapter 2145. The only reason Zhouan didn't move was because of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense shrouded the top of his head, like a sharp knife hanging upside down, giving him a horrible illusion that he would be cut into pieces if he made the slightest move. This made his face pale, and he was terrified deep in his heart. He could perceive that Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it was comparable to the Third Order Dao Source realm. It was far beyond his own. If he fought with such a person, he would definitely not gain any advantage. Looking at the battlefield, both Hua Gu and Xiong Ning seemed to be at a disadvantage. He secretly felt bitter in his heart, knowing that this time he was in big trouble. Quietly glancing at Yang Kai, Zhouan found that the other party was not paying attention to him. His heart skipped a beat, and he squeezed a smile on his face and cupped his fists. "Friend." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned to look at him and said lightly, "What are your last words?" Zhouan's mouth twitched, and he said embarrassedly, "Friend, you misunderstood me. I want to tell you that I don't know these two people. I just met them by chance, so I decided to go with them." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, unmoved. On the other hand, the other two people were shocked when they heard his words. Xiong Ning looked at Zhouan in disbelief while dodging Lu Yan's killing move, and said, "Brother Zhou, what are you talking about?" Huan was also infuriated. He said angrily, "Zhouan, you still want to stay out of this? Just do it now. That man called you brother." Yang Kai glanced at Xiong Ning while speaking. Zhouan said seriously, "There is something wrong with his head. Friend, don't listen to his nonsense." He put on a flattering smile. Then he said to Yang Kai, "Friend, I really don't want to harm you. It's just that I was dragged by that man, so I had to come down to investigate. Just now, I had no choice but to attack your artifact spirit. Fortunately, Your Excellency's artifact spirit is not damaged, which is a blessing in disguise. Master, I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me." As soon as he said these shameless words, Yang Kai didn't have time to respond. On the other side, Hua Gu was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew into a rage, and blue veins popped out all over his body. He angrily shouted, "Shameless bastard, do you have any sense of shame?" "Shut up." Zhouan suddenly shouted at the other side with righteous indignation. Said, "From now on, I have nothing to do with you." Wahahaha. Hua Gu was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He let out a strange cry. While he was distracted, The Dharmakaya finally found a flaw. The Dharmakaya stomped on the ground with one foot. He roared, "Draw a circle around the prison." A strange power gushed out from that huge body. All of a sudden, the ground began to flow as if it had turned into liquid. Not only that, but long hands even grew out of the flowing soil and flew into the sky like whips. Huagu did not notice and was directly entangled by these long whips. "Not good," Huagu exclaimed. He was about to break free from the shackles of these long whips, but he felt a huge force pulling him from below. His body was pulled down uncontrollably and sank directly into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. It was strange. The moment Huagu sank into the ground, the flowing liquid-like earth returned to its original state. Not only that, but it also became impregnable. No matter how Huagu struggled, he could not break free. He was like a man who had fallen into a swamp, with no way to advance or retreat. He was completely imprisoned. The huge body of the Dharma body stood in front of him like a mountain, blocking all the light in front of him. Oh? New divine technique? Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he was quite surprised. He remembered that the Dharma body did not use this kind of secret technique before. He did not know whether it was the Dharma body himself, or the talent of the Stone Mongoose clan, or the credit of the heaven-devouring great emperor. On the other side, Zhouen's legs and stomach were shaking. Seeing that Huagu of the Third Order Dao Source Realm was defeated in a short time, how could he dare to continue to stay in place? He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "That's all I have to say, I'll take my leave." As he spoke, he was about to leave this place and drag out an ignoble existence. "Did I say you could leave?" Yang Kai waved his hand and a crescent blade cut in his path. Zhouen paused, turned around and said with a smile, "Then I don't know. What other orders do you have?" Although he had adopted a servile attitude, the depths of his eyes were still filled with vigilance. Kai Yang didn't doubt that if he were to attack him, Zhouen would definitely retaliate in the first instant. A guy like him who could casually betray his own senior and junior brothers probably wouldn't trust anyone. "I don't have any orders," Yang Kai said lightly. "But since you said you're not on the same side as them, you have to do something to prove it, right?" "Do something." Zhouen's eyes flickered, but soon he nodded and said, "I understand, just wait and see, friend." After saying this, he once again summoned his long spear artifact, poured his source chi into it, and the power of law lingered on it. With a leap, he rushed towards the battle circle of Lu Yan and Xiong Ning. As the long spear shook, a halo of light burst out from the tip of the spear. "Chaos Origin Divine Spear," he shouted, his eyes full of murderous intent, and his target was Xiong Ning. Xiong Ning was shocked. Under Lu Yan's attacks, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand, and Zhouen's shameless actions had disrupted his concentration. At this moment he was struggling to hold on, so when Zhouen suddenly attacked with his spear, he instantly smelled the scent of death. After barely blocking Lu Yan's blow, Xiong Ning shouted, "Brother Zhou, are you crazy?" Zhouen coldly snorted and did not speak. The long spear in his hand suddenly condensed, retracted, and sent out again. When the terrifying attack was a few centimeters away from Xiong Ning, it directly changed direction and blasted towards Lu Yan. "I knew you would do this." Lu Yan panicked but did not panic. He coldly snorted, opened his mouth, and a pillar of fire mixed with the violent power of thunder and lightning rushed forward. Hong. A huge halo of light burst out, drowning the figures of the three people on the battlefield, and did not dissipate for a long time. At the same time, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose. A sneer appeared on his face. He clearly saw it. After Zhouen feinted the spear, he immediately used a secret technique, burning his blood essence. Through the connection of his divine sense, Yang Kai faintly felt that the wisp of soul clone living in the embodiment's body had become a little different. A strange aura lingered in it. This secret art, you didn't cultivate it back then. It was a wise decision. The embodiment said in a muffled voice. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his brow. The embodiment said, before I was just absorbing the essence of various minerals, so I didn't notice anything. I only felt that this secret art was extremely powerful, and my strength improved quickly when cultivating it. But now, something is affecting my soul, making me involuntarily bloodthirsty. I want to kill and devour more. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with a faint red light. Are you addicted? Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. The embodiment shook his head and said, that's not the point. The point is that when using this secret art to devour energy, it will also devour some other things, which will affect my soul. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and asked again. So now you? I'm fine. The embodiment waved his hand. I speculate that the other things being devoured should be the remnant thoughts of the dead cultivators, or the panic and anger before their deaths. If you were to absorb these things, it would be extremely difficult to dissolve them, but I'm different. At this point, the embodiment grinned and patted his body, proudly saying, this is the body of the Stone Mongoose clan, which can naturally purify impurities. I think. I just need to rest for a while, and I'll be fine. Then there's no time to lose. Come back first. Yang Kai said and took the sealed world bead from Lu Yan's hand. With a thought he put the embodiment into it. Will the big guy be okay? Lu Yan asked worriedly. No, the physique of the Stone Mongoose clan is very special. However, before he completely purifies the things that affect his soul, he shouldn't be able to use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art to devour energy anymore. Yang Kai replied. However, after this, he somewhat understood why the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had reached the end of his path when he was at the peak. It seemed that it wasn't just his practice of devouring everything that had aroused the disgust of others, but also his change in temperament. Think about it, such a powerful cultivator would only think about devouring this and devouring that all day long. No one would feel safe. Moreover, at the level of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, only other Great Emperors could interest him in devouring. Even if it was for self-preservation, the other Great Emperors would have to join forces to eliminate him. Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, saying in surprise, she's about to break through? He suddenly found that there was an unusual energy fluctuation coming from Zhang Ruoxi's side. It was a sign that she was about to break through. Without needing his instructions, Lu Yan took back the Luanfeng feather. The little girl's physique is a little strange. Lu Yan looked quietly at the other side and said, she seems to be able to directly devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world energy. It doesn't take too long for her to transform it. Physique. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. There shouldn't be any problem with her physique. I checked it before, and it's just an ordinary physique. However, the power of the bloodline hidden in her body is a little unpredictable. The space spirit jade only reacted to Zhang Ruoxi. Obviously, it was because she had inherited some kind of bloodline power from her ancestors. However, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of bloodline it was, let alone what the reaction between her and the space spirit jade meant. No matter what the reason was, Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation speed was incredible. She didn't have a good cultivation environment before, so her performance was quite normal. Although her cultivation speed wasn't slow, it was also thanks to the marrow washing pill given to her by Yang Kai. This kind of spirit pill could allow any cultivator below the Origin King realm to break through extremely quickly. It was a kind of spirit pill that could improve aptitude. However, once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, the effect of this spirit pill would disappear. As for this spirit qi, it was as if some kind of restriction in her body had been lifted. It madly swallowed the surrounding world energy, allowing her to break through to the Third Order Saint King realm in a very short time. Now she was on the verge of breaking through to the Origin Returning realm. When a cultivator broke through from the Saint King realm to the Origin Returning realm, the first thing they had to do was condense their shi. Yang Kai had also experienced this step in the past, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. So he quickly held his breath and prepared to send a message to Zhang Ruoxi to secretly give her some pointers. With his current cultivation, he was qualified to do so. But before he could speak, a look of astonishment appeared on his face, because a layer of energy invisible to the naked eye had suddenly appeared around Zhang Ruoxi's body. This aura condensed her essence and was maintained within a 10-meter radius, allowing her to instantly notice even the slightest movement within this range. Sure. Yang Kai's expression was extremely strange. Zhang Ruoxi had condensed her sure so easily and without warning, and this was before breaking through to the origin returning realm. Let alone seeing such an incredible thing. Yang Kai had never even heard of it before. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes also flashed with a look of surprise. The wind and clouds converged in the sky as the qi below the canyon churned. After Zhang Ruoxi condensed her sure, her world energy baptism also followed. Like a bolt from the blue, the world energy gathered into a pillar and fell down, blasting Zhang Ruoxi's delicate body. With a muffled groan, Zhang Ruoxi showed a look of pain. Yang Kai and Lu Yan immediately retreated and watched from a distance. The difference between their current cultivation and Zhang Ruoxi's was too great. If they rashly entered the range of her breakthrough, it was very likely that they would interfere with the world principles and cause some unpredictable consequences. Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough could only be achieved by herself. However, the little girl had always looked weak and delicate, so whether she could succeed or not was something Yang Kai was secretly worried about. Before he could finish this thought, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked behind Zhang Ruoxi. Behind the little girl, an illusory figure suddenly appeared. The illusory figure was ethereal and transparent, looking extremely unreal. But soon, the illusory figure suddenly swelled and turned into an existence that was dozens of feet tall. This is... Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Yan's face, on the other hand, turned pale. She didn't know why, but she felt a fatal threat from this phantom, a kind of panic that came from the depths of her heart, making her want to get as far away from it as possible. At this moment, the silhouette of the figure was revealed. It looked like a woman that had been magnified countless times. She was wearing armor, and her cape was fluttering behind her. Her hands were crossed, and she was standing on the hilt of a huge sword. The woman's figure was curvaceous, valiant, and her hair fluttered in the wind. The appearance of this phantom couldn't be seen clearly, only a rough outline. It was unstable and constantly distorted, but it was somewhat similar to Zhang Ruoxi, as if the projection of her in that outfit had been enlarged. Chapter 2147. As soon as this huge phantom appeared, it slowly raised its head and glanced at the surging world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately, it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. What happened next was a shocking scene. Under her suction, the world energy that was supposed to affect Zhang Ruo, she was sucked into her stomach and disappeared. After doing all this, the woman's phantom lowered its head and suddenly shrank into Zhang Ruoxi's body and disappeared. But before she left, Yang Kai faintly felt that she seemed to be looking down at him. Even without meeting the other party's eyes, Yang Kai was inexplicably horrified and felt a sense of inferiority. What was that? Lu Yan's voice trembled a little. Although the strange phantom had disappeared, the fear it brought to her didn't diminish. It made her shiver all over. Yang Kai shook his head numbly. Hong. A halo of energy suddenly burst out with Zhang Ruoxi as the center, and radiated in all directions. After the phantom shrank into her body, she directly broke through to the origin returning realm without any hindrance. It could even be said that it was a matter of course. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Whether it was Zhang Ruoxi directly condensing her sure, or the appearance of the strange phantom, or her sudden breakthrough, it was all beyond his comprehension. All of this seemed so unreal. At this moment, there was only one thought lingering in his mind. What kind of bloodline did Zhang Ruoxi inherit? Was that phantom the projection of the Zhang family's ancestors' will? Master, I want to go back first, Lu Yan suddenly said. Yang Kai glanced at her. Noticing that her state was a little strange, he didn't force her. He nodded and put her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi, who had broken through to the Dao source realm, showed no signs of stopping. She was still madly devouring the surrounding world energy. At this moment, She had become a bottomless pit. No matter how much world energy there was, she could absorb it all. Coupled with the absorption of the sealed world bead, the world energy sea below the canyon became thin at an extremely fast rate. One day later, the originally cloudy and misty canyon was no longer the same as before. The world energy sea was also gone, becoming the same as the rest of the Four Seasons realm. It was not until then that Zhang Ruoxi let out a moan and slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the changes in her body. After opening her eyes, she frowned slightly, spread her hands in front of her, and slightly clenched them. After a while, she came back to her senses and noticed that someone was watching her. She raised her head and met Yang Kai's gaze. "Sir." Zhang Ruoxi got up. He called out softly. "Congratulations, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi, Zhang Ruoxi." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and said, "I don't know what happened. I feel like I just fell asleep and became like this." "Slept?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "So you don't know anything about what happened before?" Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in amazement, "What happened?" She turned her head and looked around, only to find two shriveled corpses. She screamed in fright and her face turned pale. "Did someone attack us?" Zhang Ruoxi asked in fear. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how to explain the abnormal scene to her, so he just said, "A few guys who didn't know the difference between life and death." However, Zhang Ruoxi's reaction made him have some guesses. It was rumored that some powerful exotic beasts, especially those holy spirits, were born with great strength. Furthermore, they didn't need to cultivate too hard to increase their strength. They only needed to wait for the accumulation of time, and the bloodline power in their bodies would slowly awaken. They would slowly grow, and in the end, they would stand at the peak of this world. Zhang Ruoxi's situation was somewhat similar to these monster beast and divine spirit inheritances. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how her strength had improved so much in just 2 days without her noticing. Thinking of this, Yang Kai asked, "Ruoxi, has anyone ever explained to you how to break through to the origin returning realm and condense one's shi?" "No." Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. "When I was at home, Ruoxi's strength was still very low. Old ancestor told me to wait until I reached the Third Order Saint King realm, before explaining these things to me." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. He remembered that he had never told Zhang Ruoxi about these things either. Breaking through to the origin returning realm wasn't a big deal. Even if she didn't understand it, she could still explore it on her own and improvise. However, the condensation of shi wasn't something that could be grasped overnight. Yet Zhang Ruoxi was able to condense her shi in one fell swoop. In other words, the method to condense shi was deeply rooted in her soul. This was definitely because of her bloodline inheritance. "Sir, is there a problem with Ruoxi's cultivation?" Zhang Ruoxi asked uneasily. "No, there's no such thing." Yang Kai quickly shook his head to prevent her from misunderstanding, pausing for a moment before continuing. "You just broke through, so consolidating your cultivation is more important. Go back to the sealed world bead first." "Yes." Zhang Ruoxi nodded meekly, relaxing her body and mind, allowing Yang Kai to put her into the sealed world bead. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out the situation. He didn't ask Zhang Ruoxi about the huge woman phantom just now because she probably wouldn't be able to give him an answer. After a while, he turned his head and looked to the side. Not far away, a stream of light was quickly approaching. After a while, Hua Qingxi appeared in front of him with a happy look on her face. Obviously, her harvest was not small. "What happened?" Hua Qingxi asked in shock when she saw the 2 dried corpses on the ground. "Someone was looking for trouble," Yang Kai explained lightly. He didn't ask her what she had gained. After all, they had agreed before that she would keep all her gains. He just said, "You come back first, I have to rush to the winter territory." "Wait a minute. What is it?" Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. "I suddenly remembered something on the way back." Yang Kai didn't answer. He just motioned with his eyes for her to continue. "There is a hidden treasure in the Two Seasons mountain range. Are you interested in exploring it?" Hua Qingxi asked with a smile. "How do you know?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi said, I am a member of the Star Soul Palace. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be one of the 40 spots in the Star Soul Palace this time. I have been preparing for the Four Seasons realm for a long time. What's so strange about knowing a hidden treasure? The Two Seasons mountain range. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look. Don't worry, although I don't know what you are going to do in the winter territory, it's just on the way. It won't take long. Do you have the exact location? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, the hidden treasure is just some clues I found from the ancient records of the sect. Although there is a map, the direction is not very clear. It only outlines a general area. If you really want to go, you have to find it yourself. So you don't know what's inside? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi looked at his reluctant appearance and couldn't help but curl her lips. It seems you don't know much about the Four Seasons realm. Why do you say that? Yang Kai frowned. Hua Qingxi giggled. Do you know who gave birth to the Four Seasons realm? Do you know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Hua Qingxi said proudly. If I don't know, why would I ask you? Yang Kai suddenly grinned. Speak. Seeing his threatening look, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but pout. Flowing Time Great Emperor. Great Emperors, have you heard of them? Yang Kai shook his head. Hua Qingxi's expression froze. She said, since ancient times, those who are qualified to be called Great Emperors are all the top masters in the world. However, even if they are the top, there is still the possibility of falling. In historical records, there are at least dozens of great emperors who have fallen, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor is one of them. The divine art that this great emperor cultivates is called the Flowing Time Great Emperor Divine Art. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique is used, 1,000 years will pass in an instant. Those who are hit will silently lose their lifespan. Naturally, they will die. No one knows how these great emperors fell, but it is rumored that the Four Seasons realm is a secret cave of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The power of the Four Seasons in the secret territory is also manifested by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique, and it has not dissipated for countless years. It is also rumored that somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, there is a majestic temple called the Flowing Time Temple, which contains endless benefits left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor Great Emperors. If one can get one or two of them, their future prospects will be smooth and there will be no more obstacles. This rumor has been circulating among the great sects, but unfortunately, no one can prove it, only some vague records. The secret territory I mentioned is most likely related to the Flowing Time Temple. She proudly described it, and sure enough, it aroused Yang Kai's interest. But if you don't want to go, then don't go, Hua Qingxi said, trying to whet Yang Kai's appetite. Yang Kai decisively reached out to her. What are you doing? Hua Qingxi asked vigilantly. Give me the map. Hua Qingxi immediately covered her space ring, jumped back a few steps and gritted her teeth. I'm warning you, if you dare to use force, I will. You will what? Yang Kai approached her with a grin. This place is deserted. Even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. Besides, as soon as I give the order, you will have to obediently hand over the map. You're shameless, you beast. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll scream. Fine, fine, I'll give it to you. Hua Qingxi took out a piece of animal skin from her space ring and threw it to Yang Kai as she angrily said, What's so interesting about this? A big man bullying a weak woman like me. Don't you have any shame? Yang Kai ignored her and just looked at the simple map drawn on the animal skin in his hand. He found that, as Hua Qingxi said, there were not many clues on the map, and the direction was unclear. Chapter 2148. The entire Four Seasons realm was divided into 4 major territory: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The environment was different, and the climate was complex. The location of the junction of each territory was particularly strange. As for the Two Seasons Mountain, it ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, like a continuous line that divided the territory of the 4 regions that were close together. Yang Kai had seen this information from the Jade Slip, So when Hua Qingxi mentioned the Two Seasons Mountain, he was not too surprised. However, from the information revealed by Hua Qingxi, Azure Sun Temple was still hiding something from him. At the very least, they did not share the information about the Flowing Time Temple with him. This was to be expected. After all, he was just an outsider. Murong Xiao gave him the jade slip that recorded most of the information about the Four Seasons realm. He was afraid that Gao Shueting had tacitly agreed to it anymore, and it would be leaking the sect's secrets. However, Yang Kai was sure that the people of Azure Sun Temple should know about the Flowing Time Temple, if the Flowing Time Temple really existed. On the map that Hua Qingxi gave to Yang Kai, the location of the Flowing Time Temple was recorded in the Two Seasons Mountain between the Summer Territory and the Winter Territory. So for Yang Kai, this trip was really just on the way. He put away the map and let Hua Qingxi hide in the sealed world bead. He then summoned his wooden boat and rushed all the way in the direction of the Winter Territory. A day passed in a hurry, and a continuous mountain range suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking from a distance, the mountain forest was verdant and lush. The side facing him was scorching hot, but the top of the mountain was covered in silver and white snow. On the other side of the mountain range that Yang Kai could not see, it must be an extremely cold world. This was obviously the Two Seasons Mountain. Yang Kai did not hesitate too much. While releasing his divine sense to check the surrounding situation, he directly plunged in. In the jungle, the climate was sultry, but for a cultivator like Yang Kai, it would not affect him much. He memorized the information recorded in the map in his mind, and began to search for the Flowing Time Temple, without deviating from the direction of the Winter Territory. He thought very clearly. Since the existence of the Flowing Time Temple was elusive and almost no one had found it during the opening of the Four Seasons realm, he naturally could not have too much hope, lest he waste of energy and time. For him, it would be good if he could find it. But if he could not find it, then he could directly cross the Two Seasons Mountain and enter the Winter Territory. The Tribulation Fruit was the biggest goal of his trip. With this kind of mentality, Yang Kai was relaxed. He controlled the wooden boat to fly at a low altitude. In this mountain forest, there seemed to be some traces of monster beasts, but they weren't too strong. Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to find trouble with them, so he just ignored them. Occasionally, one or two rare medicinal herbs could be found. They were all carefully collected by Yang Kai. He transplanted them to the medicine garden in the small sealed world. Half a day passed in a flash. Although he did not find any trace of the Flowing Time Temple, it was not without gains. At a certain moment, just as Yang Kai was flying at a low altitude and investigating his surroundings, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction. On the other side, a series of rustling noises could be heard from a distance, as if something was fleeing, but because of the forest's obstruction, Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. He released his divine sense. He immediately noticed an aura equivalent to a second-order Tao source realm coming from that direction. But at this moment, the owner of this aura seemed to have been seriously injured, and its energy fluctuations were extremely unstable. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, a monster beast suddenly leaped out of the jungle in front of him. This monster beast looked like a lizard that had been magnified dozens of times. It had a pointy head and a long body, but it had two fiery red wings on its back. There was a diamond-shaped mark on its head, as if it had been branded with a soldering iron. It looked extremely strange. It was unknown who it had fought a life-and-death battle with. At this moment, one of the wings on its back had been chopped off, and its tail was nowhere to be found. Its entire body was dripping with blood with countless wounds, and its flesh and blood were overturned. It leapt towards Yang Kai in a panic, not expecting that Yang Kai would block its path. In the blink of an eye, the giant lizard's eyes turned red as it opened its mouth and launched an attack towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai only saw a flash of scarlet light before a sharp wave of energy rushed towards him. He could clearly see that the giant lizard's attack was actually its long tongue. That scarlet tongue was straight like a sharp sword, incomparably sharp. In a hurry, Yang Kai's figure flickered and dodged, causing the long tongue attack to hit empty air. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and shot a dozen moon blades at the giant lizard. The giant lizard was in midair, so it could not dodge, so the moon blades directly cut its body. However, this giant lizard's body was quite sturdy, and Yang Kai's hasty moon blade was unable to kill it immediately. Instead, it only managed to create a few sparks on its body, causing it some minor injuries. Using the force of the slashes, the giant lizard fell straight down. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He condensed his body and took a step forward. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he arrived above the giant lizard's head. In the next moment, he directly used his dragon transformation secret technique. His right fist turned into a dragon claw, clenched tightly, and smashed towards the back of the giant lizard's head. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the giant lizard's body suddenly bent at a right angle from its neck. Its scarlet tongue stuck out, and its eyes were bloodshot. Its body twitched and struggled, but it was still unable to reverse its fate of death. With a thud, the giant lizard's corpse fell to the ground, and Yang Kai landed lightly beside it. This giant lizard was an 11th order monster beast, comparable to a 2nd order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If it had not been seriously injured before, Yang Kai would not have been able to kill it in such a short time. It did not look like a rare monster beast, but with its level, its monster core should be quite valuable. Thinking so, Yang Kai bent down and prepared to take out its monster core. But at that moment, something strange happened. The diamond-shaped brand on the giant lizard's forehead suddenly rotated, as if it had a life of its own. Then it turned into a stream of light and directly left the giant lizard's forehead, rushing towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was shocked. With a tap of his foot, he hurriedly retreated. He thought that the giant lizard had been blown up and used some kind of strange method. After all, an 11th order monster beast had a high level of intelligence, so it was completely possible for it to play such tricks. His movements were fast, but the stream of light was faster. Yang Kai was unable to avoid it. The stream of light instantly broke through his source chi protection, circled around his body, and then fell on the back of his hand. What the hell? Yang Kai's face was aghast as he exclaimed. The moment the stream of light fell on the back of his hand, he felt a burning pain on the back of his hand. It was as if there was really a soldering iron burning his hand, causing him to retreat in panic. But soon he found that he was overthinking things. The pain only lasted for a moment, and after a breath it disappeared. Instead, it became cold and comfortable. Looking down, Yang Kai immediately found that on the back of his right hand, there was a diamond mark. There was actually an additional diamond-shaped mark, which was exactly the same as the one he saw on the giant lizard's forehead. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, several figures suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai. When these people appeared, they all cast their gazes towards the giant lizard's corpse on the ground. Then they looked up at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. Yang Kai was also shocked. When he noticed that the giant lizard was severely injured, he vaguely guessed that there were probably people chasing after it. However, he was distracted by this brand, so he did not notice when these people approached him. Now he realized. It was too late. It's you. It's you? Among the cultivator looking at Yang Kai, there were two exclamations, but the tone was not quite the same. Yang Kai looked up and suddenly felt a headache, because he suddenly realized that the situation in front of him was slightly complicated. The cultivator chasing after the giant lizard was not from the same force, but was divided into 4 groups. Among the 4 groups of people, he knew half of them. The group on the left was Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao from Azure Sun Temple. He did not know if the 2 of them had always been together, or if they met by chance. Anyway, when they were chased by the flame beasts in the territory of summer, the 2 should have separated. At this moment, they appeared together in the 2 Seasons mountain range. At this moment, Xiaobai looked at Yang Kai indifferently. His expression was indifferent as usual. On the other hand, Morong Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly at Yang Kai. Next to these 2 was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Yin-Yang twin body, Wu Chang. Yang Kai's memory of this guy was still fresh in his mind. After witnessing the battle between him and Xia Sheng, Yang Kai secretly decided that unless it was absolutely necessary, he would absolutely not have any disputes with this person. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, but rather that this guy was very difficult to deal with. Yang Kai knew that if he wanted to defeat him, he would probably have to use all of his means, and even then he might not necessarily be able to kill him. On Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, there was only Wu Chang. This was not surprising. Wu Chang had a violent personality and acted strangely. Even his brothers and sisters from the same sect would not have an easy time getting along with him. The disciples of Heavenly Martial Holy Land probably did not want to or dare to be with him, and Wu Chang preferred to act alone. To him, everyone was a burden. The third group consisted of two people, a man and a woman. Chapter 2149. Does this girl know me? Yang Kai glanced around and saw all four groups of people, then asked the female disciple from Star Soul Palace suspiciously. Because of the two sentences that were shouted just now, one of them was shouted by Xiao Bai, while the other was shouted by this girl. If they didn't know each other, how could she shout out such things? However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that the female disciple from Star Soul Palace smiled slightly, shook her head and said, "You've got the wrong person." Lan Sun said this because although she remembered Yang Kai's appearance, Yang Kai did not recognize her. That time in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun used the false appearance bead to change her appearance, so what Yang Kai saw was not her current appearance. Yang Kai was speechless and turned to Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, you're here too, it's a small world." The veins on Xiao Bai's forehead throbbed as he shouted, "Do you want to die?" Morong Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, nodding slightly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Why are you so cold? It's rare for us to meet here, it's fate." Xiao Bai coldly snorted. "Who's fated with you? However, you were able to escape the pursuit of that flame beast alive, it's really a bit surprising." Although he was praising him, his tone was full of ridicule, and no one knew why. At that time, the flame beast from the realm of summer seemed to have gone crazy. So many people had fled in all directions, but it had chosen to target Yang Kai. Many people thought that Yang Kai was doomed, and Xiao Bai also thought so. After all, even Wu Chang was chased away. How could Yang Kai, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, possibly survive? However, the truth was shocking. Yang Kai appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range unscathed. The man and woman from Star Soul Palace's expressions changed slightly when they heard the two words flame beast. It was obvious that they knew about the existence of the monster beast that was comparable to the one in the Emperor realm. Wu Chang raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. He could not understand how such a weak cultivator could escape the pursuit of the flame beast. The previous matter. If it weren't for the Azure Sun Temple's group attracting the flame beast's attention, he would have been in big trouble. "You flatter me," Yang Kai said modestly. "Escaping is my strong suit." Yang Kai's unashamed look made Xiao Bai stare at him for a while. "Let's cut the crap." At that moment, the young man in blue robes, who seemed to be from some unknown sect, suddenly shouted coldly and shouted at Yang Kai, "Hand over your star seal and we'll spare your life." As long as Kai Yang cooperated with him, he would let Kai Yang off the hook. His tone and demeanor were like a matter of fact. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at him. The other party just looked at him coldly, without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The two from Star Soul Palace did not speak. The handsome man just frowned, seemingly a little displeased, while the woman turned her beautiful eyes with interest, as if she was waiting for a good show to begin. Although it's a little redundant, but I still want to ask, how should I address your excellency? Yang Kai looked at the young man in black with a smile. He did not seem angry at all. While speaking, he had already contacted the small sealed world bead with his divine sense, and asked Hua Qingxi to help him identify the man and woman from Star Soul Palace. After all, Star Soul Palace was her sect, so she should recognize these two. The young man in black heard this and coldly snorted, "Octagonal Door Luo Yuan. So it's Brother Luo, it's an honor to meet you." Yang Kai showed a look of surprise, as if he had really heard of Luo Yuan's name. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of the octagonal door. In her opinion, Yang Kai was definitely dead this time, but it was impossible for her to save Yang Kai as doing so was tantamount to offending Wu Chang. Overconfident. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he watched coldly. Hong. With a loud explosion, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who were sandwiching Yang Kai from the front and back, were both stunned at this moment. Both of them felt a huge force and energy impact coming from the front at the same time, causing them to involuntarily be knocked back several dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. In the depths of the Two Seasons mountain range, there was a strange vibration, bringing with it a series of rumbling sounds, like muffled thunder shuttling through the earth, making people unable to stand still. The faces of everyone present changed drastically as they looked around in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Before the sound was over, someone exclaimed, "Look at the sky, something is falling." Yang Kai nodded and said seriously, "The two guys before, one in front and one behind, both wanted to take my life, which happened to meet the key points of the Qian Kuan shifting divine art. So I..." Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand to draw a semicircle. "Just a little bit and let them fight on their own." Lan Sun said thoughtfully, "So if only one person attacked you at that time, then I'm dead." Yang Kai spread his hands. Chapter 2152. Is there such a magical secret technique in this world? Lan Sun was surprised after listening to Yang Kai's explanation. She was quite knowledgeable. After all, she was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperors. Of course, she could learn all kinds of secret techniques in Star Soul Palace, but she had never heard of anything similar to the universe-shifting divine art. However, the efficacy of this secret technique was obvious to all. Yang Kai, with his first-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, remained unscathed under the attacks of two third-order masters. This was simply a shocking feat. How could she know that there was no such thing as the universe-shifting divine art in this world? Yang Kai had just used his Nihility secret technique at a critical moment to hide himself in the void. "This secret technique should be kept to your highness. Please don't divulge it to anyone else," Yang Kai solemnly exhorted, almost making Lan Sun swear an oath. Lan Sun couldn't help nodding. At the same time, she was wondering if she should take this secret technique from Yang Kai. Although the conditions for using the universe-shifting divine art were a bit harsh, it was undeniable that it could save one's life at a critical moment. Suddenly, Yang Kai rubbed his hands again and said with an embarrassed look, "Your Highness, I answered one of your questions. Can you also answer one of mine?" "What do you want to ask, boy?" Before Lan Sun could speak, Xiao Chen immediately became vigilant. "I just want to ask about the star seal." "What do you think I want to ask?" Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen innocently, as if he was intimidated by his imposing manner. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "Big brother Xiao Chen, why are you being so fierce to others?" She turned to look at Yang Kai. "You want to ask about the classification and grade of star seals, right?" Yang Kai nodded repeatedly and flattered. Princess is really intelligent, seeing through this humble one's thoughts at a glance. Lan Sun smiled noncommittally, but she was not stingy. She looked solemn and said, "Star seals are indeed divided into grades. The shape of a star seal is not fixed. However, the more complex a star seal is, the higher its grade. For example, the rhombus-shaped star seal in your hand should be considered a relatively low-grade one. Below it, only the triangular star seal is inferior to it. Above it, there are 5-pointed, 6-pointed, 7-pointed, and even 8-pointed star seals." "Different star seals. What is the difference?" Yang Kai sincerely asked. The reason why he deliberately tried to get close to Lan Sun was because he wanted to. It was all for the sake of obtaining information on star seals. Although he should be able to get an answer by asking Hua Qingxi, Lan Sun was still the daughter of the great emperor, so she might have some information that others didn't. I can't explain the specific differences. Lan Sun slowly shook her head, but it is said that the higher the grade of the star seal, the more benefits one can obtain in the Shattered Star Sea. Is that so? Yang Kai pondered. Not to mention whether Lan Sun told him all the information she knew, she at least answered Yang Kai's doubts. Even if it was not comprehensive, Yang Kai could not ask more. While they were talking, they arrived at their destination. In front of them, cultivators gathered in twos and threes, standing on the treetops of a forest. They all looked up at the sky, seemingly waiting for something silently. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately jumped to an unoccupied treetop. He looked around. Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, Xiao Bai Yi, Morong Xiao Xiao, and others who set off before him were already here. In addition, there were some other cultivator, obviously attracted by the previous movement. Yang Kai glanced around and found that there were at least a dozen people. Moreover, there were constant sounds of breaking wind coming from the depths of the jungle. Obviously, some people were coming this way. High up in the sky, a huge cloud was tumbling about. This cloud had a golden luster, as if it was made of pure gold. It was extremely dazzling, and it was easy to imagine what kind of mysteries it contained. Yang Kai faintly felt a strange energy fluctuation from this golden cloud. Huh. While observing, his eyes suddenly paused and he glanced in a direction not far away. Over there, a man and a woman were looking at him with a smile. Seeing him look over, the woman waved at Yang Kai. Bad luck. Yang Kai cursed, but he could not pretend not to see them. His figure flickered, and he jumped a few dozen meters from his treetop to the opposite side. Why are you here? After Yang Kai landed, he asked the two of them. These two people were none other than Bian Yuqing and Ko Wu of Blue Feather Sect. Although Yang Kai had no grievances with these two, they still had Wu Meng Mountain behind them. If possible, Yang Kai really did not want to deal with them. We were originally here, Bian Yuqing replied with a smile. Listening to what she said, it seemed that after they were brought here, they appeared in the Two Seasons mountain range. Oh, Ko Wu's eyes lit up as he stared at the back of Yang Kai's hand and said, Junior brother Yang actually obtained a star seal? That's really worth celebrating. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, If possible, I don't want this thing. Junior brother Yang's words. Aren't they insincere? Ko Wu joked. Yang Kai snorted. Look around and see how they react after hearing your words. You'll know what I mean. Ko Wu raised his head and glanced around, his face suddenly sinking, because he found that all the cultivator gathered here had cast their eyes on the back of Yang Kai's hand, and a few of them even showed greedy and covetous eyes. Although there were dozens of star seals falling in the sky just now, so far, none of the cultivator present had obtained a star seal. Star seals were related to the voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, every sect's elder had repeatedly instructed their disciples to do their best to compete for star seals while ensuring their own safety. Ko Wu did not notice and spoke a little too loudly, causing Yang Kai to become the focus of everyone's attention. He could not help but feel a little guilty and uneasy. Bian Yuqing giggled, her beautiful eyes rolling as she said softly, If you don't want it, how about giving it to me? In your dreams. Yang Kai coldly snorted. So ruthless. Bian Yuqing glared at Yang Kai bitterly, biting her red lips and saying, If I hadn't taken care of you in the past, how could you be where you are today? You still have the nerve to mention the past? Yang Kai squinted at her and coldly snorted. If you hadn't forced me to stay in the Blue Feather Sect back then, I wouldn't have been. Been what? Bian Yuqing asked. Nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand. When he remembered that Wu Mengshan had forcibly taught him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he felt uneasy. Fortunately, he did not cultivate that secret art himself, and instead gave it to his embodiment. In this way, even if Wu Mengshan had any tricks up his sleeve, he would not be harmed. Look at this person. Sure enough, he has a human face but a beast's heart. Just now, he acted so submissive and naive in front of Her Highness. But now he's messing around with such an enchanting woman. Sure enough, he's not a good thing. Not far away, Xiao Chun, who had finally found an opportunity, approached Lan Sun and looked at Yang Kai contemptuously while trying his best to discredit him. Just say it. Why are you getting so close? Lan Sun flashed to the side with a look of disgust. I'm afraid you can't hear me. After his little trick was exposed, Xiao Chun looked embarrassed, and at the same time he hated Yang Kai even more. Just now, Yang Kai had also approached the princess and talked to her like this, but the princess did not hate him so much. Now it was his turn to be despised. The anger in Xiao Chun's heart surged upwards. I'm not deaf. Lan Sun coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes looking around suspiciously. Compared to this, I'm more interested in, where did those fallen star seals go? Everyone had been chasing in the direction where the star seals fell, but after arriving here, there was no trace of them. Lan Sun could not help but feel a little puzzled. Let me ask. Xiao Chun immediately volunteered. As soon as he finished speaking, he swept his gaze around and finally fixed it on a short man. This person was not alone. Instead, he was together with a man and a woman. Judging from the attire of these three people, they should be from the same sect. Their cultivation was not low, at least at the level of the third-order Dao Source Realm, while the other man and woman were both second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. You, come here for a moment. Xiao Chun pointed at the short man from afar and shouted. The short man heard this, looked around for a while, then pointed at himself suspiciously and said, Me? Yes, you. Xiao Chun shouted impatiently. After confirming that Xiao Chun was calling him, the short man's face changed slightly, and the man and woman with him also looked nervous, not knowing what Xiao Chun wanted to do. Before entering the Four Seasons realm, the elders of the small sects and families had done a comprehensive investigation, and had already passed on the names and portraits of the elites and important figures of the major sects to their disciples. This way, the possibility of friction between the disciples and these people could be avoided. Therefore, even if the short man and the other two had never seen Xiao Chun in person, they knew his identity. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Chun wanted him to go over, the short man's heart was naturally beating like a drum. Although he also had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, which was the same as Xiao Chun's, he was self-aware. Although their cultivation was the same, if they really fought, he was afraid that he would be killed by Xiao Chun in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea. This was the difference between one's background and one's cultivation. Although he was extremely reluctant, the short man flew over to Xiao Chun and Lan Sun, squeezing out an ugly smile on his face, and cupping his fists. Runwu Sect's Jingli greets Master Xiao. I wonder what orders does Master Xiao have for this one? This guy named Jingli put himself in a very humble position. Although he was much older than Xiao Chun and had the same cultivation as Xiao Chun, he kept calling him master, which made Xiao Chun feel comfortable. Chapter 2153. Seeing that Jingli was so tactful, Xiao Chun didn't put on an expression and instead asked with a smile, Let me ask you, how long have you been here? Jingli replied, We arrived a little earlier than Master. Then have you seen where the things that fell from the sky before went? It seems that they all fell into the golden cloud, and are nowhere to be found. As Jingli spoke, he pointed to the rolling golden cloud in the sky. It landed there? Xiao Chun raised his head to look and frowned. With his cultivation and divine sense, he could naturally perceive that the golden cloud contained unusual energy, but he didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden in it. Xiao Chun couldn't help showing an awkward expression as he looked at Lan Sun and said, Princess, what do you think? Lan Sun frowned slightly and said after a while, Let's wait and see. Although the dozens of star seals had all fallen into the golden cloud, if they rashly investigated without knowing the details of the cloud, they might encounter some kind of danger. Even someone like Wu Chang didn't dare to act rashly, so it was obvious that it was not easy to be the first to act. When Xiaochen was asking questions, Yang Kai had been listening attentively, so he naturally heard Jing Li's answer. At this moment he looked at Ko Wu with an inquiring gaze, and the latter nodded slightly to him, indicating that Jing Li was right. While everyone was delayed, many people had already rushed over from all directions. Most of these people were originally active in the vicinity, but they were all attracted by the phenomenon of the star seal falling down. Originally, there were only a dozen people, but in just a short while, it had increased to more than 20 people. The number of people increased. Naturally, some cultivator became vigilant and looked around vigilantly, making the atmosphere dignified and strange. However, this situation did not last long. After about the time it would take to make a cup of tea, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the rolling golden cloud in the sky. The sound was extremely loud, as if something was being reborn from the inside of the golden cloud, causing the expressions of all the cultivators present to turn solemn. Everyone looked over. Golden light burst out, the golden cloud squirmed, and a vague giant shadow suddenly emerged from the golden light. As soon as the huge shadow appeared, everyone felt a solemn atmosphere. It was as if it was born from the void and slowly revealed its true appearance. With its appearance, the golden cloud in the sky constantly distorted and gradually dissipated. After a while, the outline of the giant shadow was finally revealed. Is this a palace? How can there be a palace here? And it appeared out of thin air. Ha ha ha, I know what this is. Flowing Time Temple. A bunch of idiots. This is definitely the legendary Flowing Time Temple. Flowing Time Temple? What is that? Of the people present, not everyone knew the secrets of the Flowing Time Temple. Some of them were cultivators from small sects and small families. Some of them had never heard of the Flowing Time Temple. Only those great forces with long inheritances would have records of the Flowing Time Temple in their ancient books. Before the disciples of their sects entered, their elders would also explain this confidential information to them, and ask them to pay more attention. Yang Kai even suspected that Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao were deliberately active here to find traces of the Flowing Time Temple. Even Wu Chang, Lan Sun, and the others were suspicious. Otherwise, how could they gather together so coincidentally? No one knew whether the outline of the palace that had emerged from the golden cloud was the legendary Flowing Time Temple, but Yang Kai felt that it was. In all likelihood, this was the real Flowing Time Temple. Junior brother Yang means that the fall of the star seals is an opportunity. If it weren't for this, we would never have been able to find the Flowing Time Temple? Ko Wu asked. Yang Kai nodded and said with an excited expression, but this Flowing Time Temple not only contains the benefits left by the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but also the star seals. I'm afraid no one would ignore it, right? While they were talking, the golden cloud in the sky had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a magnificent and solemn hall. Even from a long distance, one could feel the simple majesty of this hall. It was like a dormant ancient behemoth that was slowly waking up. At a certain moment, the hall was finally fully revealed, and with a rumbling sound, it completely froze in the void. Xiao, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as two figures rushed forward almost at the same time. They were Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time. These two were bold and daring, so they directly rushed to the forefront. As soon as these two moved, the other cultivator naturally could not hold back, and used their movement skills to fly into the sky. Yang Kai was naturally among them. As he said, no one knew whether there were hidden opportunities in the Flowing Time Temple, but there were definitely dozens of star seals inside. This alone was enough to drive anyone crazy. When they were looking at the Flowing Time Temple from the ground, they did not feel that it was very big, but the closer they got, the more they felt the magnificence of this hall. It took everyone a full quarter of an hour to arrive at the front of the hall. The periphery of the hall was wrapped in a layer of golden light, and at the center of it was a horizontal plaque with the words Flowing Time Great Emperor written on it. Those two large words were written in a flamboyant style, and they seemed to contain an extremely profound energy. It caused one to feel dizzy and have the misconception that time had flowed by for no reason. After Yang Kai glanced at it, He was shocked and quickly withdrew his gaze. Unfortunately, one of them fell victim to it. Yang Kai didn't know which sect this person came from, but he was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He was fine when he was flying forward, but at a certain moment, his eyes were completely attracted by the two big words on the plaque, unable to move away. At a speed visible to the naked eye, this person's black hair quickly turned white, and then it was blown away by the wind. At the same time, his body, which could be considered strong, was also rapidly aging. In less than 10 breaths of time, this person had become so thin that he was only skin and bones. His face, which was originally around 30 years old, was now full of wrinkles and wrinkles. It was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed by in that short period of time. What was shocking was that this person was not aware of it at all. His eyes were fixed on the two words flowing time great emperor on the plaque, allowing the principles of time to erode his spirit and body, and even had a strange smile on his face. Halfway through, this person's vitality faded away and he fell straight down. After a while, there was a sound of him falling to the ground. Everyone's face changed drastically. With this person as an example, no one dared to look at the two words flowing time great emperor, lest they accidentally fall into the trap. This was the supreme power left behind by the great emperors. Once a Dao Source Realm cultivator fell into it, they could not extricate themselves. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk at that moment, Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, who were the first to set off, arrived in front of the hall at the same time. But when their bodies came into contact with the layer of golden light outside the hall, they were blocked by an invisible force, preventing them from entering the hall. The two of them did not believe this and tried several times to test it out, but when they found that it was still the same, they became furious and attacked the golden light. Two loud bangs rang out as the more violent attacks were reflected by the layer of golden light, forcing Wu Chang and Luo Yuan to retreat, their faces filled with shock. The two masters were even slightly injured because of this. Haha, so what if you ran fast? Weren't you still blocked? Seeing this scene, Xiao Chun, who had followed closely behind, laughed loudly. Wu Chang looked angry as he glared at Xiao Chun and shouted, "If you have the ability, go in and show me." Xiao Chun smiled lightly and shook his head. Even brother Wu Chang failed, so how can this Xiao enter? I'd rather save my energy. Chapter 2154. Then cut the sarcasm. Wu Chang was not afraid of Xiao Chun at all. Even though the other party was from Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. For Wu Chang, there were only two kinds of people in this world. Those who were stronger than him, and those who were weaker than him. The strong might win his respect and even his fighting spirit, but as for the weak, he never showed them any respect. It had nothing to do with their background. Being contradicted by Wu Chang like this, Xiao Chun seemed a little embarrassed and said with a gloomy face, "You should be glad that this Xiao has an important task to take care of, otherwise, I would have already taken your dog life." The important task he was talking about was naturally the task of protecting Princess Lan Sun. Wu Chang sneered and was too lazy to pay attention to him. While the two were arguing, many cultivators had already rushed to the front of the hall, each of them finding a place to look up at this huge and magnificent existence, feeling humble and insignificant deep in their hearts. "Everyone, what do you think?" Suddenly, a person stepped out of the crowd and came in front of Wu Chang and the others without fear, glancing at them and asking, "How do we break this golden barrier?" This person had a dignified appearance and a gentle temperament. He looked to be about 30 years old, and was dressed in a black robe, looking very capable. The energy fluctuations he exuded all over his body showed that he was also a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. "Kong Qi? You're also here." Xiao Chun looked at this person and narrowed his eyes, seemingly recognizing him. The young man named Kong Qi smiled slightly and said, "Why can't I be here? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce should have at least a few spots for the Four Seasons realm, right? Brother Zhao's question is quite strange." Listening to him say this, Yang Kai immediately understood. This young man named Kong Qi should be a rising star of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. Although Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was a large chamber of commerce in the Southern Territory, that did not mean that these two forces did not have any powerhouses. On the contrary, the heritage of these two chambers of commerce was no worse than that of any top sect. It was just that the world's understanding and prejudice had led them to believe that they were weaker. In this Kong's opinion, this should be a restriction formation. This should be a kind of spirit array. Shouldn't we find a friend who is proficient in this field to take a look? Kong Qi suggested. In the face of absolute power, any restriction or formation is nothing but an illusion. Just directly smash it. With a cold snort, Luo Yuan was the first to move. He stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing a battle axe to suddenly appear in his palm. He poured his source qi into it, and the power of principles lingered around the axe's blade. The surging tide of spiritual energy and pressure caused everyone present to change their expressions. Even Wu Chang's expression became slightly dignified, seemingly feeling threatened by Luo Yuan's attack. The octagonal door really did produce a freak. A layer of light blue light flickered on the surface of Lan Sun's body, offsetting the impact of the pressure and spirit qi. Before that, she couldn't believe it no matter what. Just a small sect in the Southern Territory, that could be considered a medium-sized sect, was actually able to cultivate such a genius. Even in the Star Soul Palace, there were only a few such monsters. No wonder he dared to challenge Wu Chang without flinching. With such astonishing strength, he does indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. Kacha. In front of everyone's eyes, Luo Yuan's arm holding the battle axe seemed to suddenly swell up, his muscles bulging. It was full of violent beauty. It was easy to begin with, but it was not so easy to cultivate to a higher realm. Everyone here was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, and had some understanding of spirit arrays, but who among them had the confidence to crack a barrier left behind by a master from the Emperor Realm? Amidst the silence, Kong Qi smiled slightly, turned his head to look at someone in the crowd, and said, "Brother Gong, why don't you come and try?" Everyone heard this and turned their eyes to the man, only to see him standing in place with a depressed expression, staring at Kong Qi sadly. Gong, that's not a common surname, could it be? It's someone from Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. So that's how it is. There's hope to crack this barrier. Many cultivators were talking at once as they focused their gazes on the man surnamed Gong. Who is this person? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Why does everyone seem to have so much confidence in him? Bian Yuqing glanced at him and said, "You're asking me?" She looked like she had finally found an opportunity to extort Yang Kai. "Don't tell me if you want to." Yang Kai snorted. Bian Yuqing narrowed her eyes and said, "This protector just realized that you are really hateful." That depends on who you're talking to, Ko Zhong said. The Gong family is very famous in the Southern Territory. Although they aren't very strong, each of their cultivator is proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, and cannot be underestimated. This is especially true of their Gong family's old ancestor, who entered the Tao of spirit arrays and reached the Emperor realm several decades ago. In terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, he ranks among the top 3 in the entire Southern Territory. As for the person in front of you, if I remember correctly, he should be the current young master of the Gong family, Gong Wenshan. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Ko Wu was right. The man in the crowd was the Gong family's young master, Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation wasn't too high, it wasn't low either, having reached the second-order Tao Source realm. But in terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, even if everyone present added together, they wouldn't be able to match him. The Gong family's spirit arrays were passed down from generation to generation. At this moment, Gong Wenshan's face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd as he walked forward step by step in front of everyone, muttering to himself as he walked, "Damn it! I just wanted to walk around and have some fun. How did I end up encountering such a troublesome situation? If I refuse now, I'll definitely provoke everyone's anger. These guys are all eyeing me covetously, and will definitely beat the shit out of me. It's really annoying. Kong Qi, that bastard, I'll definitely make him swallow shit and commit suicide some other day. Kong Qi stood there, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, Brother Gong, you don't think that with this one's hearing? I can't hear what you're saying, do you? Gong Wenshan frowned as he glanced up at Kong Qi and snorted. I'm just saying it for you to hear, so what? Kong Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only cup his fists and say, Please forgive me, Brother Gong, but no one here is proficient in spirit arrays, so I can only count on you. Gong Wenshan snorted. You and I have known each other for several dozen years, you know my temper. Kong Qi nodded repeatedly. Yes, you hate trouble the most. I naturally know that. Breaking this spirit array is the most troublesome thing. Gong Wenshan's face was so cold it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost from it as he walked up to the golden light and stood there, glancing at it a few times before turning around and saying, It's not impossible for me to break it, but what benefits will I get? Benefits? Kong Qi's face twitched, wondering if this was the legendary looting a burning house. For a while he didn't know how to respond. Sparing your life, does that count as a benefit? Wu Chang suddenly interjected. Gong Wenshan immediately turned his head to look at him, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, Oh, are you threatening me? Wu Chang snorted. Break this spirit array and you can live, otherwise, I'll make you die here right now. He had a serious look on his face, obviously not joking. No one thought he was joking. After all, these words came from Wu Chang's mouth. Interesting. Even facing Wu Chang, Gong Wenshan didn't show the slightest fear, meeting his gaze head-on without flinching, obviously having a strong temper. Chapter 2155. To the side, Kong Qi was shocked. Yang Kai and Gong Wenshan had known each other for several dozen years, and understood his character and temperament. This person was born to be amenable to persuasion but not coercion. If Yang Kai spoke to him nicely, everything would be easy to negotiate, but if Yang Kai tried to threaten him, it would be a grave mistake. Gong Wenshan was undoubtedly being threatened by Wu Chang now. Kong Qi seemed to be able to foresee the scene of Gong Wenshan storming off. In this kind of place, if Gong Wenshan left, no one would be able to open the barrier of the flowing time temple. Considering all this, Kong Qi no longer cared about offending Wu Chang, and his expression sank as he shouted, Wu Chang, have you become an idiot? Brother Gong didn't say he wouldn't crack this barrier. What is the meaning of your words? Wu Chang glanced at him coldly and said, Who do you think you are? Do you think you have the right to tell me what to do? Kong Qi became angry and shouted, Don't you think you don't put anyone in your eyes? Although he was not as famous as Wu Chang and Xiaosheng, he was still a rising star cultivated by Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. His aptitude was extraordinary, so how could he not have a temper? So what? Wu Chang smiled proudly. If you want to be put in my eyes, you need to have some strength. Xiaochen seemed to be thinking about something at this time as he continued. Brother Wu Chang, I'm afraid you don't put anyone in your eyes, tsk tisk. As soon as this remark came out, Luo Yuan couldn't help frowning. He silently stretched out his hand. The battle axe that had been sent flying by the golden light barrier flew back with a whoosh. Although Wu Chang was a little rampant, he wasn't a fool. How could he not understand Xiao Chen's malicious intent? Therefore he immediately turned to look at Xiao Chen and sneered. What advice does Brother Xiao have for me? I wouldn't dare give advice. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Brother Wu Chang is already the strongest person below the emperor. How could this Xiao dare give advice? These words were even more serious than the previous one. As soon as these words came out, even Xiao Bai, who had been standing silently to the side, showed some fighting spirit. That's enough, stop arguing. Don't disturb Brother Gong from breaking the barrier, Lan Sun suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and found that the source of this quarrel, Gong Wenshan, had at some point sat cross-legged in front of the golden light, his previous lazy gaze replaced by a focused one. It was as if he wanted to find some clues from it. At least you know what's good for you. Wu Chang coldly snorted, secretly feeling that Gong Wenshan was afraid of his threat. It wasn't just him. Basically, everyone present had the same thought. After all, Gong Wenshan had just asked about the benefits of breaking the barrier, but after being threatened by Wu Chang with a few words, hadn't he obediently submitted? For a moment, many people revealed looks of disdain. Although everyone still had to rely on Gong Wenshan's strength to enter the Flowing Time Temple, this did not prevent them from despising him. Only one person, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, stared thoughtfully at Gong Wenshan's side and thought to himself, "The situation is not good. Brother Gong has always been stubborn and never allowed himself to be threatened. But this time he is actually cooperating. What kind of trick is he trying to pull? He's even showing that evil grin. It's all over." The more Kong Qi observed, the more he felt that Gong Wenshan's behavior was strange. Instinctively, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. At that moment, Gong Wenshan, who had been observing the golden light barrier for a while, seemed to have gained something. Stretching out his hand, he took out a delicate spirit array from his space ring. Gong Wenshan shouted loudly, slowly pushing his hands to the sides. The crack grew bigger and bigger as he moved, as if he had torn the barrier apart with his bare hands. "It's really done." This time many cultivators were shocked. This was a barrier left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Even after countless years, it was not something an ordinary cultivator could open. But Gong Wenshan had done it. The Gong family's reputation is well deserved. Even Lan Sun could not help praising. She had to admit that in terms of the Tao of spirit arrays, Gong Wenshan was far ahead of her. Until now, she had not been able to see the weakness of the golden barrier, but Gong Wenshan had already broken it. "Many thanks, Brother Gong. After we return, I'll treat you to a drink." Kong Qi laughed and was the first to rush towards the crack. His figure flickered and disappeared. He instinctively felt that there would be trouble if he continued to stay, so it was better to leave first. With him taking the lead, the others naturally rushed towards the crack. Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, Xiao Chun, Lan Sun, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao all pushed their source qi. On one hand, they were guarding against someone suddenly attacking them. On the other hand, they were vigilant of any dangers they might encounter after entering the Flowing Time Temple. With this group of people rushing to the front, the others naturally did not dare to compete with them. With Wu Chang's explosive temper, if they angered him, they might be directly killed. **Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as one figure after another disappeared into the crack. At that moment, Gong Wenshan glanced at Wu Chang meaningfully and smiled slightly, his smile filled with sarcasm. "What the hell?" Wu Chang frowned, vaguely having a bad feeling about this. However, he still did not think too much about it, only focusing on entering the Flowing Time Temple and snatching star seals and opportunities. However, what happened next stunned him. When his body passed through the crack that had been torn open, an invisible force attacked him from the front and directly pushed him dozens of feet away. Wu Chang's face changed drastically as he quickly stabilized his body and glared at Gong Wenshan gloomily. Gong Wenshan sneered, pointed his finger at him and said, "Everyone else can enter, but you can't." "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Wu Chang coldly snorted, not understanding that this was Gong Wenshan's revenge. When he threatened his life just now, Gong Wenshan did not react strongly, but now he was waiting for him here. It could be said that this was the best opportunity and the best method. Thinking about it, everyone had entered the Flowing Time Temple, but Wu Chang was blocked outside because of his previous threat. How could he not be annoyed? This guy's heart is completely black. Yang Kai looked at Gong Wenshan, who was smiling happily and was secretly shocked. Just now he also thought that Gong Wenshan was afraid of Wu Chang, which was why he had tried to crack the barrier, but who knew he would actually play such a disgusting trick? Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai did not stop moving forward. After all, entering the Flowing Time Temple was the best option. No matter what happened to Wu Chang and Gong Wenshan later, it had nothing to do with him. "Do you think you can stop me?" Wu Chang looked down coldly and asked. Gong Wenshan smiled and said, "Now that this barrier is completely under my control, I can let whoever I want in, so do you think I can't stop you? Since that's the case, I'll just kill you. Wu Chang coldly snorted as he raised his hands high, condensing two different colored energies from his palms, one fiery red and the other snow white. Who knew that he would encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived? If he had known, he would have waited outside a little longer and waited for these people to kill all the puppets before coming in. Junior brother Yang, be careful. These puppets are not easy to deal with. Murong Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly reached his ear. She must have seen Yang Kai come in, and reminded him with concern. Although I want to thank you for your concern, but aren't you exposing my existence? Yang Kai smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as Murong Xiaoxiao's words fell, a puppet closest to him suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a pair of strange red eyes. Previously, dozens of star seals had fallen into the Flowing Time Temple. Hidden in every corner of this temple, it was normal for there to be 3 to 5 star seals among the hundreds of puppets. The brother and sister were not of high birth, and their strength was not too strong. They were afraid that after killing this cheetah puppet, the phenomenon of obtaining a star seal would be discovered by others, thus planting a seed of disaster. Don't look at how happy the guy who obtained the 5-pointed star seal was now. He must have been targeted by many people, and they were just waiting to attack him when he was alone. Thinking of this, the brother and sister looked at each other, and nodded as if they had a tacit understanding. They did not immediately kill him, but instead fought and retreated, leading the cheetah puppet in front of them into the depths of the temple. They wanted to get out of everyone's sight, and then obtain a star seal. The main hall was in chaos. Even if the actions of these two people were a little obvious, no one would care. They just thought that they were not strong enough, and were forced to do so. The plan and action of the two people were very successful, but just as they were about to leave the crowd, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. One hand clenched into a fist. The figure smashed down fiercely. The brother and sister's hearts sank, but it was too late for them to act. There was a loud bang. The cheetah puppet was directly smashed to pieces, and at the same time, the triangular star seal on its forehead flew out, blooming with light as it flew towards the figure falling from the sky. Just a triangular star seal? The figure glanced at the back of his hand, and seemed to be very dissatisfied before turning around to attack the other puppets. Seeing this, the woman of the brother and sister bit her red lips, and opened her mouth to say something. However, the man's complexion changed. Tugging at the woman's clothes, he slowly shook his head and whispered, "This person is called Luo Yuan. We can't afford to provoke him." But that star seal. The woman had an unwilling look on her face. The man smiled bitterly. "Just pretend you didn't notice." "That's clearly ours," the woman said angrily. If they had known that Luo Yuan would suddenly appear, they would have dealt with the cheetah puppet earlier, saving them the trouble of making a wedding dress for someone else. The man comforted the woman again, and only then did she stop looking for trouble with Luo Yuan. The man understood that there was no reason to talk to people like Luo Yuan. If you tried to reason with him, he would just use his fists. The killing in the hall lasted for a full hour. Dozens of top Dao Source Realm cultivator from the Southern Territories' various sects and families finally destroyed all the puppets after paying a small price. Not to mention the valuable spirit energy heart, 3 star seals appeared. In addition to the 5-pointed star seal obtained by the man at the beginning, and the triangular star seal obtained by Luo Yuan, there was also a rhombus-shaped star seal similar to the one on the back of Yang Kai's hand. This star seal was obtained by Murong Xiaoxiao by luck, so Xiaoxiao was naturally overjoyed, because now, She was qualified to enter the Shattered Star Sea and search for her own Emperor's path. It wasn't until now that everyone had time to take a good look at the hall. The hall covered a large area and was now covered in puppet fragments. Looking around, there was an obvious passage in front of them that seemed to be the only exit. There were no puppets guarding the exit, nor were there any traces of spirit arrays, so it seemed very safe. However, everyone was cautious and did not rush towards the exit, instead finding a place to sit cross-legged and restore their strength while waiting for the first person to come forward. Kong Qi of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce suddenly came up behind Gong Wunshan again, and asked with a flattering expression, "Brother Gong, what do you think of the situation over there?" Gong Wunshan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Brother Kong, I find that you are even more shameless than before. Why do you always ask me about everything? I didn't create this flowing time temple." Kong Qi grinned meaningfully and said, "Capable people do more work." With Brother Gong's understanding of spirit arrays and spirit arrays, if there was any danger over there, you would have seen through it immediately. "Since you're shamelessly flattering me." Gong Wunshan snorted, stood up reluctantly and walked over. "Then I'll go take a look." Chapter 2158. Gong Wunshan muttered to himself as he walked towards the exit. Kong Qi couldn't help feeling stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had indeed come here to ask Gong Wunshan to check if there were any spirit arrays at the exit, but he hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily, without any intention of refusing. This was completely inconsistent with Gong Wunshan's usual character. Considering all this, Kong Qi's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly stepped forward to catch up. "How can I let Brother Gong take such risks alone? This Kong is willing to accompany you. As brothers, we should share joys and sorrows." "Are you sure?" Gong Wunshan tilted his head and looked at him with a teasing look. Kong Qi's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts, mainly because the other party's expression was too intriguing, making him feel a little anxious. He didn't know how to answer in a way that would satisfy the other party, but in the end he grit his teeth and said, "I'm sure." "Good." Gong Wunshan shrugged his shoulders and continued walking forward. "Just follow me closely." Hearing this, Kong Qi was overjoyed, knowing that his answer just now was definitely correct, but on the surface he remained calm and said, "Naturally, Brother Gong should be careful." As the two spoke, they arrived at the only exit in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, the cultivator who was meditating in the main hall also paid close attention to Gong Wunshan's movements, fearing they would miss something. Gong Wunshan's ability to break spirit arrays had been witnessed by everyone before. If there was a hidden spirit array at the entrance, Gong Wunshan would definitely be able to see through it. For a time, everyone held their breath, waiting for the results to appear. Gong Wunshan stood in front of the entrance and carefully observed it, his expression constantly changing, causing everyone around him to be on edge. After a long time he said leisurely, "Sure enough, there is no mistake. This entrance is just an ordinary one. There is no danger." Saying so, he walked directly towards the entrance. Kong Qi hurriedly followed. The two disappeared from the entrance in the blink of an eye. "What a bunch of tricks." Xiao Chen snorted discontentedly. When he saw Gong Wunshan's expression change several times before, he thought he had discovered something, but in the end, this result made Xiao Chen feel like he had been played. Lan Sun smiled slightly and said, "This Brother Gong is also a proud and arrogant person. Come to think of it, have you noticed?" Xiao Bai suddenly came to the two of them, looked around and said solemnly, "Wu Chang is not here." Xiao Chen frowned. "What do you mean? What does his presence have to do with us?" Xiao Bai glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to Lan Sun. "What do you mean by that look? Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Chen was immediately unhappy. Lan Sun frowned. He suddenly thought of something. What Brother Xiao Bai means is, Gong Wunshan was the one who prevented Wu Chang from entering this place? Xiao Bai nodded solemnly. "That's exactly what I thought. Gong Wunshan was able to break this barrier, so perhaps he can also control it. Everyone else has basically entered. So there's no reason Wu Chang couldn't. There is only one explanation for this situation. Gong Wenshan didn't let him in. At this point, Xiao Baiyi sighed and looked at Lan Sun sincerely. Your Highness, I am Azure Sun Temple's Xiao Baiyi. I'm not. Brother Xiao Bai. I know, Lan Sun smiled. But you have the same surname as Big Brother Xiao Chun, so I can't call you that. Didn't that young Kai call you Xiao Bai before, so I? Does Brother Xiao Bai care about this? Not at all. Xiao Baiyi denied flatly, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he said coldly. After we get out, I'll tear that guy's mouth. If you delay any longer, everyone else will have left, so let's go first. Xiao Chen couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only change the subject. Lan Sun turned her head, and found that almost all the cultivator in the hall had left, leaving only the few of them still standing in place. She nodded and said, then let's go. Xiao Baiyi winked at Murong Xiao Xiao, and the two of them immediately used their movement skills to rush towards the entrance. Damn it, we've been tricked. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting as soon as he rushed into the entrance. This was because the world in front of him suddenly twisted and changed, transforming into an empty grassland. This grassland was filled with tall grass, and in his field of vision, there were blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass. The environment was extremely beautiful, but this was obviously not a scene that should exist in the Flowing Time Temple. An illusion array? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stood still. He wasn't surprised by the scene in front of him, perhaps because he had a faint premonition that something similar would happen before he came in. The reason for this was naturally because of Gong Wenshan. From the way he dealt with Wu Chang before, Yang Kai could tell that Gong Wenshan was definitely not as approachable and calm as he appeared on the surface. On the contrary, this guy seemed to be unable to bear the slightest loss and was full of evil tricks. Wu Chang had only threatened him with a few words, yet he had forced Wu Chang to stop outside the Flowing Time Temple, forcing him to watch helplessly as everyone else entered the temple. From this, it could be seen that this person was a vengeful person. Kong Qi asked him to investigate the only exit, and Gong Wenshan readily agreed, but Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. Gong Wenshan didn't seem like the kind of person who would make sacrifices. His personality was destined to lack a noble and selfless character. Of course, this was human nature. Sure enough, this entrance wasn't like what Gong Wenshan said, but rather a pleasant surprise waiting for everyone. Yang Kai just didn't know if this illusion array was arranged by Gong Wenshan himself, or if it was something that existed in the Flowing Time Temple itself. If it was the former, it would be easy to deal with. In such a short time, even if Gong Wenshan was a spirit array grandmaster, it was impossible for him to arrange such a profound illusion array. Perhaps he had just summoned an array plate to hinder the pace of those who came after him. If that was the case, the illusion array in front of them could be broken quickly. After all, Gong Wenshan's strength was obvious. But if it was something that existed in the Flowing Time Temple itself, that would be a bit terrifying. Because even Gong Wenshan hadn't noticed anything wrong before, and had rushed in with a confident look on his face. After spending less than a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai had already reached the outside of the illusion array, and the field of vision in front of him distorted again. The blue sky and white clouds suddenly disappeared, and were replaced by a dark and deep passage. Yang Kai immediately withdrew his demon eye of annihilation, and with a tap of his foot, rushed to the bottom of the passage. Looking ahead, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Why are there so many forks? In front of him, there were at least a dozen forks in the passage ahead, each of which he couldn't see what was inside. Each of these forks gave him a creepy feeling, as if they were all leading to the same road of no return. He was now looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to this blood monster. How did I end up on the same path as this guy? Yang Kai hid in the dark and frowned. There were more than a dozen forks in the road before. He had just chosen one at random and hadn't expected someone to beat him to it. But fortunately, Kong Qi had walked ahead of him, otherwise, Yang Kai would have been the one dealing with this blood monster at this moment. Looking at the battlefield, Yang Kai turned his eyes to the two flowing time great emperor fruits on the long table, and a despicable idea came to his mind uncontrollably. While this guy is attracting the blood monster's attention, I can secretly take away the flowing time great emperor fruits. That wouldn't be too much, right? Before this, Yang Kai had never had any dealings with Kong Qi. There was no gratitude or grievance between them. So when this idea came to him, Yang Kai didn't feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, he immediately displayed his nihility secret technique, restrained all his aura, and then cautiously walked towards the other side. After displaying his nihility secret technique, Yang Kai didn't really exist in the void, but instead completely isolated his aura, making it impossible for others to spy on his existence with their divine sense. Unless the person spying on him had a divine sense strong enough to penetrate the void. The only weakness of this secret technique was that others could see him with the naked eye. The hall wasn't too big, so if Yang Kai acted too fiercely, he would obviously expose his whereabouts, but he was also a cautious person. So he waited until Kong Qi and the blood monster had both entered his blind spot before suddenly taking action. Rushing forward. Because he didn't need to worry about being detected by the divine senses of others. As such, Yang Kai's actions could be said to be unscrupulous. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai arrived in front of the long table, and reached out to grab the two flowing time great emperor fruits, intending to put them into his space ring. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a light curtain-like barrier appeared above the long table, directly blocking Yang Kai's hand. Crap. Yang Kai muttered to himself, knowing that he definitely wouldn't be able to sneak around under the eyes of others. Sure enough, the moment the light curtain flashed, Kong Qi and the blood monster, who were fighting fiercely, both noticed it and cast their gazes towards it. Kong Qi had a stunned expression on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly not having expected that someone would be able to steal his spoils without him noticing. He couldn't help but tease. Friend, your cultivation isn't high, but your courage isn't small. It's just so. Yang Kai answered casually, his source chi erupting from his body as he punched the light curtain on the long table. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai might as well openly snatch the fruits. The barrier on this light curtain was indeed extraordinary. Even after experiencing countless flowing time great emperor fruits, it was still able to function, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, it finally shattered. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick, grabbing one of the flowing time great emperor fruits and throwing it directly into his space ring. Kong Qi looked angry. No one would be able to remain calm in such a situation. After he came in, he found the two flowing time great emperor fruits, but before he could take them, the blood pool in the hall suddenly roiled and quickly condensed into a huge blood monster. Kong Qi had no choice but to fight with this blood monster, wanting to finish it off as soon as possible so he could collect the spoils. The blood monster seemed to feel something and hurriedly retreated, but no matter how fast it was, how could it be faster than this strange artifact? In the blink of an eye, the blood monster was caught by one of the coins, which then expanded in size and wrapped around the blood monster's body, binding it tightly and restraining its movements. Immediately afterwards, a second and third coin fell, also wrapping around the blood monster's body, making it even more difficult for it to move. As more and more coins fell, the blood monster was completely trapped in a very short period of time. Looking at it from head to toe, the huge blood monster was tightly bound by countless coins. It was airtight. At a certain moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he looked up and found that there was a door-like existence in front of him, from which the dazzling light was being emitted. Hua Qingxi smiled charmingly. Then you have to follow behind elder sister well. Yang Kai glanced at her, sneered, and stepped up the white jade stairs. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi's expressions became serious and they stepped up side by side. Suddenly, a pure white energy emerged from the white jade stairs and turned into a cloud that shrouded the three of them, giving them the illusion that they were walking on clouds. At the same time, Yang Kai's body shook as he inexplicably felt a strange force pour into his body. Like a catalyst, it cleansed the source qi in his body and the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea, making his source qi and spiritual energy more vigorous and condensed. This force was indescribable, as if the flowing time great emperor was passing. And as the flowing time great emperor passed by, his strength was also increasing step by step. It was clearly just a moment, but the three of them felt like a long time had passed. A wonderful feeling lingered in their hearts. Yang Kai glanced around and found that Zhang Ruoxi and Hua Qingxi were both at ease. After confirming that the two of them were fine, he took another step forward. As the feeling grew stronger, Yang Kai's spirit shook, and he opened his mind to accept the baptism of the principles of time on the stairs. His source qi and spiritual energy became more and more vigorous and pure. At the beginning, Yang Kai still had the leisure to observe the situation of Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi, lest the two of them couldn't bear the principles of time, and something unexpected happened. But as he climbed up the stairs, Yang Kai gradually became immersed in this seemingly slow but rapid feeling of becoming stronger, and for a while, he was unable to extricate himself. Is this the principles of time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of admiration on his face. What a strange power! It's obviously only a short period of time, but it makes me feel like a long time has passed, as if I've been cultivating for a long time. This strange power is even better than the Tao of space. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an unusual energy fluctuation coming from the front. Yang Kai was shocked. He collected his thoughts and looked up. 7 or 8 steps ahead of him, Zhang Ruoxi was walking forward step by step. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, revealing her beautiful figure. As she took this step, a halo of energy suddenly burst out from her petite body and spread out in all directions. Are you kidding me? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He didn't know when Zhang Ruoxi had walked in front of him, and she was so many steps ahead of him. But that wasn't all. The key was that Zhang Ruoxi had clearly broken through a minor realm and reached the second-order origin returning realm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it was true. After all, Zhang Ruoxi had just broken through to the origin returning realm a few days ago. Zhang Ruoxi smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the monster beast's head, but she hesitated and said, "I won't hurt you, right?" She didn't know why she asked such a question, but she had a feeling that if she touched the monster beast in front of her, it was very likely that it would be hurt. "The current you probably won't," the monster beast replied. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi put her hand on its forehead and gently touched it. The scorching flame burned Zhang Ruoxi's white hand, but miraculously, it didn't hurt her at all. Instead, it accompanied her touch. The monster beast actually made a purring sound. It was like the reaction of a cat when it was petted. So shameful, so shameful. This great lord is actually being touched by a little girl like this. This is simply an extraordinary shame and humiliation. The demonic beast muttered unhappily in its heart, but its body gave a very honest reaction. "What's your name?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked again. Qiongqi. What a strange name. Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly, a confused look in her beautiful eyes, and said, I don't know why, but although this is the first time I've heard this name, it feels very familiar. Do you know why? I don't know. Qiongqi shook his head like a rattledrum, thinking in his heart, it's better if you don't understand in your lifetime. Why would this great master take the initiative to tell you this kind of thing? If that's the case, then this great master's doomsday is coming. Okay. Zhang Ruoxi said. She withdrew her hand and said sincerely, Thank you for saving my life just now. But can I trouble you to send me back? If I suddenly disappear, Mr. will be very worried. Mr.? Qiongqi heard this and asked suspiciously, The man behind you? Yes, you can see him? Zhang Ruoxi nodded quickly. Qiongqi said proudly, In this temple, no wind or grass can escape this grate. My observation. Just now, I saw that you were in danger, so I brought you here. After a pause, it shook its head and said, I didn't expect that someone as strong as you would be protected by others. Although it deliberately lowered its voice when it said this, its voice was loud and clear, so Zhang Ruoxi still heard it clearly. Zhang Ruoxi quickly waved her hand and said with embarrassment, What are you talking about? Mr. is the powerful one, how am I strong? She just thought that Qiongqi was talking nonsense to make her happy. One day you will be strong. Qiongqi said meaningfully. Yes, I will work hard. Zhang Ruoxi was full of enthusiasm. Well, since you and I are fated to meet today, I will give you something. Qiongqi suddenly seemed to think of something and said. As it spoke, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at the void. When it retracted its claws, there was a pink rainbow-colored robe on its claws. The robe was dazzling and emperor aura flowed on it, making it look magnificent. Your strength is still low, so I will give you this pink cloud's phoenix robe. After wearing it, ordinary people probably won't be able to hurt you. Qiongqi was very strong, so the ordinary people it mentioned could be understood as a cultivator in the emperor realm. How can I accept this? Although Zhang Ruoxi liked this robe, her good upbringing made her unable to accept this gift without any reason. So she quickly waved her hand and refused. Just wear it. This is your opportunity. When a cultivator cultivates, opportunities are also a part of their strength. Qiongqi said, but in his heart he was thinking, if it wasn't for the fact that I was afraid some blind guy would provoke you and cause your bloodline power to awaken in advance, why would this great master go through so much trouble? It's not easy for me to plan ahead. Once I'm out of here, I should go to the Dragon Island and extort those old dragons. Anyway, this isn't my problem alone. Those old dragons definitely won't sit back and do nothing. The treasured robe was dazzling and magnificent. Strands of emperor's aura flowed around it. The treasured robe emitted a powerful emperor's aura, an emperor artifact. And it was a defensive emperor artifact. What the hell is going on? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly and strangely disappeared from the flowing time great emperor's staircase. And when she came back, she told him that she saw a monster beast named Qiongqi. Not only did that monster beast not do anything to her, it even gave her a defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai was completely at a loss. After Zhang Ruoxi activated her robe, her whole body was dazzled by the emperor artifact. She looked at Yang Kai timidly and asked, Is this beautiful? Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, It's beautiful. This is an emperor artifact. How can it be described as beautiful? Yang Kai howled in his heart. Although he had 5 emperor artifacts, none of them were defensive, which showed how rare defensive emperor artifacts were. Qiongqi said it's called the Pink Cloud's Phoenix Robe. Zhang Ruoxi explained, I don't like the pink one, but it's fine as long as Sir says it's beautiful. And it's a gift from someone else. Yang Kai tried to calm himself down. Next time you see it, you must thank it properly. Ruoxi will remember. Zhang Ruoxi nodded respectfully. Put it away first. Don't activate its form unless it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's very likely to cause a lot of trouble. Yes. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi used her divine sense to restrain the light of the pink cloud's phoenix robe. With a flash of light, the robe disappeared. By the way, Ruoxi, did Qiongqi say anything else to you? Yang Kai asked cautiously. Zhang Ruoxi heard this, thought for a while, and said, "It told me to tell sir that if you have the chance to enter the final position, you must choose the most useless thing." Choose the most useless thing? Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. What does that mean? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head. I don't know. It sent me back after it said that. After getting along with her for so long, Yang Kai also knew that this little girl's personality was pure and kind, so it was impossible for her to hide anything from him, let alone deceive him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he carefully inquired about the situation after her meeting with Qiongqi, but he didn't obtain much information. Yang Kai couldn't believe it. In the end, he could only think that this was Zhang Ruoxi's opportunity. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin returning realm cultivator not only return safely after meeting a fierce beast like Qiongqi, but also receive an emperor artifact like the pink cloud's phoenix robe? Later, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to enter the small sealed world bead. He sat alone at the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor, and calmed down a little. After a long time, only then did he stand up. At the top of the stairs of the flowing time Great Emperor was a door. Xiao Bai shook his head. I don't know, most likely death. After saying so, he coldly snorted and said, What's wrong, are you afraid? Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's just, I don't want to kill you, brother Xiao Bai. You and I have no grievances, and although you seem to have some complaints about me, we still entered the Four Seasons realm together. If I really killed you here, how would I explain it to Elder Gao and the others? Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly as his figure leapt forward, abandoning his sword, and instead of retreating, he formed a seal with both hands as space force and space principles suddenly filled the air. Countless dark moon blades flew up to meet the falling streaks of light. Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, one black hole after another appeared in the void, swallowing up the incredible energy shockwaves. The violent energy fluctuations shook everyone's mind, as if the Tao discussion stage was about to collapse. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning as he shuttled through the void, searching for Xiao Baiyi's figure. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he pushed his source chi and sent a palm strike towards a certain location. Pa. At the same time. Two muffled groans rang out as Yang Kai retreated a few steps with an ashen face. In a place where no one was present, Xiao Baiyi's figure appeared with a pale face, his aura weak as he fell down with a look of unwillingness on his face. The vision that filled the sky suddenly disappeared at this moment, leaving only the bleak atmosphere of the aftermath of the great battle in the air. Xiao Baiyi fell heavily to the ground, but immediately stood up like a carp, unable to stand still. His figure swayed and he had no choice but to support himself with his sword to prevent himself from falling. His exposed skin was all cracked and blood was flowing out of his body. On his chest, there was a clear palm print. Only this palm was caused by Yang Kai. Everything else was not the work of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood midair and looked down at the hand he used to attack. At this moment, blood was also flowing out of it. His entire palm had been pierced, and the pain was unbearable. There seemed to be a trace of principal strength lingering around the wound, hindering its recovery. Shaking off the blood on his hand, Yang Kai urged his strength to dissolve the residual principal strength and said lightly, Brother Xiao Bai, this heavenly sword seems to be beyond the scope of what you can enslave. Was it necessary to go to this extent? Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of secret technique Xiao Bai had learned, this last sword was obviously not something Xiao Bai could display at this moment. Forcibly using it would inevitably bring harm to himself. Xiao Bai's current state was the best proof of this. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiao Bai looked miserable, he could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was hearty and joyful, without the slightest regret or unwillingness. He said, "Of course it was necessary. In the face of a strong enemy, one should do their best. Either you die or I die. What harm is a trivial backlash?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Brother Xiao Bai really has the heart of a master. Admirable, admirable." Xiao Bai slowly shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, in the end, I still couldn't defeat you. First Order Dao Source Realm, haha." He laughed bitterly, his tone extremely complex and containing many emotions. Before this, he never thought that one day he would lose to an opponent from the First Order Dao Source Realm. He was a proud son of heaven and thought highly of himself. In this world, with the exception of a few people, he did not put anyone in his eyes. But today's battle made him realize many things. It was as if he was standing in a waist-deep river, and saying that he had seen the sea was ridiculous. "Yang Kai," Xiao Bai shouted, throwing out his long sword casually and wobbling. "Do it." He looked like he was about to poke him, and it seemed like he had no intention of fighting back. After all, even his strongest move had been miraculously resolved by Yang Kai, so he no longer had any strength left to fight. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you," Yang Kai grinned. "Are you the only one who wants to fight to the death?" Xiao Bai frowned and said, "If you want to move forward, you have to fight, otherwise you and I may be trapped here forever." "Not necessarily." Yang Kai denied his point of view. Indeed, as he said before, he had no grievances with Xiao Bai, so there was no need for him to kill him. Moreover, when he fought with Xiao Bai before, the other party did not have any murderous intent, only a high fighting spirit. It was obvious that Xiao Bai did not want to kill him. He simply wanted to fight Yang Kai. This was the mentality of a cultivator who pursued the peak of the martial Tao. While speaking, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, trying to find the exit of the Tao discussion stage. However, this place was just a high platform suspended alone in midair, surrounded by a boundless abyss. It was dark and bottomless, and below it was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, as if something bad was about to happen. "The exit is down there?" Yang Kai came to the edge of the Tao discussion stage and looked down. Feeling the strange aura coming from below, he could not help feeling his scalp go numb. If he really jumped down, he did not know what the consequences would be. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would not jump unless he had no other choice. In fact, he had another way to pass through this place. According to Xiao Bai, the exit of this Tao discussion stage would only appear after one person died. If that was the case, if he put Xiao Bai into the sealed world bead, he would probably be able to make the exit appear. However, if he did so, the secret of the sealed world bead would be exposed. So he urged his space force to try to see if he could teleport away, but in the next moment he shook his head. He could use his space force, so teleportation was not a problem, but he could only teleport on this Tao discussion stage. This seemed to be an isolated space, so Yang Kai could not teleport to the outside world. "You won't find it." Xiao Bai saw him scurrying around and could not help but remind him. "I said before, I have carefully searched this place and there is no exit at all. I have already lost. Do you not even have the courage to give the loser a proper ending?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, and was about to say something when the entire Tao discussion stage suddenly buzzed and began to shake. Yang Kai's face became solemn, and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Xiao Bai was obviously taken aback, not knowing what was going on. But soon a surprising scene occurred. In the sky, the three characters hanging high above suddenly turned into two rays of light, one big and one small. One of them shot toward Xiao Bai, wrapping him up before he could react and disappearing in a flash. Along with it, Xiao Bai's entire body disappeared. As for the other ray of light, it connected the heavens and the earth. After a series of distortions, it transformed into a light bridge leading upwards. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk with a series of cracking sounds. The door in front of everyone suddenly cracked open and a ray of light shot out from it. Immediately afterward, the door slowly moved to the sides and the gap slowly grew larger. When the gap was large enough for one person to pass through, Gong Wenshan suddenly shouted, "Don't move!" Everyone was startled, and their originally restless figures came to a halt. But at that moment, Gong Wenshan rushed through the door like an arrow from a bow. "Damn it, we were tricked!" Kong Qi shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. Qiangqi had said so. If there was a chance to enter the final destination, he had to choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, whether it was the Emperor Aura, Emperor Authority Bead, or Supreme Divine Water, they were all very useful treasures. Only this fiery red bead could not be recognized. So it looked the most useless. Qiangqi was a divine spirit, and he had even given Zhang Ruoxi the pink cloud's phoenix robe. So there was no reason for him to lie to him. So Yang Kai's goal from beginning to end was this fiery red bead. And this choice of his also intentionally or unintentionally avoided the others. No one was interested in this bead. Although they felt that it was absolutely extraordinary, before they knew its specific effects, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses if they rashly snatched this thing. What if it had no use? So the remaining 5 people, they set their sights on the remaining 3 treasures. Among them, Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were eyeing the Emperor Authority Bead. The two's thoughts were simple. The Emperor Authority Bead sealed the full power of a master from the Emperor realm, and was their strongest trump card. With it, they would have the capital to save their lives. As long as they were alive, there was hope in everything. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, they chose the Emperor Aura. This thing could be used to refine an Emperor artifact. Its value was simply immeasurable. Murong Xiaoxiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Authority Bead, but when she saw that Luo Yuan's goal was the same as hers, she could not help gritting her teeth and immediately changed direction, rushing to the Supreme Divine Water that no one was paying attention to and directly breaking the barrier. Xiao Baiyi had once told her that when she was alone, she should never have any conflict with Luo Yuan because he was very dangerous. Xiao Baiyi was not sure he could win against him. Murong Xiaoxiao was very obedient and naturally would not disobey Xiao Baiyi's advice. The 6 people immediately divided into several areas of territory, with Yang Kai and Murong Xiaoxiao breaking the barrier on their own, while the remaining 4 people fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kong Qi and Luo Yuan was the most intense. Neither of them was willing to back down, and while each of them was using their own methods to break the barrier, they were also constantly exchanging blows, causing the high platform to be filled with world energy aura. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan, it should be said that Gong Wenshan was worthy of being called a spirit array master. After landing on the high platform, he directly summoned an array plate. This array plate turned into ripples and spread out, turning into a cloud of smoke that enveloped the place he was standing, including Bian Yuqing. No one could see what was going on inside. However, after falling into the opponent's array plate, Yang Kai estimated that Bian Yuqing was probably powerless to reverse the situation, and could only silently feel sorry for her in his heart. The scene of Xiao Chun breaking the barrier was still vivid in everyone's mind, so everyone knew that this barrier was extremely tough and could not be broken at will. At this moment, they naturally spared no effort. Yang Kai directly used his dragon transformation secret technique, urging his 5 elements indestructible sword chi to transform his hand into a dragon claw that smashed towards the barrier. Under the condition that no one was interfering, he tried a total of 5 times before he finally broke the restriction. Once the light barrier shattered, Yang Kai took out the fiery red bead and threw it into his space ring. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Luo Yuan and Kong Qi were not giving way to each other, one of their hands touching the other as they competed with their source qi. Mingyu said, I wonder if Master Qiongqi is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace for a chat. This queen has a relic left by the flowing time Great Emperor Master. Perhaps I can give it to Master. It's useless to flatter me. Qiongqi shook his head and snorted, then said, This Master is hungry. Mingyu smiled and said, I will prepare it for Master. That's more like it, Qiongqi said in a loud voice. Since you've invited me so sincerely, then I'll give you some face and pay you a visit. Mingyu awaits Master's good news. This is the location of my Star Soul Palace. Saying so, Mingyu stretched out her hand and pointed in front of her. From her fingertip, a white light slowly flew out and arrived in front of Qiongqi. Qiongqi swallowed it in one gulp, stood in place and pondered for a moment, then turned in a different direction and disappeared in a blaze of fire. After Qiongqi left, Xiao Yuyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. A cool breeze blew over, and a sticky chill ran down their backs. Mingyu turned around and glanced at everyone, but didn't say anything. With a shake of her body, she turned into countless streaks of white light and disappeared from this world. Farewell, Master. Everyone from the Emperor Realm bowed and said. After a long while, these 6 from the Emperor Realm slowly straightened up and looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. They were all masters in this world, but ever since they ascended to the Emperor Realm, there had never been a day like today where they were so close to death. It's all thanks to Master Xiao, otherwise today's matter, Sung Yuan said with a lingering fear. And if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been buried here today. Lu Qi also nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. It was the great emperors who saved us, it wasn't this Zhao's credit. However, with Qiongqi's appearance, I'm afraid the Southern Territory will be plagued with disasters again. Everyone's hearts couldn't help sinking when they heard him say this. Qiongqi was a ferocious beast, and it represented disaster and war. Its appearance would definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely ferocious tides. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that when they returned to the sect, they would definitely report this matter to the sect leader, so that they could take precautions early. In the 4 Seasons realm, Yang Kai moved forward alone, crossing the 2 Seasons mountain range, and heading towards the winter territory. Not long ago, while he and Morong Xiaoxiao were waiting in the 2 Seasons mountain range, the latter had contacted Xiao Baiyi through the sect's communication artifact. After meeting each other, Xiao Baiyi naturally didn't give Yang Kai any face. After all, although Yang Kai had defeated Xiao Baiyi on the Dao discussion stage, he had also cut off Xiao Baiyi's path to continue exploring and obtaining opportunities. If not for this, in the final palace where the treasures were snatched, Xiao Baiyi would have occupied at least one of the spots. Perhaps he would have obtained some incredible gains. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Baiyi had a knot in his heart, so he didn't stay for long. After informing the other 2, he set off for the winter territory alone. Halfway there, He took out the fiery red bead to observe, but he couldn't figure out what this bead was used for, no matter how he probed it with his divine sense or poured his source chi into it. This bead didn't respond at all. In desperation, Yang Kai could only put it into his space ring for the time being. At this moment, the Two Seasons mountain range was calm. He didn't know if it was because of the appearance of the flowing time temple not long ago, or because of the appearance of Cheongchi, but Yang Kai didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. 2 days later, he successfully crossed the Two Seasons mountain range. In front of him was a completely different world. What entered his eyes was white, wrapped in silver. Heavy snow was falling, and the snow on the ground was more than a dozen feet thick. As soon as he stepped into this place, the omnipresent cold wrapped around his body and poured into his body through his pores, freezing his blood and condensing his soul. Yang Kai braved the wind and snow. They explored this world filled with white. In the Four Seasons realm, the natural environment of each territory was completely different. In the summer territory, the sun was scorching and the temperature was extremely high, but in the winter territory, it was a completely different world from the summer territory. The environment where the tribulation fruit grew was extremely cold, and in the winter territory's environment, it was indeed easy for such a spirit fruit to grow. Yang Kai held a glimmer of hope and didn't feel that this exploration was difficult. He walked all the way through the winter territory, trekking over mountains and rivers. Although he occasionally made some gains, they were all rare spirit flowers and strange fruits, and he didn't see any trace of the tribulation fruit. The omnipresent cold made the source chi in his body drain at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he could only summon Lu Yen to travel with him. Lu Yen was a fire attribute artifact spirit, and had swallowed all kinds of mysterious flames, so she was naturally not afraid of this trivial cold. Not only that, when she stayed by Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai didn't feel much of the cold. Lu Yen also very considerately stayed close to Yang Kai, constantly using her own heat to dispel the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike the other territory, there seemed to be very few traces of people in the winter territory. Even if a cultivator was teleported here when they first entered, they would probably find a way to leave this damned place in the shortest time possible. Unless Yang Kai had a special purpose and had no choice but to come to the winter territory, it was likely that no one would stay in this environment for long. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but didn't see a single person. In the entire winter territory, it seemed that he was the only one who existed. 3 days later, somewhere in the winter territory, Yang Kai looked around with a blank expression. He had been completely lost in this silver-white world, and at this moment, he couldn't even figure out his direction. For a powerhouse like him, it was basically impossible for such a situation to occur, but the environment in the winter territory was really too harsh and special. Even Yang Kai couldn't walk freely here and remember the way. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left had been covered by snow. "What's wrong?" Lu Yen asked with concern. "Well, I seem to be lost," Yang Kai replied calmly. Lu Yen pursed her lips and smiled. "There's such a thing. It doesn't matter." The little snowflake was floating a few dozen meters away from her, its fuzzy facial features showing a worried expression as it fluttered uneasily from time to time. Chapter 2174. The lake water was cold, but it was still tolerable. Yang Kai went deeper without any surprises or dangers. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have sensed something and stared in a certain direction. Over there was the sound of splashing water. And what Yang Kai saw was even more unbelievable. In the center of the lake, there was actually a woman bathing in the lake. This woman had soft black hair, picturesque features, a delicate face, and exposed shoulders. When the heat of her body came into contact with the cold lake water, a thin layer of mist formed, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was shrouded in a layer of mist. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and the clear lake water reflected the part of this woman's body that was immersed in the water, making one's blood boil and daydream endlessly. At this moment, this woman was holding a soft hand slightly, and the other hand was scooping up water in front of her, slowly wiping her snow-white and flawless skin, as if she didn't notice Yang Kai's arrival. However, when Yang Kai's gaze was cast over, the other party obviously sensed it, and hurriedly turned her head to look at him. That pair of beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars, emitting a different kind of light, making one unable to look away after a single glance, as if they were about to sink into them. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's expression froze. On the other hand, the woman pursed her lips and smiled, revealing a soul-stirring smile. A layer of halo that couldn't be seen by the naked eye spread out from that side, enveloping Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became even more sluggish. The woman grinned, and that smile suddenly became incomparably ferocious. She immediately opened her mouth. The originally small cherry mouth under this grin, it actually turned into a huge ferocious mouth, biting towards Yang Kai fiercely. Even though there was a distance of more than a dozen zhang between them, this huge ferocious mouth swallowed Yang Kai whole, and even swallowed a lot of the lake water where Yang Kai was. When the huge mouth closed, the scene where the woman was twisted and changed. There was no longer the scene of a beauty coming out of the bath. Instead, it was replaced by a strange-looking exotic beast that was chewing on something. This exotic beast was truly indescribable. Its entire body was in the shape of a sphere, with a diameter of around 30 to 40 feet. Its body was pitch black, and there were a dozen pairs of eyes densely covering its body, as well as 7 or 8 tentacle-like tentacles. It kept dancing. On the shore, Lu Yan, who had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene and couldn't help but become gloomy. However, she didn't show too much worry because she could feel that Yang Kai was fine. On the contrary, little Snowflake was startled. It started to fly at high speed. He seemed to want to rescue Yang Kai, but he didn't dare to. A monster beast that's proficient in divine soul attacks is really rare. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere in the void like a ghost. In the next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round beast's head, looking completely unharmed. When the scene of the woman bathing appeared in his field of vision, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. In this damned place, which sex female disciple would take a bath in peace? Even the Tao Source Realm cultivator, who entered the Four Seasons realm, didn't have the leisure to do so. At first, he thought that the woman-like existence was some kind of monster beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul attack. The beauty bathing was just an illusion that appeared in front of him after he was attacked. It was just that this illusion was so real that even Yang Kai couldn't see through it immediately. In its field of vision, the budding lotus flower occupied its entire field of vision, and the lotus flower bloomed with its spiritual energy as the source. Although its spiritual energy was extraordinary, it had been injured in the previous head-on collision with Yang Kai, and now that it had been hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, it was naturally powerless. After a short while, with a burst of popping sounds, the dozen pairs of eyes on the exotic beast's body all burst open, as if there was infinite pressure inside them. Yang Kai grasped the myriad sword and merged with it, turning into a stream of light and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already behind the exotic beast. A huge hole had appeared in the exotic beast's round body, exposing its internal organs. Yang Kai sent out a palm strike, and space force surged as he muttered, "Exile." A deep black hole appeared, like the mouth of a fierce beast, and swallowed up the exotic beast's body. When the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left. Opening his palm, he held a dark red inner core in his palm. In an instant, the three of them were locked in a fierce battle atop the mountain, sword chi flying about, spiritual energy rioting, and the battlefield was filled with flying sand and stones, creating a lively scene. The initiator of all this, Bao Peng, stood quietly in place, not showing the slightest intention to intervene. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on her face, as if she had gained something from watching the battle. Ha! Suddenly Yang Kai sighed and turned his head to look in a certain direction, saying, "This spirit flower doesn't seem to have matured yet. Rashly harvesting it is not good. What if its medicinal properties are ruined?" The place he was looking at was empty. Hearing this, the three people fighting were startled and immediately stopped fighting, retreating from the battle, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Cheng Tai, on the other hand, frowned as he glanced over at Bao Peng, who was standing not far away. "I already said, don't rashly harvest it. Friend, do you not understand my words?" Yang Kai shouted again as he threw a punch towards a certain spot. As this energy rushed forward, in a certain place where there was no one else, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, a look of shock filling his face. This figure was now less than 100 meters away from the extraordinary treasure lotus. And from the way he was stealthily approaching it, it was obvious he wanted to steal it while no one was paying attention. Bao Peng. After seeing this person's face, Cheng Tai could not help shouting angrily. At that moment, the other Bao Peng, who had been standing in place and watching the battle, suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This was an extremely lifelike afterimage. The real Bao Peng had used some kind of secret technique to sneak away. Bao Peng, who had been hit by Yang Kai, could not help becoming angry, glaring fiercely at Yang Kai as he shouted, "Little brat, you court death." In his opinion, if not for Yang Kai's interference, he would have already taken the spirit herb and fled, but because of Yang Kai's existence, his plan had failed. Annoyed, he naturally flew into a rage. "I'm sorry." Yang Kai scratched his head helplessly. "If possible, I didn't want to expose you, but your behavior, it's really intolerable, it's simply too vile." He spat out in disdain. To others, these words had a different meaning, but what Yang Kai really meant was that doing this would destroy the extraordinary treasure lotus. The extraordinary treasure lotus was still far from ripening, so how could Yang Kai allow it to be harvested rashly? He had pretended to be stupid and weak just to buy time. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work. "That's right," Cheng Tai shouted. "After not seeing you for a few years, Bao Peng, you're still so despicable. Although this Cheng has been extremely careful, he still almost fell for your tricks." Although he had been fighting the two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect before, he had not used his full strength, and had instead focused part of his attention on Bao Peng. It was only when he saw him standing in place and not making any moves that he was able to relax and fight. How could he have thought that the Bao Peng standing in place was just an illusion? The two from Flowing Shadow Sword sect also had ugly expressions at this moment, but they were more curious because none of the people present had noticed Bao Peng's trick, yet it had been seen through by Yang Kai. If it weren't for them clearly feeling that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm, everyone would have thought it was an illusion. He knew that in his current state, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. If he angered the other party, he would end up like the two corpses. "There's nothing useful here," Yang Kai muttered with some dissatisfaction after checking the contents of the two space rings. In fact, this was not the case. The He brother and sister were both second-order Dao source realm cultivators, So naturally, there were many good things in their space rings. Whether it was source crystals, pills, or artifacts, their value was quite good. But for Yang Kai, there was nothing he wanted at the moment. Saying so, he stepped forward and stood in front of Cheng Tai, pondering for a moment before asking, "If it's convenient, can Brother Cheng let me take a look at your space ring?" Hearing this, Cheng Tai's face paled, but now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so he still squeezed out a smile and said, "Naturally, there's no problem." Saying so, he took off his space ring with a pained expression and tossed it to Yang Kai before eagerly saying, "If this friend has nothing else to say, this Cheng will take his leave. Sorry for disturbing you before. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "You don't want your space ring?" Cheng Tai looked stunned, not understanding why Yang Kai would say such a thing. "Do you think I want to rob you?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "Do you think I would do such a despicable thing?" The expression on Cheng Tai's face changed constantly, and he really didn't know what to say. "Haha, I found something useful." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly laughed and with a thought, he took something out of Cheng Tai's space ring. Cheng Tai looked over and saw that it was a charcoal black spirit grass. To be honest, Cheng Tai didn't know what this spirit grass was or what it was used for. He just felt that its grade was not low and its value was not low, so he collected it. This thing came from the autumn territory of the Four Seasons realm. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai would take it out at this moment. Cheng Tai was completely at a loss. As for what was in his space ring, he was naturally well aware of it. In terms of value, there should be many things more precious than this spirit grass, but this strange little brat in front of him had actually taken out this spirit grass and left everything else untouched. While Cheng Tai was in a daze, Yang Kai directly threw his space ring back to him and played with the spirit grass in his hand, a look of joy filling his face. "Friend, do you want anything else?" Cheng Tai asked cautiously. "I already said I'm not robbing you." Yang Kai glanced at him and shouted, "Why haven't you scrammed yet?" Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, Cheng Tai felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly grabbed his space ring and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After Cheng Tai disappeared, Yang Kai leisurely landed not far from the extraordinary treasure lotus. Looking at the black spirit grass in his hand, he muttered to himself, "With this black flood dragon, I only lack 3 raw materials to refine the extraordinary treasure pill. And I already have most of the materials, but these 3 are a bit difficult to obtain. I wonder if anyone else has them." While muttering to himself, Yang Kai looked around. At this moment, he was actually hoping that someone would be attracted by the appearance of this extraordinary treasure lotus, so he could collect the raw materials to refine the pill. If he used the extraordinary treasure lotus as the main material, he could refine a heaven-defying spirit pill called the extraordinary treasure pill. This spirit pill had all the effects of the extraordinary treasure lotus, and was even more powerful. Those who didn't, Yang Kai naturally subdued them, snatched their space rings, and inspected them himself. I've also sent away many people these past few days, and yesterday, when your junior brother and junior sister came here. And you don't need to say anything, I can probably guess what happened next. Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly. It was none other than these two from Orthodoxy Temple, seeing how precious this spirit flower was and how weak Yang Kai's cultivation was. So they wanted to drive Yang Kai away, but they didn't expect to fail so miserably and fall into Yang Kai's hands. As a result, in a fit of anger, they went to find Zhuang Bufan to vent their anger. His body suddenly sank down, and a huge crater appeared where he was standing, and countless cracks appeared in the ground around him. A competition of source qi? Zhuang Bufan's expression changed greatly as he instantly understood Yang Kai's intentions. This opponent, who only had a cultivation base in the first-order Dao source realm, had given up all opportunities to compete with secret techniques and artifacts, and instead chose to fight in such a fierce and direct manner, forcing Zhuang Bufan to compete with him in terms of source qi. It was undeniable that this kind of battle would result in a very short time, because no one could dodge or retreat. The side with more source qi would win in the shortest amount of time. Is he really that confident? With a trivial cultivation base in the first-order Dao source realm, he wants to compete with me in source qi? Zhuang Bufan's mind flashed with distracting thoughts as a trace of anger appeared on his face, after being underestimated. While his palm was still in contact with Yang Kai's palm, Zhuang Bufan spun around and raised his other hand as he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Reversal!" Although Zhuang Bufan was the strongest Dao Source Realm Master in Orthodoxy Temple, he was different from Xiaosheng and Wu Chang in that he had a unique advantage. Although it had never been proven, the disciples and elders of the great sects all knew that Xiaosheng had a special physique, but as for what this special physique was, no one knew except for the elders of Azure Sun Temple. As for Wu Chang, needless to say, his yin and yang dual body allowed him to be much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm from birth. However, as a pillar of his sect's Dao Source Realm Master, Zhuang Bufan did not have such conditions. His physique was extremely ordinary, but he was still able to compete with Xiaosheng and Wu Chang. He had even fought Wu Chang several times without falling into a disadvantage. What supported him to achieve this was his solid foundation and vigorous source qi. He was the kind of person who worked extremely hard and cultivated diligently, so while he put in more effort, he also made up for the congenital deficiency of Wu Chang and Xiaosheng. Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu once said that if Zhuang Bufan had a physique like Wu Chang or Xiaosheng's, his achievements would definitely be far greater than what he currently had. The words of a third-order Emperor Realm Master were highly credible, and also reflected Zhuang Bufan's hard work in his cultivation. What Zhuang Bufan was most proud of was his pure and vigorous source qi. His origin energy was just like his entire being. It was as immovable as a mountain, like an abyss. He felt that this was his greatest asset, his foundation that allowed him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiaosheng and Wu Chang. But now someone wanted to compete with him in what he was best at, and that person was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Even if Zhuang Bufan had a good temper, at this moment he was a little angry. The impact of this scene set off a storm in everyone's hearts, causing them to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. But even so, none of them showed any intention of stepping forward to help, and simply watched from afar. Firstly, in such a battle, outsiders would not be able to help at all. If they rashly interfered, it would only result in both sides suffering losses. Secondly, Zhuang Bufan had previously said that they should retreat to the side and not interfere. Big Brother's words had always been dignified, so no one dared to disobey them. "Brother Zhuang, please stop." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, and along with his words, the dazzling golden light suddenly grew stronger, suppressing Zhuang Bufan's white light even further. Yang Kai quickly said, "If you don't stop now, you'll be injured." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.